I'm obese, shoot me in the belly.
Look at all the space I'm creating, everybody!
Bad monkey, bad monkey. Oh, you got your baited so hard. I don't think I can handle any more of this bot gameplay.
Spylo.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We got a big stream today. I am actually pretty darn excited about today because we got some heroes we haven't done in a little while, some heroes we haven't done in depth in a little while. We also have an entirely new game mode. I've got so much crap I want to go over, and I'm so excited. And I'm wearing a sweatshirt I haven't worn in a long time. I forgot about the sweatshirt. Check it out. Senior 2012 boys, 1994. Circa 1994, which I coincidentally is like, I used to wear a lot of Old Navy clothes. That's like also the year that Old Navy like was, but yeah. Ooh, it's gonna be juicy today. You're obese, shoot me in the belly? Yeah, I actually distinctly remember that stream. And if you guys know what hero I was referring to when I said that infamously cringe line, you'll also know what hero we're gonna be reviewing today, I believe. There's your little hint. So we're gonna have a lot of fun today. Really quick, I'm gonna show off a little bit. So I spent a lot of time yesterday. So we didn't stream yesterday because I had a haircut. I had a bunch of crap in BlizzCon. I was just like, I'm just not gonna stream. I know today's normally it's supposed to be my off day, but I'm streaming today. Well, I wrote this up yesterday. Now, for those of you who are actually there for the Torb review, you'll remember, a lot of it will be like information that you've seen, but dude, I'm pretty proud of that write-up, dude. It took me a long time, and I sorted it all out. Like, we got Torb turret placement down to a flippin' science. I drew diagrams and arrows, and we broke it down into categories. I even gave titles for the different type of turret. So if any of you guys play Torb or interested in Torb turret placement, read that. Because obviously the review as well is on YouTube, but like that's like actually gives you some actual like, it like goes even a little bit deeper than I go in the video. So at least on that specific concept. Oh, hair check. Where the heck is my hairbrush? U2Gigo. There you go. U2Gigo, what's the best way to find VODs of specific heroes? I have a friend who plays Ashe. I want to give him some links for a few of your Ashe reviews. Is that possible? Yeah. Like I try it. We try, like, first off, every stream is saved as a highlight now, so you guys can look at those. But in terms of like, you could just search Ashe on my YouTube and probably find a couple. I know Temporal does a couple Ashe VOD reviews as well. But yeah. Where's your hairbrush? Oh geez, that's a throwback. But yeah, not every review that we do on stream makes it to YouTube though anymore, and they don't make it to YouTube in their full length anymore ever. However, again, if you go here, if you go click here and then click videos and then sort by highlights, every stream that I have done is saved, right? So you guys can actually go back and find all the old streams. At least in the last several weeks. So yeah, they don't expire. Highlights don't. So you guys won't actually lose any previous VOD reviews. Now I don't have them on catalog because frankly I can't be bothered. But there you go. Hey, Don Pingus. Yeah. But yeah, so today a lot of different VOD reviews, a lot of different heroes, a lot of different crap I say. And yeah, we're gonna get rolling. So I'm planning on this being a long stream, at least 4 hours. We will see how it goes though. Let's get started though without wasting any more time. Oh, we have a fun VOD review to start off with. We have a fun VOD review. Chat, I feel epiphanatic. That has to be a word, right? Epiphanatic. As in, I feel epiphanic. Yeah, epiphanic. Epiphanic. Because all the work that we have done with the Reinhardt and the Lucio VODs, and all the work we've done with the Tor VOD reviews, with like understanding and like map control, I feel like we've just like completely reworked how I think about Overwatch. Like I've been coaching Overwatch for years, and I have learned more in the last 3 months or 4 months than I have in any 3 or 4 month period of my entire life when it comes to Overwatch. Like, I feel like I understand the game so well. And here's the best part. So you guys remember the whole like Reinhardt VOD review thing where we talked about map control? I was nervous about that review because I felt like I was coaching Reinhardt in an unorthodox way, and I was like, I believe this is right, but I'm confident that it's right, but I have a feeling like some people are going to disagree and it's going to get roasted. Well, I did something. Posture check. Thank you. Hydrate. Thank you. I did something. This is after the Reinhardt review, after we went over about clearing angles, clearing high ground, you know, pushing off angles, that sort of thing. I went through LH Cloudy. Now you guys know LH Cloudy, right? He's like the rank 1 Reinhardt, the guy who gets to like 4.6k and like 7 different Reinhardt accounts in this meta. It's like absurd, you know? Well, I watched a couple of, like several maps, like 5, 6, 7 maps of him playing Reinhardt. Chat, guess how he plays Reinhardt? Guess how he plays Reinhardt? Does not AFK push on main. He legit does exactly what we coached on the Hollywood Reinhardt review, where it's clearing high ground, clearing angles. He will unironically, if there's like a sniper map or a sniper situation, he'll pin through, like charge right through and threaten them and make them turn around. He is so creative about how he baits attention and clears angles. It's actually inspiring. And to me, that was encouraging because it was like, this guy does what we coached, and he's 4.6 on multiple accounts. Yeah. So we're on the right track. I really do believe that. So that was good. Lockheed's trash? Well, yes, absolutely. Water's wet. What else is new? So that was encouraging. Okay. Let's do this. Nice hair. Yeah, it's not much of a haircut, but I'm tired of getting haircuts where like my entire head is like chopped to bits. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a haircut, but I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna like, you know, make it look like it just mowed the lawn of my entire head. Every single time I get a haircut, oh my gosh, you have thick hair. Yes, I know. Every single time. Sorry, I'm checking to see Streets 112. Okay, I'm checking this guy's in-game name. Okay. Let me actually see what we see here. Because this guy says McCree, Ash, Echo. But that's a lot to review. That's Echo for an entire map. Then he goes Cree. And then, is it just like 1 round each? We play 1 round each? Okay, there's a little Ash, little Ash, little Ash. Yeah, so he just plays 1 round each. So this will be fun. Chat. I don't like doing a medley, like, you know, fruit medley. It's like fruit cake. It's like there's too many flavors, so it ends up tasting like garbage, right?
Does it even have fruit in it?
I think it does, yeah.
I think it's like a little jelly.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Okay, so I normally don't like doing reviews with a lot of different heroes, but we can do it, and I think this will be a little bit of a challenge. So basically, a hits game player that also likes playing Echo and maps that are good for Echo. And so what we'll do is we'll quickly go over it and quickly try and give something to work on for each hero without having the time or the opportunity to crank through like 25 minutes of just the same thing. It'll be like bam, 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 bam. So like this will be like instant review. Have you ever seen Flat's review of a Rhino in Gibraltar? No, I haven't. But I imagine like that's very similar to like what we're saying. Knows what a haircut is? Shut up, Killer Monk. 1 round each. I'd prefer first and third if you have to cut one. I mean, we should be able to do it, like, especially because we're not going to be able to go in as in depth. We should be able to do all of it. Should. Well, hang on. What tier of review are you as well? What tier of review? Are you tier 2 or tier 1? Are you a peasant or are you a king? I mean, you're getting a review, so you're definitely not a peasant. Tier 1. We should still have time. We'll try. We'll see. We'll see. We'll do first and third, and then if we have time, we'll do second. All right, let's roll. Huh? Oh, you're not even peasant. You're just mud. Yeah. It's good to show affection to your significant other, guys. Okay, so like quick TLDR of Echo. You know, obviously, angle pressure. Any hero that has mobility or range should always be thinking about angles. Like, that's the general rule. And even if you don't have mobility and range, you want to be trying to like deal with him. Echo has both, so she is absolutely a hero that is extremely strong at taking soft off angles and applying a lot of pressure. Now, she can't go in as greedy because she's not quite as mobile as Sombra or Tracer. And she can't play as long sight lines because she's not as ranged as like Widowmaker and McCree. So she has to find a hybrid of like, you can be a little more greedy than like a Widowmaker and McCree because you have some mobility, and you can be a little bit longer sight lines than like a Tracer Sombra because you have some range, but you have to find the balance, right? So like, have your cake and eat it too. It looks like you're going to have a Mercy pocket for the most part. Your team is not going to need much healing at all, so that's good for you. Only thing exactly you have to worry about is flankers that might meet you. In other words, Sombra Tracers, Echoes, Doomfist Genjis that you have to worry about while you're on an angle. And then even more importantly, the sightlines that a hit scan can protect, because the enemy team has both a McCree and a BAP. So let's see what we do. Not the best stickies. I mean, it's old charge. Well, you know, it's okay because it's such a low cooldown. I forget how low the cooldown is because I'm thinking like, are we gonna have it back in time before the fight starts? Okay, so they're going straight to point, and this is the best thing for you. So many teams go straight to point in this map, and it's one of the worst things that you could possibly do, almost regardless of composition. Even if you're running like a Reaper, Mei, Moira, it is so bad because if the enemy team takes high ground on you, there's no chance for you to sustain the spam. So I want you to take high ground and just spam them out from an angle. So take high ground for me, please. And you don't really, and what I want you to do is you have to understand that the most cover on this map is going to come from here. So this is where most of the time, thank you, most of the time the enemy team is going to congregate around this location near where the Zarya is. So the best thing for you to do is to, I've got blueberries, I don't know where to put them, okay, there we go. Is for you to swing either here or here. But considering that most of your team is playing over here, you want to create a split off angle and you want to be playing here. So where there is no cover from the enemy team, or for the enemy team at all. Really quick, while I'm remembering, let's go ahead and set our stuff. Okay, so there we go. Okay. So now, yeah, a little bit of a goofy right-click usage. Let me look at this again. Yeah, so that wasn't great. Like, the way I like to look at right-click usage is you're either basically spamming it into red clumps, or you have to aim it very precisely and be very conscious with the usage. In other words, you can either completely brainlessly spam it at right clumps, which is okay, or if you're going to use it in a duel, you have to be very precise with it and kind of lead it, right? Lead it, because it's a high risk, high reward. If you get a couple of stickies, you can instantly beam someone and bingo, they're dead. Or you can even one-shot them if you're damage boosted. However, it's very difficult to aim, and I don't like what we did there because it kind of like to look, we just saw an enemy, just threw the stickies, and that enemy was like 1 HP already. So the stickies weren't even the play. Even if you were to land them, they weren't the play. The beam would have been the play. But yeah, you're stacking with your team, and you're putting out your cooldown usage / spam has been very inefficient here. Like, there's no reason. Cancel your beam, please. Okay, so we have a lot of micro work to do with their Echo. You're mispositioned. Your cooldown usage was not good. And then you're standing out in the open here. So this is not where you want to go, because this is easier for them to rush you and pressure you than it is from high ground. So this is not where you should be. And again, like stickies there, it's just general pressure. I want stickies now. I don't just want you pumping out stickies without having thought put into it. Okay, beam, fine. She is now completely outside of your beam range. Why do you continue to beam? You need to cancel your beam and begin primary firing this Reinhardt and or shifting out instantly. I don't care if it's only an extra second. That's an extra second that you're wasting doing either less damage than you should because they're above 50%, or doing no damage at all because they're outside of your range. So this is a complete waste. Good. I would not, and again, do you see the problem with your positioning here? Because you're like, okay, I can still have a corner and stuff, but now you're literally just busy stuck shooting a Reinhardt shield when there's literally a McCree and a, what is this, a BAP? Yeah, a BAP, that you could be pressuring from high ground. And those are the people that you want to be pressuring because they're easier to kill. You put out more pressure, and ultimately, if you don't pressure them, they will kill you, right? So this is a really, 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 really unfortunate circumstance. Listen to me, chat. It's really easy when you're playing a hero like Echo to get in the mindset that you're doing something, that I'm putting out a lot of spam. But in all actuality, any chip damage that you put on this Reinhardt shield isn't doing anything right now. Right? Like, pressure on this Reinhardt shield doesn't matter. He's probably not going to be he should be the first one to die when your team has multiple angles. That's more likely their backline. And if you look at the situation right now, too, look at his shield. His shield is literally full or close to full. So pressure now is not even, you can't solo break Reinhardt's shield. So it's not just that it's useless in most circumstances, it's certainly useless now. So please pressure back. Please stop shooting Reinhardt's shield right now. And again, there, right click usage. If you're not going to be like putting a lot of effort into aiming those, then don't right click. Then don't use it. You just kind of throw it in the BAP's general direction. You get one stick. Terrible. Terrible. And now we would like to have right click. We would like to have right click so that we could build some ult charge, right? Put some extra pressure on the Rein, right? Now again, maybe Rein's not our primary target, but you're being brainless right now. Where's your right click? Why are you beaming this? Was that an actual beam or like? Let me look at the BAP. I missed it. Yeah, he was not half HP. You needed to primary fire into beam that. Instead, you just go directly into beam. Like, going directly into beam is so bad. Like, it's so bad unless they're actually at 50% HP. Because you give them opportunity. You're doing, like, it's only 50 damage per second. Like, for context, let's actually look this up. Zarya Overwatch. I'm pretty sure the number on this, but I want to make doubly sure. Zarya's primary fire, at 0%, listen to me. Zarya's primary fire at 0% is 95. So at 0% charge, Zarya does almost double the damage that you do with the beam when they're not at 50%. Moira's right click does as much damage as you do on somebody that's over 50%. So you're doing literally Moira damage unless this person's at 50%. Now there's something to be said for like if they're close to 50 HP or 50%, you kind of have to use your judgment call, but like this wasn't it. It costs you nothing to primary fire into E this. You do cancel it there, but this is just poor. This is just so poor. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you standing? Like, why here when you have the opportunity to have just as good cover? And the thing about high ground here is it's not just because high ground is randomly better. There's about the same amount of cover either way. But the difference with high ground here is you can rotate anywhere you want. You can go from here to here. Whereas here, you are literally only here or you're only here. Now, chat, we're about to see something really, really entertaining. Okay? Because I've just caught something out of the corner of my eye that I want us to enjoy. All right, let's just enjoy this. It's 0.25. Okay.
Burning them down.
In fact, I'm gonna turn off UI.
Helden sterben nicht.
Oh, that's absolutely delightful. That's one of the best things I think I've ever seen, not just in a VOD review or while streaming, ever. The birth of a newborn child, like kid taking his first steps, I don't even know how to describe the ecstasy that I'm feeling right now. This is delightful. Anyway, but basically, like, you look at this here. Like, it's kind of disturbing to me that you're actually getting outpaced by your Wrecking Ball with ult charge when you had a high ground, a Mercy Pocket, and an Angle. Like, the best way that I can say this is between your kind of mediocre cooldown usage and most importantly, your terrible positional decision making, you are literally doing probably half the amount of damage that you should be doing with a Mercy Pocket on an Angle. Like, it's just unforgivable. Like, it's not even like, oh, you're not clicking heads. Like, you're just making bad decisions after bad decisions, and you're getting lapped by your ball, man. Like, not lapped, but you're being passed by your ball. and your ball doesn't have a mercy pocket, and your ball doesn't have the opportunity to abuse high ground as much as you do. Like, that is just atrocious. You should be ashamed of yourself. And now it's like, what do you even do now? Please don't copy. Oh good, you're breaking Reinhardt's shield. Thank you, thank you. Go for the mercy. You're not going to win this fight, so at least go for the mercy. It's just abysmal. It's just abysmal. And this guy fight might have actually been winnable, because as soon as I say it was probably lost, your mercy or your Genji pops off. Winnable. It's still winnable. Oh, he deflected. Okay. So yeah, really, really bad. Stop. Don't pick that. Don't pick that. Get out. Just get out. 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 So yeah. Can we stop eating fire strikes? Like, that would be great. That would be really, really great. And now your job is way, way harder because you had the perfect opportunity and positioning to do a lot. You did nothing. And so now you do not no longer have perfect prior opportunity and positioning. You have mediocre priority and mediocre positioning because you're trying to retake. So what is the best thing that Araka could do here? Okay, without ultimate, I would probably say you could maybe sneak around and try and assassinate Widow from short range. You could play like this sightline here and spam and then copy, right? Holy smokes, what is that?
It is...
Witch's Brew? Huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Now you have ultimate, so maybe you could go all the way to point and like copy, you know, Reinhardt or something, or copy Zarya, or not, probably not Reinhardt. I'd Reinhardt and pin it or do something meany, or you could pressure point, but like the goal is I don't want you getting stuck in main. I want you to clear out this angle here and either assassinate the Widow or play outside of the Widow LOS and just spam, bait them to look at you, and then you can copy. So, homie should just display it in Streamlabs. Here's the thing. I am too stupid to do anything that makes any sense for a good stream. We are working at those things. I'm getting a UI update, and I'm one of the things about like the rank and all that kind of stuff. We are working at that. But at the moment, I do not have two, certainly not three functioning brain cells. So all these wonderful suggestions that have been given are completely worthless right now. But we are working at them. People that are smarter than me. Okay. But yeah, like, see, like, you're not being very smart about this. Like, you obviously like, oh, Widow, and so now you're just content to just sit AFK in main. Like, what are you gonna do to break the choke? Okay, so literally the only way that you're gonna actually win this fight maybe is because they overextend. If they just sent AFK on main, you would have just sat there and cried and called your mom and complained about elo hell instead of actually figuring out how do you break this choke. Going through here, not the plan. You could have gone through here and like quickly copied. You could have gone around here and snuck up on Widow. Instead, you just like, I don't get it. Like right now, you should die. Like right now, you should die. Oh no, their Widow's dead. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Now you should not die. That was awfully risky. That's so telegraphed on. Okay, I want you to feel your inferiority in the very depths of your soul. Okay, and here's what we're gonna do. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You know, me as Reinhardt versus the Reinhardt they tell us not to, the Reinhardt copy she tells me not to worry about. This is what we got going, right? Brilliant. Meanwhile oh, just obliterated, man. Just obliterated. You're getting Reinhardt diffed as Echo. And now you lose. So yeah, just really not a great copy. The copy of Reinhardt is fine, but you kind of did it like right in the middle here, and then you kind of just were forced to look at a Reinhardt. And honestly, like you just got a little outplayed. Like sometimes you can look at this and there's not a lot of macro to pull away from this. You just they you know, you had a Reinhardt to deal with. Their Echo didn't, and then their Echo just popped, right? So You know, my biggest bone to pick is how that fight started, right? Not the second half of the fight, you know, sucks, whatever, don't worry about it, I'm just memeing. But, like, legitimately, the fact that you're just sitting AFK in main for so long, instead of actually finding a way to break the choke with your mobility, with your spam, with your ultimate, that bothers me. That really bothers me. And that ultimately meant when you actually got the opportunity to copy and go in, your team had kind of already lost, because your team had to walk through choke as 6, and so by the time the fight actually started, your team was already basically down because your Reinhardt was 0 HP. Like, think about it this way. Like, we could think about, like, where and how your Reinhardt died, okay? Okay, right here. Imagine if you were behind them. Think about how much pressure you would take off of your Reinhardt by spamming from behind. Look at this BAP. Look at this BAP window. Like all of this stuff just wouldn't have, they would have taken so much pressure from the Orion for the last 5 or 6 seconds, or even longer. Like, you could have copied now from behind and helped your Reinhardt a lot more than you are now. So there's just a lot of pressure that you're not doing because you're just AFKing on main. And even when you are angling, like you were here, you're angling in like the worst possible position for you to angle. Like the most unsafe, inefficient, ineffective way to angle. Heard people trash talking with Locky? I don't know, I think Locky's a legend in his own mind. Like, again, like, what is this? What is this logic? Like, okay, I guess you're going, like, why would you fly up? They have Widow. You fly up for, like, what? Why? Why are you doing this? You're giving the Widow a shot. Like, I assume that maybe you're flying to get, like, a little bit of height so you can coast. Because, chat, remember we talked about with the Major Midget guide, you can press shift and then cancel shift and then glide, and you glide faster. But it's not worth, like, you can glide lower, and you don't have to glide it. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. And then ironically, you maybe shifted to get some speed, but because you shifted, you ended up dropping and not getting value out of your speed anyway. So, yeah, this is not good. Obviously, you can't really go for, like, you can't go for this flank against the Widow now because she has sights. So that kind of sucks. But let's see if we get anything done here. Beam. Nice. Good stuff. Cancel your beam. Good. I don't like this shift. Yeah. Okay, so Echo, TLDR, get on proper angles when you're putting your pressure. Either angles that are good high ground that you can abuse, or angles if they have like long range hit scan where you can spam without being seen by the hit scan. But yeah, that's the big thing here. Okay, so that's a quick TLDR of the Echo. Now we're gonna move on. Again, chat, I normally don't like doing like heroes that swap for every single round, but we're just doing it for fun here. Posture check, thank you. Good call, man. I was not posturing correctly. With a huge brain, yeah. Okay, so with McCree, like similarly to Echo, you want to take some sort of angle, right? Obviously, but unlike Echo, I mean, it depends on the enemy team composition, but generally with McCree, you don't angle super deep, right? It depends on the composition. Maybe they're like running like Brawl, like Reaper May, and you can just play a million miles away and be totally fine. But maybe they have like a Doom, right? Maybe they have like, you know, a Widow or something like that. So like angle off, put pressure, but just be aware that, you know, you can be pressured by like the Doom and stuff. But like this right here, this is actually really important to talk about. So I actually think right here, you're already making a minor error. Now early in the fight, it's okay probably to be okay with your main. And maybe split off later. But this is where I would, as McCree, at the very least, I would start doing this and putting pressure this way. Shoot Mercy. You see how like the Mercy and BAP are free kills from here? And when I mean free kills, that's actually disingenuous. I don't mean free kills. I mean free pressure. In other words, you're probably not good enough to two-tap these guys, right? Not many people are. Not even, like even pro McCrees would struggle to two-tap these guys quickly. But you don't need to. If you smack the Mercy, she drops, limits her vision, and maybe she dies to something unlucky. If you shoot the BAP, this is even more valuable because he has to drop behind, he has to waste his shift, he stops healing his Reinhardt, he stops shooting your Reinhardt, and he like loses LOS, right? This is what you want to do. And maybe you run into Doomfist looking for a punch from here to set up. Because Doomfist from here isn't as scary because you guys can see him coming, but from here he's kind of scary. You don't see him coming, he can like slam into your backline, but again, he runs into you. And you don't mind because this is the range that you want to play at. Like, you wouldn't even be that scared of a Widow here. You'd be a little scared, but you won't be that scared because this is exactly the range that you want, where you take duels. Like, and then if you don't meet anybody, you shoot, and then as your Reinhardt pushes up, you push up and you swing wide here, and your team can support you from here. You'd obviously not want to swing out in the open. Maybe you'd swing like to cover here. You'd play like cover here, but you'd push. So I don't like this because what's going to end up happening? Yeah, she ate a little bit. She already did. Yeah, she's baiting him. But you're just going to end up shooting Reinhardt shield, which there are better heroes to do this with. McCree is pretty good at Reinhardt pressure, but like ultimately the pressure isn't that much. Like you need to not just do some pressure, but more pressure. You kind of see what's happening here? Like, look at what their Doomfist is doing. Their Doomfist is about to accomplish more with one punch than you have done in the last 8 seconds just because of his positioning. Let's see what he does. Does he miss his punch or does he actually hit it? Yeah, he just feeds. He just feeds. So he misses his punch and feeds. But like, if he had punched there and landed his punch on your Rein goes flying off and then you guys are screwed. So... And again, you didn't need to be here to stop the Doomfist. If you had been here, you could have stopped, shot him, flashed him, done the exact same thing that you're trying to do. And again, look at these kills. Look at these kills that you're missing out on. You can just push him. Go push him. Go get him. Aw, you're too slow, and now you're in trouble. Yeah, so you drop, and obviously, like you drop, you give up high ground, and now you're standing out in the middle of the open. So the best thing, chat, that you can do is if you drop here as any sort of ranged hero, the best thing that you can do is obviously either go all the way over here. This is probably optimal if the enemy team is on the opposite high ground, or if they're on this high ground, you'd want to go underneath here, but you can't stand here. This is no good. You need to find cover somewhere. You can go here, probably not the best, but I would probably stay here. They can drop on you and kill you. That's the risk that you run. You've already screwed up so that there's going to be some risk somewhere. There's no safe place anywhere. But at least it's a little safer than where we are now. I do not like what we're doing now. Like, look at you. Look at you. You're running. What have you done? So you've dropped off of high ground. You positioned conservatively, then you dropped off of high ground to chase a Doom, but you didn't chase aggressively enough, so you let him get a health pack, and then you're stuck out in the middle of the open. And then instead of like going, okay, it sucks, but I'm gonna play back here and just like snipe these guys, you know, completely unpressured. And if they're gonna chase me, they have to chase me inside, which is really bad for them. Instead, you just run around like a chicken with his head cut off. And what have you accomplished? Like, look at your ult charge. Look at your ult charge and look at the enemy McCree's ult charge. Do you think he has significantly better mechanics than you? No, of course not. And once again, you're getting lapped by people that you shouldn't be getting lapped by, or getting passed by people you shouldn't be passed by with your ult charge. Look at your bat. Your bat will probably build ult before you do, but he shouldn't have doubled your ult. Your Rein has already doubled your ult and used his ult. Your Zarya is ahead of you. Your Genji, how does your Genji have no ult charge? Your Genji, who died, has almost comparable ult charge to you, and he's dead. Your Mercy has more ult charge than you. You are literally last place on the entire battlefield, except for the Doomfist, who screwed up his punch and ran away the entire fight. So, yikes, dude. That's big, big yikes. And you're playing McCree. McCree ult is not hard to build. It's one of the easier ults to build. So again, cringe. Alright. Not good. Not good. But chat, you see how little of this has to do with like his cooldown usage and stuff? Like, we could talk about cooldown usage, but like ultimately... Uh-oh, something happened. Is that a donation? Hey!
Would you spend 15 minutes looking at my Arno when you finish the current
right.
plot?
I will.
3,300
I will.
senior money replay
I
code.
will. I will, and I appreciate that, but I generally don't. Dynastar, thank you for the sub. Generally don't. I will look at it briefly though after this VOD, but I will break my my mold. Generally, I don't do that kind of stuff though. But I appreciate the donation, and I'll look at it briefly. But yeah, remind me if I forget. Okay. So this is okay. I think I'm glad that you're worried about this flank here, because again, just like, remember how you guys had such a hard time breaking through the choke with you and Echo, and I was telling you to go do things like this? Well, there's a reason why. If they just walk through this choke, they're just gonna get, your Reinhardt's gonna swing in 6, and they're gonna get flashed, and like, it's so easy for you to put damage on them, and it's hard for them to put damage on you because they can only really see Reinhardt, right? So they have to break the choke. Now, Doomfist is gonna try and break the choke. I don't love this from this Doom actually, because I think if anybody on your team is paying attention, he gets shot too easily. I think it would prefer if this McCree / Mercy did this. However, you could deal with this very easily. Now, I appreciate that you're checking here. Going Rome, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. No worries. No worries. But I want you to do this from here. You see what I'm saying? Like from here. You could check here and check here with no loss, or from here. You know what I'm saying? Because right now I don't like where you are. Because if they push out this choke, you're gonna be pretty dangerous, or pretty endangered rather. What speed is it? So please, Overwatch replay viewer. I hate the flash fan, but good job checking that flank. Yeah, they just exploded out and they got a big shatter. Okay, so flash fan aside and minute positional nitpicks aside, like in other words, I probably wouldn't. It wasn't really necessary for you to go and chase this Doom when you could just wait here and shoot him as he's engaging, because like you don't want to give the Doomfist this close engage. Like that's what he's good at. So you check him by playing a little bit safer on a longer sightline, where if he's going to engage in you, he has to use like 2 abilities and he gets shot like 2 or 3 times. That being said, the way you did it was poor, but you had the right idea. You were at least checking this, because outside of a freak Earth Shadow that your Ryan honestly just fed on, there's no way that you guys should lose that choke that easily. So credit where credit is due, but only partial credit. But you see how, like, you had the right idea, so why weren't you doing that? Like, you were checking them from doing that, but you weren't doing that. That's like saying, guys, I'm really scared of those, arm bars in this grappling or wrestling tournament. Those arm bars are so scary. I've learned all these arm bar defense. It's like the easiest submission to do. You can tap people out so easily with it, right? But then you don't practice your own arm bars at all. So you're like, it's like, why? Like, you're clearly understand the danger of that and the threat of that. So why aren't you using that kind of threat? Why aren't you doing that? No?
Let's start over at the beginning.
Heroes never die.
Wait, why don't you flash fan Doom? I just hate flash fan. It's not. I'm not coaching for a second here. I'm pulling a personal opinion out. Also, the thing with flash fan and a Doom, I will say this one. Okay, I'll coach a little bit on this. Is that a lot of times, if you look at how we flash fan, like let me look at this one more time. So let's do this in slow motion. Do you see the problem with flash fanning this? You see the problem? So that's one of the problems with flash fanning a mobile hero, that can either move you or they move themselves, because it's because it's easier to get the kill, it's more damage, but you just missed 2 of your shots because it's a mobile target. And you were also knocked back as you were trying to flash fan. So that's why you don't instantly flash fan things like Tracers and Genjis or Doomfists, because it's not always a guaranteed kill. You might miss a bunch of your flash fan shots, which completely ruins the point of even flash fanning in the first place. You have no honor. Absolutely. The fan was late because he got punched, but even if the fan wasn't late, he still is gonna it's gonna be awkward. So like against heroes that are extremely mobile or who are moving, sometimes it can be tricky to flash fan. You have no honor. You also have no skill. Okay, just hiding this, honestly. Or that, it's fine. I don't know. Whatever. No comment. Alright. Find cover, check your angle, and use it.
Amplification matrix ready.
Pop it! Oh, bless. So I'm gonna nitpick this again.
Amplification matrix.
No. Again, like like obviously you would if you really were greedy, you'd like angle this over here, but fine. But just be a little closer to this wall. Be a little closer, just a little closer. Like, do you see how you moved there after the fact as you were already taking some damage? Just be here to begin with. Be here to begin with. It's a massive immortality field. Bingo. Man, you fan more than the Southern Grandma. All right.
Fire at will.
Push, please. You guys are committing. Go home. Alrighty. Okay, so tidbit with McCree is, like, I appreciate you respecting the flanks, but you need to be using it yourself, like taking soft off angles and getting off of like the middle of the fight, so you have a more uninterrupted angle on the fight. And then obviously, just the minor nitpick both times of here is like you're standing too far out in the open unnecessarily. Okay, next hero. Speed. Gotta go fast. Alrighty. Any questions before we move on? Alright, Ashe. So with Ashe, it's very similar to McCree, like soft off angles, but because you have longer range, you could take angles that are even further sightlines. So like you can go very, very, very greedy as long as you can see the enemy team coming at you. In other words, like you could play a position like this, even though it's like literally like perpendicular to where the fight stuff is situated. Because if they do run a flanker or something that comes after you, you can see them coming a mile away, which means not only it gives you time to run away, to play defensive, but it gives you time to actually shoot them in the face. You know, like if a Tracer comes at you from here, she's going to have to use like all of her blings just to close the distance, and you're going to get an opportunity to shoot her. So, you know, angling here against like a Tracer, a little bit scarier because yeah, there's more cover, but it's also easier for her to close the distance without getting shot. So like with Ashe, unless you're playing into something like a Widow or something like that, you do want to play cover, but you want to play on the longer sightlines as possible, and you don't want to just sit AFK back here. Now there are exceptions, like maybe they have like Ball and Sombra and Tracer and Monkey, and there's like a million dive heroes and they'll just dive you instantly, so you have to play a little bit conservative. But even then, I probably wouldn't play here. I would play more along like here-ish or here-ish, and I would, as soon as I could, I'd get here. I see them coming, run away, play here. Okay, they're gone, can I push out again? But you don't want to stand AFK in main, because what it does is, and this is a good map example of the concept, where if you're playing Ashe here, you can only shoot people who are here, and standing out in the open here. But they can hide behind pillars, they can hide behind drum on the point, they can hide behind here, they can hide over here. So you want to take a sightline to where your people on point can shoot them here and here. But if they hide here, they can't be shot. Just kidding, you will shoot them. So you establish not just one angle of threat, but a different angle of threats. You guys ever seen... Let me actually find this scene. Wallace and Gromit, the wrong trousers, heist scene. The robbery. This is actually a great example of like off angles, okay? Like this is gonna be corny, but you're gonna get the point. This is a great claymation, by the way. Let me see if I can find the scene, all right? This is... I want you to imagine, do you see all these lasers, right? Like these motion sensor lasers. Imagine there was one laser that went like perpendicular or like diagonal, or went the opposite way, so it went like this way. Do you see how like, while this, I guess, does the job, this isn't as effective as it could be? Like I'm literally unironically analyzing a children's cartoon, but you get the idea. You see what I'm saying? Do you see how like them all being in the same direction makes it easier to get through? But as soon as you start to, okay, there's one here and there's one here, then it becomes almost impossible. I mean, that's what you are. Your job as Ashe is to be that extra laser that prevents, that sets off the alarm. That if they can't hide, they can't avoid the laser by moving here, because then there's another one coming here. You're the separate laser that is split off so that there is no escape. There's nowhere that they can hide. That's the goal. There's nowhere they can hide. Go and roam. Hey, Spell. How are you? I am well, thank you. So, you stacking here might make that one laser really strong, but that means they just have to hide behind. And then the laser can't shoot anybody, right? Your job is to make it where there's nowhere they can hide without taking at least some damage. So like right here. Do you see the problem here? Do you see how safe that McCree is? Do you see how safe that Zarya and Bap is? Do you see how safe that Ana is? And really how safe the Reinhardt is. Because Reinhardt has a shield that can only go one direction. So if he can keep everything in front of his shield, he's happy. But as soon as stuff starts to shoot him, this way, then where does he shield? That becomes a problem. Now, I know we're concerned a little bit about the Tracer, so you don't want to play too far away. But even just here would give you more options. Hanzo's the same way. Yeah, I mean, really, most ranged heroes are. Really, all ranged heroes are. But this is not... You see, like how are you supposed to land that dynamite when you could just be positioning here? You know? I do not like this at all. I really do not like this. If you want to play here, obviously there's the concern of Tracer. If you want to play here, there's a longer sightline. But at least... Like, I'm not going to nitpick where you go, just at least it's not here. And this is what we're concerned about. It's very hard for you to do anything here. It's very hard. Again, another wasted dynamite. That's just very difficult for you to get stuff done. Like, look at this bat. Look at this bat. You're landing shots, that's good. But look at this bat. Now can you shoot him? No. Can anybody in your team shoot this bat? No. Ironically, your main tank is creating more of an angle than your DPS are. Do you hear me? like what? What? That's like working out and then you get to a fight with a bully, you know, and you've trained MMA, but then you lose to the bully and then your mama just rolls up and, you know, she's like 54 years old and knits and she beats up the bully for you. Like this is not what we want to see. This is not right. This is opposite day. Like what? Nice shots. Like your shots are there, but like it's like you're getting no kills out of it. You're getting no kills out of it because your shots are always coming from the wrong position. That is quite the laundry bag.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Holy smokes.
This is why I hate doing this.
I'm so sorry. Holy moly. That's like a giant marshmallow.
Oh.
Yeah, like again, like, huh?
It feels like a giant something.
Yeah. Like I guess it's kind of working out now because your team is kind of naturally spreading out and going in different angles, which is good. But, what? Hey, look at that. We land a dynamite. Again, how do we land the dynamite? You see? Do you see?
Yeah, actual silk first.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that bar soap was not going over very well.
No.
We have like a bar of soap. I'm pretty sure hand soap is like not the most like sanitary thing to do with like a bar of soap. It's like with the pump soap. But we had like some random bar of soap. We're just using it. Dude, that thing melted. That thing looked like the Wicked Witch of the West, man. Or the East or whatever.
Here, you can show them.
I think it's gross. I was like, I don't even want to know. It was like primordial soup. I was like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. What?
It's a little sticky.
What is that? Like that was a bar of soap, and then yeah, we were gonna remove that, and yeah, not good. There's a certain irony when like
if you're really bad at Overwatch, this is what Spylo thinks you look like.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a certain irony when like cleaning fluids and things like that are like that's gross. That like cleaning fluids should be like cleaning and fresh and sanitary and yeah, no.
I left you food on the stove.
Okay, thank you. Chad, I have food in the stove. But yeah, this is at least we're off angling, but like this is not the off angle that feels great, to be honest. Yeah, you just walk in front of shield, and you're not pocketed anymore because your Mercy's on the opposite side of the map, and yeah, you just walk in front of shield. Like, yeah, that's the thing. So I don't know what that is. What is it?
Protein powder.
Oh, protein powder. Yikes, dude, kind of cringe. Bro science.
Roasted. Do you know that if you don't
Yeah, so
eat right after working out, you literally lose
yeah, that's right. If you guys don't eat like legitimately within 15 seconds after you work out, you will literally shrivel into a human prune.
Also, you can't work out unless you have 3 scoops of pre-workout.
You can't work out unless you have like legitimately like the half a container of pre-workout. You should be literally your blood should just be you should already have like a 225 pulse before you start doing anything. But yeah, like it's just a sham to me, a sham that you're consistently like clumping, and then even when you do off angle, it's just so mediocre. It's so absolutely abominable that this is just bad. Like watching bronze through like even like plat diamond gameplay is like watching two just giant masses smashing into each other, and then one person like splits off like accidentally or because they just think it'd be funny, and they accidentally win the fight. And then, you know, it's just agony to watch. It's not good. What?
You see how much stuff I could bring?
Yeah, what's going on?
Because someone...
You're writing down this workout device? Don't write down workout device. It's cardio, bro. You should not be doing anything. You should be sitting in a comatose state until it's time to lift. And then when you lift, you don't move. You have all the weights brought to you.
You need to find those guys that own...
You want to get skinny? That's a real quick way to get skinny. All right, I gotta coach. But like what are we doing? Like, I guess like you're waiting for window expire. Okay, fine. Okay, please split off at some point. Please, like, you want to split off where the fight starts. Like right now, the fight is starting. So the worst thing for you to do is to sit here. The best thing for you to do would be to, like, I don't know, like to be here. It'd be greedy. You need a mercy pocket, but that'd be the best place for you to be. Okay. The second best thing you could do, and this is the most important one because it's the one you could do right now. Right now is you can walk to here. Like, you just almost got shattered because you're sitting here like a complete bot. Like, this is a meat grinder. A meat grinder. You do not face a meat grinder directly. You split off and shoot its wheels out. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like trying to play like slap boxing with Bane. Your jaw is gonna like dislocate. Like, this is not how you beat this kind of composition. You know, that's not how you play Overwatch, especially as a sniper. Can you imagine like Normandy, 1944? I don't even know if they had snipers. Can you imagine if like you're storming the Nazis, you know what I'm saying? And you just like walk out in the open and like, and just, no, split off. What are you doing? This doesn't even make any, this doesn't make sense at any standpoint at all. Like, look at how many ultimates and how much pressure you've poured. Bob, Flux, Bongo, Valk, and these guys are still stuck here. Hello? Like, you're still stuck here. And you still might lose this fight. Doesn't work. Still stuck here. It took legitimately 5 ultimates to their what? 3 to break this choke, or 4? 5. Took 5 ultimates to break this chokehold because you were smashing your face into a wall, a cement block rather. Okay, so now we have the space. Now there's no excuse of, oh, it's kind of hard to off-angle because I can get chased down with the tracer, or oh, I couldn't split far enough, or oh, it was really scary. Okay, now you have the entire map to choose. So if you choose poorly, you have no excuse outside of gross incompetence.
Over here.
Which at this point in time is probably the likely, Alright. Why are we shooting Reinhardt shield when there's literally a Baptiste standing out in the open in front of you? There's a time to shoot Reinhardt shield, absolutely. But that time is when there's nothing else better to shoot. Bye. Be safe, please. Love you. Right now, you're literally choosing to shoot Reinhardt shield over a Baptiste standing out in the open. What do you think is going to do more pressure? This Baptiste having to hide and getting his shift forced, and maybe even his lamp, or maybe even a kill, or shooting a Reinhardt shield before the fight even starts. Hello? So we're kind of off-angled here. Again, I don't really like this positioning though, like, cause like I just look at this and I'm like, hey, you could have a much longer sightline here, and you could actually not know, like, this tracer can't sneak up on you. So I'm not a fan, and you might actually die here. And now look at you. You're slowly avoiding cover, walking back towards main. Ironically, well, not ironically, but like, even though you do it poorly, you still actually get a kill out of it because you're positioned properly. Like, you're just abysmal at all of this, but it's still resulting in kills just because you're in the right position. And then look at this. This tracer legitimately bullies us off, and now we're back on main. What could you do? Okay, chat, listen. If tracer bullies you off here, you've got 2 options. What are your options, chat? What are your options? If there's a tracer that comes up to you and starts shooting you and bullying you, what are your 2 options? I'm gonna eat like 4 blueberries while you guys are waiting. You can shoot her. Yep, that's one option. Shoot her, because remember, you're healing and she can't get healing. So like, if you shoot her, she has to run away and get health back. So you can either shoot her or what? Ignore her? Well, you can't fully ignore her. Ignore her and what? Yeah, take another angle. Exactly. You either shoot her or you ignore her and take another angle. You can leave, you're like, Coach Gun, screw it, I'm out of here, and go over here. You know, or just go back to high ground here, or, you know, go here, or, you know, leave all the way across. But like, so what I want us to do right here is to not stand here. Keep moving. Because it's like, yeah, you stop and you got kills, but that's just because he was just standing out in the open. So I was kind of lost for them anyway, but just a general note. All right, go push that tracer. Bonkers. Bonkers. That's gonna be my new Smurf name. Again, I don't really like this. This just feels really scary because I feel like it'd be so easy to get pole spawned in here. Like, I don't know, it just sketches me out. and you have no idea where she is, and yeah, or uninstall. Yeah. There's always a third angle, and that angle, or third option. Like, this is what we, okay, so chat, this is what we hate, okay? This is where I am, like, really, really not happy, okay? Now, what should we not do as a team here? Now, obviously, it's going to be awkward for you, because if your team wants to take the fight here, then you needed to find an angle here as well. But what's the problem here? What's the problem? If this fight just happens here, what gives us the willies? What gives us severe ulcers? No, Spylo Senior 2012 doesn't give you severe ulcers. I'm talking team versus team. Kind of does. Well, yeah, they have, well, it's not just that they have angles that they don't, right? Because they kind of do. It's the fact that you're like meeting a Reinhardt in here. You have the entire map. Why would you choose to fight inside against a Reinhardt? You could literally play on point and have your Ashe like angle here with a Mercy pocket, and that Reinhardt would literally have to walk through like carpet bombs just to get to point. Like, this would suck for the Reinhardt composition to have to get here. This is not, like, you don't want to hold here. Make them walk out in the open where you shoot them from a million different directions. Chat, a lot of the times, especially if you're playing like Orisa Sigma comp, but even if you're playing like Reinhardt, it is better to not hold a choke, and to play around your open space and spam than it is to hard hold choke. There are exceptions. Some chokes are like Busan and some King's Row chokes are just so strong that you will hold a choke and you're like fat happy with that. But like here, this choke isn't that good because you can be shot from right, you can be shot from left, etc., or you know, right, left from our standpoint. So I disagree with this. Now I'm concerned about you because I don't know where you're gonna angle off. Why did I take my earbuds out? There's just certain actions that you just kind of autopilot. Chat, ever go into the bathroom to like you're gonna brush your hair and just start brushing your teeth, or you're gonna brush your teeth and you just like start like flossing or something random? Like it happened to me all the time as a kid. I'd be like, wait, what am I doing? So you guys do back off, but this is the problem, okay? What's the problem here, chat? I'm gonna turn on spectate overlay. What's the problem? Because you guys backed off, like that's good, I guess. But what's the major issue here? The thing that we've been saying over and over and over and over again. Is it okay to hold that choke and then rotate when they walk up? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's okay, like, but like even holding this choke is only good because you can spam them if they walk up. You know, if you start to see them walk up, spam a little bit and then maybe run away. But like most teams will walk up somewhere around me. Like, what's the issue here? The random fort. What are we even talking about? Like, what's like? Again, all of the spam is in one direction. You see what I'm saying? As they walk out of this choke, they're gonna have Orisa, Sigma, Bap, and Ashe all shooting them from one angle. The only angle you guys have is your flipping Genji, who is like not the highest threat angle. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not exactly super high spam. You know? Oh, flossing. Oh, gotcha. So I'm not happy. You're gonna have a hard time landing this. I mean, there you go. Like this is again, case in point. You have missed every dynamite that you have thrown when it's been directly at a Reinhardt shield. Every single dynamite. Every single dynamite. Hi, Katie. Every single one. They're harder to do. And now what do? You're gonna shoot a Reinhardt shield? You're gonna shoot directly at a window? You know, if you're over here, the window doesn't matter. You could go shoot this Hanzo, go chase this Hanzo down with the pocket. 2v1, easy peasy. And then you could take the Hanzo spot and shoot them in from their own spawn. You see what I'm saying? This is absolute succulent juice. This is like dripping with succulency. Or I can't quite get the adjective there, but like, till my cat jumps in my computer, I have a heart attack. I swear she's gonna turn it off. But like, yeah, you did absolutely nothing. You were absolutely worthless. Like, unironically, what we landed one body shot? I guess saying absolutely worthless is being a little facetious, but like you were as close to worthless as you possibly could have been with a Mercy pocket. Like, I don't understand. Give me a second, chat. Come here, Mike. Come here. Chat, it's good to keep your cat. I feel like you know, like one of those bad parents you see at like the grocery store where like, you know, the kids like acting up and they're like Johnny, quit crying. I'll buy you a new toy. If my cat comes over and kind of annoys me. She's being fine, but just like I'm paranoid that she's gonna step on my power button. And so I just go in there, give her some cat, I almost said catnip. Yeah. It's like, please go away. Yeah. All right, we continue. But yeah, you did nothing. You are worthless.
Heroes never die.
You only landed this dynamite because look at your team. Every single opportunity I can like take to make a point, I'm gonna do it. Do you see this? Do you see how you landed this dynamite? Sigma Mercy threat here, ball is behind, Lucius behind, you're here. Easy dynamite. Every single time. There's another kill. What is that map supposed to do about that? Is it gonna hide from the Sigma? Is it gonna hide from the ball? Is it gonna hide from the Lucia? Where's it gonna hide from you? Where's he gonna hide? Bob? Bob?
Do something.
Winnable fight still. Maybe not winnable. Oh.
Smoke 'em out of there.
I would just let your Lucio stall and you do this. Yeah. Aw, it sucks. Okay. So, really, McCree and Ashe were remarkably similar. And honestly, your major error for every single hero was basically the same. You were a complete main bot. You thought zero about how to split off and put additional pressure. And so every single thing, cooldown usage, ultimates, all of that stuff, you were working at like 60% capacity, if even that. Like we saw the fight before last where you were operating at like 5% capacity, like where you almost literally did nothing. So learn to play, kid, because you were legitimately a waste of space. All of the mechanical practice that you put in Deathmatch or Kovacs or whatever is wasted because you don't know how to play the game. And we saw every single time, whether it was your stickies, whether it was your dynamite, whether it was any pressure that you got, you did absolutely nothing. You weren't safer. You weren't more aggressive. You weren't putting more damage. You were literally working in an inefficient mode. So fix that, please. Do you have any questions? Any questions? Aldum. I think juicy is the word he was looking for. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna pull up this donor because they wanted me to look briefly at their Ana. I can't Streamlabs. Hello? Please, I'm begging you. It won't let me do it. There you go. Holy cow, dude. I think you covered it well. Well, I know I did. But do you have any questions? I'm the most brilliant person in the world. Everything I cover is just turns into solid gold. Wait, what? Let's do the next. Like, look at this. Wait, what? Did I not copy it? Chat? Okay, no questions. Okay. 8. Alright, I gotta do this. Alright, 8 NJ. Wah. Oh no. Moni, it's an incompatible version. 8 NJ Wah does not work. 8 NJ Wah. Unfortunately, we will move on to next VOD. If you wanna send it to me on Discord. If you have a different, I'll look at it for like 10-15 minutes. So, because they can't. Oh, did I miss that message? Oh. All right. First person who throws. Actually, let's do this. I'm trying to think what we should do. How should we handle this? Does anybody have one team fight that you'd like me to look at? One team fight from a replay. Anybody in chat? One team fight. First person that can find a team fight, I'll do. I hate to do it like this, but I can't think of any other way to do it right now. That Ana request earlier? Like, that's the one I'm trying. Is the one I'm just trying is the one that was donated. If you guys have a replay code of one team fight that you guys want me to look at, hit me up. We'll look at it. Yeah, sadly. All right. That being said, we're gonna move on because I have something a little special. So here's the thing. I only look at competitive games, right? Because quick play is just people are like off-rolling and memeing and people's not trying very hard and it's half their game length and all that kind of goofy stuff. So I like only look at competitive games. Now, what we actually had was I got a message from somebody who said, will you review competitive capture the flag? And I was like, first off, what are you smoking? And second off, sure. So not only am I going to be reviewing capture the flag, but in addition to that, we're going to be reviewing a hero that we haven't reviewed in a long time. I hinted about it earlier for those of you that were paying attention. And the hero is... Wait. I'll give you guys a good... The hero is...
Life is pain, so is death.
Roadhog. So we're going to be reviewing competitive capture the flag with Roadhog. So this will be Phil Collins. No, not Phil Collins. So yeah, we're gonna have a blast. Because the games are a little shorter, we're gonna try and get 2 done if I have time. Let me see. Was this a tier 1 or tier 2? So chat, I don't even play capture the flag. Like I'm about to expose my career profile because I'm about to be absolutely exposed. Yes, this is tier 2. So here you go. All modes, capture the flag. 45 minutes. Oh no. Can you look at your aiming with primary and secondary fire? Sure. So 45 minutes to capture the flag experience. Now, I am a complete noob when it comes to capture the flag. I kind of know how it works. The way I'm going to review it is I'm going to like look at a couple team fights and like look at like obviously your hog play, like his positioning and timing and cooldown usage and mechanics. That stuff all matters in capture the flag, just like normal game mode. The nuances of that specific game mode are what I'm missing out on. Now, I do know that your priority should be on winning team fights first, and then you can capture the flag afterwards. So like generally you will win capture the flag as a consequence of you taking good cooldown trades, good ultimate trades, getting the space, flanks, and angles. Like you don't just win capture the flag by just running it down main and hoping capture the flag. Like that very rarely actually happens. I assume at higher ranks as well. So is Hog even meta to capture the flag? I don't know. Is Hog meta? Oh, true, because he can E. Can he E? Can he E without dropping the flag? Lucio is important. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I can imagine that. Okay, so he can E. So what Hog would be good at is be clearing angles and then trying to get the flag yourself. Because if you can E, it's the mobility cooldowns you can't use. Oh, so you can't use mobility cooldowns, but you can E. So that's a huge defensive cooldown. The best defensive cooldown in the game up there with like Fortify. I mean, Fortify now is obviously better. Yo, that's pretty slappy. All right. Just give me the speed. Interesting. So let's look at this. So I'm a little torn though, because I didn't even think about Hog being a good flag carrier, because that conflicts with like what I would normally coach. Because normally I'd coach with Hog. You control off angles, you flank, hard flank. And basically because you're self-sufficient and because you have pick potential, you can take really greedy positions and just kill. But if you're a good flag carrier, that means that at some point you want to get to the flag, which means you kind of abandon your angles. So, that's actually really interesting. So maybe you angle and you spam and then you eventually walk back to your team. So chat, this is going to be like coaching, but I'm going to be a little not dogmatic. So I want you guys, if you're watching, to give your feedback as well, to give your thoughts, especially those of you that have actually played a lot of Capture the Flag. Because this will be interesting. Alrighty, slap your mama, let's roll. So, I do want Hog on angles, like 90% of the time. If you need to go capture the flag, fine, but like, again, Hog is self-sufficient, and he's extremely hard to kill by himself, and he's constantly threatening on an angle. So you need to treat Hog like a really fat, short-range sniper. Instantly can one-shot you at any point in time, and he's really, really hard to kill. If you play on main, what ends up happening is you lose a lot of pick potential because you run into more shields, more cover, and everybody knows you're there. And you also end up just bleeding ult charge because everybody's just spamming on main. And so like the worst, like noob, like everybody flames Hog players that go in like hard flanks, but that's literally the most value Hog can get, like is on a flank. Like more so than any other off tank. Like you've got like Zarya who splits a little bit, D.Va who splits a little more, especially on high ground, Sigma who splits even further a lot of the times on longer side lanes, and then you got Hog. Hog like is perma splitting, like hard splitting. Goats, yeah, basically. Wait, this is actually goats? Wait, sorry, stop. There's no 2-2-2 lock in Capture the Flag? What? Okay, so yeah, you better darn hard flank, otherwise you're gonna get rolled. So like against this comp, you're gonna want a hard flank, but like you're gonna have to run if they come after you, and hope that your McCree, your Pharah, etc. spam them enough in the back. Yo, that's crazy. All right, Hawk is tough in the goats because you can't really hook in one shot really anybody. Moira can be, well, Moira you can, but Moira's got fade, Lucia's speed, Briggs got shield and bash, Reinhardt obviously no, Zarya obviously no, Diva's got matrix or everything. It's gonna be rough. So like, this is what we don't like. This is what we don't like. So first off, I don't know where the flag is. Where is the flag? Okay, so the flag is back here. Right. So I don't like this because you're directly running into a composition where you're not going to. So not only are you playing with your main, which we've harped on over and over again with the review we just did, but you're playing on your main against a composition that is absolutely abysmal. Now, maybe, obviously you don't know that they're gonna roll out in goats, right? You don't know that. But this is just a good exaggeration of why you don't do this, because the threat of them rolling out in a comp that brawls with is really high. Whereas you could go here, you'd be a little slower, yes, and this is a lot more valuable. Like, heck, you could just go capture the flag, man. Like, nothing's stopping you, you know? So this is where Hog is worth the least, is right where you are right now. Like, how do you get value to hook right here? How do you get value to hook? Honestly, tell me. Like, unironically, how do you get value to hook? Think about that. What are you gonna do? You hook anybody that get matrix bubbled, bashed, healed up. You hook them in, they're running towards you anyway. They don't care. They're W king at you, and meanwhile you're just instantly dead. Like, this is just atrocious. Not good. You ease forced already. Who cares? Like, what are you doing here? And now you guys should die. You guys somehow don't die. So thankfully you guys roll out in Pharmacy, which is really, really good against goats because you can split really hard and put out a lot of damage. But like, again, before this fight has started, you can unironically look at the situation and say, you have done nothing. You have done nothing. You have created no pressure. You have created no space. You have not done any spam. You have done nothing. Look at their HP pools. You have done nothing. Nothing. You have landed a hook and you have done nothing. Nothing. Now, ironically, what's going to start happening is as this fight gets messy, just like with the Ashe VOD that we just went over, as this fight gets messy and stuff starts to spread out, you will start to become more lethal. But my problem with that is because you're not doing it consciously, it's just happening accidentally. I hate that. I don't want you to make decisions that are accidentally good. You're not even making a decision, it's just happening. I want you to consciously pursue something so that you could start from the get-go providing value. Like, you guys could have really should have already lost this fight if they had not choked up on getting kills. It's really bothersome to me. We need to make good decisions. Then you can get credit for doing good things. Okay? Oh boy. Oh no, your res got boobs. But yeah, you see how goats fell apart because they got split up? They fell apart because they got split up. You guys like took angles on them, like shot them from a million different directions. The fight got really chaotic and goats just went. Nice. Okay, now you're again James Bond on a mission. And your job isn't just to land hooks. If you land a hook, great. That's great. Get kills, brilliant. But even if you screw it up and you don't get a lot done, it doesn't matter. As long as you're scaring people, distracting people, causing threat, they chase you, they bother you, then that's more attention taken away from your team. That's what you want to do. That's how you create space as Hog. Is you bait, spam, and focus and attention towards you. You survive. You threaten people while you're doing it. And that's the thing. Is like Hook is what makes them look at you. If Roadhog didn't have Hook, he couldn't create space because Roadhog's nothing. I don't care about him. He does like nothing. You know, he's like his damage is really low, right? But as soon as you're on the flank, oh shoot, we get Hook. We got to look at this guy, right? And then now that's people that are not looking at your main. That's not looking at your backline. That's how you create space. You're a space creator / defender of your team by being scary. Nobody, because if they ignore you, you just kill them. Okay. Just stay here. Stop. So like this is excellent. So you scuff up your hook again. I'm gonna look at the micro here. Why did you scuff up your hook? I don't want to get too like if we can look at micro, let's look at it. Yeah, this is just rushed. I'd prefer you to like chill on the super fast hooks into goats or into heavy defensive comps. And this is something for chat to keep in mind as well. Like spam early, wait for those cooldowns to be used, you know, because just your right click will force bubble, it will force shield, you know, and you can blow those cooldowns down. Whittle them down just a little bit. You don't have to wait like 25 seconds, but just a little bit of spam and then hook, right? The exception to that rule is if you're like surprising somebody, like if you're hiding and you're like, boom, you know, you need a hook early, right? But if you're not really surprising anybody, don't instantly go for a hook because that's when cooldowns are fresh. Matrix, bubble, shield, defensive cooldowns, right? Wait, like whittle them down if you're in a location that they know you are, and then go for the hook. Because like right now, like there's no way that you get a kill here because this Zarya's gonna have protected bubble. This Brig's gonna have bash and full shield, you know. So like wait a second, and now is when you would want to hook, but you don't have it. Now, in terms of actual positioning, this is fine. Your team is here. I don't know if you're gonna like successfully like I don't know how this is gonna work, but stay here. Stay here. If they push your Zarya, you can kill them. If they push you, your Zarya can kill them. Don't clump up. So stay here. You can whole hog it. Nice. Nice. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now, so maybe kill the Reinhardt, but you want to avoid getting sucked in here because then again, everything is in front of them. What I would do is if this Reinhardt was in here, is I would back off a little bit, like towards here. Bait them, bait them, bait them here. Hey!
Just got back into OWL after 2 years. Your content quality and volume are amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I honestly really enjoy this. Like, I know a lot of you guys in chat are probably not a huge fan of the roast style, but that's just what keeps it interesting and fun for me. And honestly, a lot of you guys wouldn't watch if it wasn't there. But ultimately, like ignoring the roasting and stuff, I really am trying to like share some of the knowledge that I've learned because, like I said, I'm still learning too. But I want to try and share that as much as I can. So I'm flattered. I'm glad that we're helping here. Thank you again for the bits. So split here, back off, bait them to chase you. Or your team, and if they chase you, then your team is fine. If they chase your team, then you get like easy hooks. You see how like it's really easy to get hooks like this because like they're not looking at you. You see how like these, then they're moving like in one easy direction, right? So like let's see what happens. This Ryan needs to die fast, so yeah. Like I don't even know, chat. Maybe the play wasn't to push Ryan. Maybe the play was just like to let Ryan, you guys kill Ryan, and then you like split off here. But you can kind of see like here, it's like the Ryan actually does a really good job tanking by baiting you guys to all look at him, and so all your off angles like collapse. You know what I'm saying? Like he pinned into your backline, and then all these angles of you guys go kill the Ryan, and Ryan survives, and then you guys are just in one tight little ball where you're gonna lose to goats every single time. So that's unfortunate. So I actually think that maybe pushing Ryan wasn't the play. So we hate this. We really hate this because like right now I don't know really where else you can go right now, but we hate it. Like we want you here. We want you on high ground up here. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. This is rough. So do you see how like this works because their attention's baited, but also like Matrix is down because D.Va's dead, but they have no bubbles, and Zarya's not even looking at her, and she probably doesn't even have. She might not have bash, or she's down armor. Like do you see how like in these Deval fights, Hook becomes a lot more valuable? It's like how Widow, like things. Think of all the Widow highlights that you guys have seen. Most of the Widow highlights that you guys see are in these devolved, messy fights. Like not early in the fight, but like midway through. Same thing with like Roadhog and any pick hero. In these messy fights, you get advantage. Like you capitalize off of it. So, yeah. What I probably would have done here though, optimally, is not coaching micro, but I probably would have like, okay, they back off. I would instantly swing wide here. Go here. Go here. Bait them in towards you. You guys are taking the team fight here, right? They can't just rush you down. Nice. Shooting in the back. Shooting in the back. You can't shield. Can't shield you and you know, the high noon. Nice job. You guys are doing a really good job, kind of accidentally, but you guys are doing a really good job of like splitting off. Like you're making these fights really messy, which is exactly what you guys need to do. The Goats team has been like really sloppy and undisciplined, and so they're really struggling. Yeah, I can tell this lobby is not super high rank. It's pretty. They're not playing very well. Okay, so chat. Again, this is a circumstance where I would unironically prefer you to take not the shortest path. So what is it about like electric current? It always takes the shortest path or whatever. Or whatever the thing. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've had a science class, but like for you are ironically the person that will sometimes take a longer path on purpose. Path of least resistance. That's what I'm looking for. So it's not always okay. So here you go. Maybe there's a science example in this. So you scientists or smart kids in class, let me know. So the path of least resistance for you isn't always the shortest path. For you, that means no main. That means what I would want you to do now is, even though the flag is this direction, right? Your job would actually be to go, I'm going to split off here and go up through here. Or I'm going to split off here and go up through here and scout things out. And if I see the fight happening here, I just keep going, and I start shooting in the back. Or I can come up through here and go through here. But if I go through main, yes, it's the fastest path. Least resistant doesn't mean shortest distance. Well, there you go. Overwatch is the science. So right now, the shortest path is also the one that has the most resistance. So it's not the best path to use. Sick. I love when I can find stuff. I've been reading a lot of sports books recently, and the amount of like parallels with Overwatch is just phenomenal. It's so exciting. I'm a big sports nerd when it comes to like, I love sports. So this right here is the best thing that you could be doing. Now, the only thing you have to be careful about, the one thing you have to be careful about with hog flanking, what do you have to pay attention to, chat? Now, obviously, I'm sure you guys will come up with a lot of different answers because I'm not really specifying here, but can anybody especially who's seen my stream, what is the one thing that I'm worried about / hog has to be concerned about when you take flanks or angles? You have to look at what? What do you have to be aware of? Anybody in chat? They run at your team. Well, kind of. CC, kind of. There's something like I'm talking big picture. Too slow? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Timing. Yeah, exactly. Dragonfly. Timing and placement. So in other words, my concern here is that I'm glad that you're doing this, but you need to hurry because the fight is starting and you're not on the flank. In addition, I'm concerned that you're going to flank and then find out that the fight is no longer where you flanked. It is passed on. Which is why hog flanking is a little tricky. Because you need to do it, but you need to do it where the fight is actually happening and not end up in Narnia. And you need to do it when and be there like when the fight's starting as quickly as you can. Because right now the concern is that like, oh no, you're gonna go on a flank, which is good, but you're gonna get there too late. Or you might be there way behind where the fight is actually starting. So this is why flanking is not just good enough. You have to have context with where you're going. So let's see if we get there in time. Because if this team just W keys into your Zarya, it would have been better for you to play here than to play all the way behind. Okay, so looks like you guys grab, so you guys are able to slow them down, so maybe this actually works out. No. Not only, well, yeah, this just isn't it. It's just not it. Like I don't have to tell you why this isn't it, right? She's got 483 HP. Just shoot. It's okay. Like, you're not in a rush to like, oh no, they're on the flank. Oh no, no, I have to hurry. No, just shoot her, you know? Again, even if you don't get the pick, you're still going to bait a lot of attention, probably force her fade, and whittle her down and then hook, you know? Like, she's 483 HP. Come on, man. Come on, man. Better than that. And the worst part about it is you fail the hook, and then instead of like running away or like staying on the angle, you just walk into the middle of the enemy team. Like, I want you to look at this from a third person perspective, because sometimes you lose context because you get too involved with like what's happening directly in front of you. But look at the little circles here. Look what happens. So you're on the flank, and look at what you do. So this is like positionally wise where we want you to be, right? Right? This is where we want you to be. Like, look at your team. McCree's a little close, but you got McCree's already here. Lucio spam here, not a lot of Lucio spam, but Pharmacy's all the way behind, and you are all the way behind on another angle. Like, this is what you want to see. This is really bad for goats, because they can't matrix bubble and spam in every direction. And all of these heroes have some form of self-sustain, with the exception of McCree, who should be playing a little safer. So this is excellent. The problem here is that you obviously ruin your pressure by wasting hook. So now your value is completely down right when it needs to be very high. But then look at what you do positionally. So it's just a diva. Concerning, yeah. But look at what you do positionally. Do you see the problem now? Where's the pressure from behind? It's gone, and ironically now you are being pressured from behind. So goats should absolutely win this fight now. Absolutely. And obviously I don't know if this fight was winnable for you guys because they used rally and beat, and that's really hard to deal with. Like, rally's just busted. But you had an opportunity to continue to pressure here and maybe get a pick. Maybe get a pick, you know? And now you're in the middle of the enemy team where it is most dangerous for you and least dangerous for them. Because you're like, because a lot of people get in this mindset here of I have to run towards my team. And I understand that sometimes. But if you have to run through the enemy team to run to your team, it's not worth. Tracers do this as well. They get their recall force, and then they panic and they run in the middle of the open towards their team and they get killed. Don't do this. You're extremely mobile, or you're very self-sufficient. And of course, in the instance of Hog, just live in the flank. Press E here, you know, if that diva front, and then 1v1 the diva. She can't 1v1 you. She can't 1v1 you. And if she 1v1s you, then your pharmacy is free. But now the diva doesn't even have to pay attention. The diva can matrix you and the pharmacy at the same time, and you're at higher risk. Use health packs too. Yeah, for sure. So this is where Hog is least impactful. Like, you are basically either guaranteed dead or guaranteed to do nothing. If you're gonna die, at the very least, pose a threat. Like, look at you. Like, what have you done here? Reinhardt basically was already dead. You contributed essentially nothing towards that. And really the only reason that you guys might even potentially win this fight, or potentially make this fight unwinnable for them, in other words, you might not win this fight, but at least it will be messy, is because your Lucio threatens flag. Your Lucio threatens flag, so that makes them, instead of pushing your team, they have to fall back. So your Lucio actually might clutch this fight just by slowing them down. But yeah, this is not concerning. This is concerning. Language is hard. Okay, so this fight's not winnable. Where should you go, chat? Where should our Hog go? I'm gonna answer it just like 5-10 seconds, so you guys don't have to like but right now think about it. You don't have to type it, just think about it. Where should our Hog go? Fight's lost. So you're either gonna kamikaze here. If you think you should survive, yeah, left, go up here. Make them chase you. If you think you can survive and get out in time, run off and split. Don't run just here. Run and split. Make them chase you on a weird off angle. Run. Yeah, just not. You need to look at kill feed. Look at kill feed. That was sloppy. Get out or die. That was a very delayed death. We do not like that. That was a stagger. Even if the fight's lost there, die fast. Die fast so that you can respawn fast. Don't die, then die, then die, then die. A lot of staggering is when people, and this is true for a lot of ranks, not just like bronze and silver and gold. This happens to GM too. A lot of staggering is people understanding, okay, I've lost a couple teammates, so I have to get out, but they don't get out far enough. They don't understand that the enemy team can be very aggressive, more aggressive than they normally would. Well, I'm all the way in my spawn. I should be fine. Well, they can go all the way to your spawn because your team is dead. So for you, you're like, oh, I should be safe. Like, I'm like kind of behind a corner. Like, I'm all the way over here. No, but you're not, because there's nothing stopping the enemy team from just running in and killing you now, because your team is dead. So you need to really respect the enemy team's ability to push and not stagger. And that's just for all modes, for all heroes, etc. Okay, so I do not like this. Okay, you know, actually, that's not true. The fight is happening here, so what you're doing is fine. But I like this. I do like this. So for a second, I thought the fight was going to happen here, because I was misreading the... I'm going to turn off the overlay. So this is good. This is good. This is what we want to see. Now, you guys will probably lose this, because they're Grav, Shatter, Dragon, Cole. Or Grav Dragon, I say. Grav Bomb. But, you know, this is if this fight is clutchable, it's clutchable through this. Get wrecked. That's great. Brilliant. Well done. That's just great. You got so much value out of these whole hogs, dude. Which is absolutely insane. Living too long, question mark? Yeah, to an extent, yeah. I don't know what your Lucy is doing. Alrighty. Again here, like, so if you guys are going to make a real push on this, then what I want you to do is not to go here. I know it's tempting, but if you're going to go here, go up and go up the high ground and like wrap around this way. You know, go push this brig or just walk around here. Again, like your contribution here is just minimal. It's just not very good. Have I done a Zen VOD review lately? I've done a couple Zen VOD reviews actually. There's one on YouTube. There's actually two on YouTube. One of them is like very, very high level. It'll be a little bit confusing and it's meta specific, but there's one that I did of like plat gold level that I think is actually should be impactful for all ranks. Even if you are like higher rank. And that's on YouTube, the highlights of it. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, so I don't know what your Lucy is doing. You're gonna get a res though. But yeah, you see how like this is kind of like what's going on over here. Like the Brig and Diva are like popping off over here, and you're just sitting AFK on main. Like go clear out the Ingle. You know, if there's people on the Ingle, you can go fight them on the Ingle. But like, you haven't done anything. VOD reviewing, capture the flag. Listen, I would rather VOD review capture the flag than a stupid oil warlord take funny flanks 24/7 and beat funny academy team. By the way, chat, I am going to be reviewing Lethal's McCree / Soldier in either later today or tomorrow. Lethal is the hit scan for Raspberry Racer / Obey Alliance. They just beat British Hurricane yesterday. And I'll be reviewing the replay from the official match. Why did you grab that? I have 45 minutes of capture the flag experience. Yeah. But you see, like, okay, again, I'm not like a huge fan. Okay, I'm really annoyed at the number of hot hooks that you're doing really early and scuffed instead of like taking your time. Again, like you only rush hooks when you are like hiding. They know you're here. This isn't like this isn't like, oh, I have to quickly hook here. It's like a really greedy flank, like or cheeky flank. No, just like, yeah, I don't like it. But at least you're pretty well positioned here. Like this is kind of where you want to be. Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, go get her. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Nice. Alright, whatever. Happens. Don't worry about it. Like, that was very expensive for them to do that. They wasted a lot of time doing that. Unfortunate. Used to hard grind capture the flag? I believe it. When you have like no skills for anything else, you grind weird game modes. When you have like no sense of humor and are not funny at all, you have to do funny things for people to laugh at you. Quirky, quirky, quirky. Lethal's quirky. No comment? Yeah. I didn't think you would. If I was expecting a witty comeback, it would not be from you. Alrighty. Yes, 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 yes. Sweet mercy, do this. Sweet mercy. This is where Hog is absolutely flippin' terrifying. Yes, yes, yes. Don't hook, just shoot. Probably would have preferred you to go for a hook first, just because like it's a really powerful cooldown. You might as well throw out a hook, look for a one-shot before you whole Hog. So the only time I want you whole hogging before you go for a hook is when you like, I really need to whole hog now, otherwise this fight might be lost. So like, I'm like, I think you guys are fine. I would definitely look for a hook pick here and then immediately whole hog, and then you'll have hook again. But it's a fine whole hog. Unfortunately, you got a little too close. I mean, most of the value of whole hog is going to be through your boop, so I don't think you need to get this close. So like right now, you're definitely too close. Don't need to do that. You've already disrupted enough as it is, so just that's it. GG's. So I do not agree with you being this close. So a couple of micro things for you have been, you know, looking for hook before whole hogging, not getting too close with whole hog. More importantly, like not rushing your hooks when the enemy team already knows where you are. Be more patient with your spam and then look for hook in more devolved fights. Only rush your hook if you're on a really cheeky flank. And then obviously the more macro thing, which has been the more positional split, don't stack, that kind of thing. Very similar to what we went over in the previous review. Maybe hook D.Va to bait Matrix. Yeah, exactly. Like you can hook D.Va, you can not only bait Matrix, you'll force Matrix, and then you can whole hog after. So exactly, there's like a lot of reasons why that would be a good plan. Hey, JP Luma 5. That is quite the name. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it.
Heroes never die.
But this is where like hog is really bad. So you got, look at where you got rezzed. So you got rezzed right here. And chat, why is this a really, really bad spot for hog? What is really rough about the situation here? You guys have heard me harp on this enough, so you guys should absolutely get the correct answer here. And I'm gonna wait until someone gets the correct answer. What's the issue here? What's the major issue? Right. Yeah, lethal always rushes. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the problem here is that you're on main, but also, like, where else are you supposed to go? You don't really have time to go anywhere else. So you kind of have to go main. You know, you don't really have time or opportunity to go all the way to high ground and flank around. The fight will already be over by then. So this is where hog is really bad. Like, hog is really strong on maps that are really horizontally open, that aren't like really, really long sightlines, but are really horizontally open. Like Junkertown first, you can go main, you can go right, you can go far right, you can go left. Like that's where hog is really strong. Anywhere you can hide and like peek out from. And this is like this is a little bit of a wide map. Like there's a lot of opportunities here, but like this right here is rough. Like I don't know what you do here.
Heroes never die.
Probably better that you did just back off, because like you're not gonna win that. And yeah. So like it's actually kind of funny because like I feel like you have the right idea sometimes. Like we have seen really 2 fights in a row where you've had the right idea. Maybe it's not always executed well, like you drop from the whole hog, but right now this is exactly what you want to be doing. This is where you put the most pressure, you have the highest chance of getting kills, and you're ironically also the safest. So like look at this D.Va, she's scared, man. And as soon as your pharmacy gets spawned, like she's completely free now. Or she is spawned. Where is your pharmacy? Yeah, so your pharmacy is like completely free now. So this is good. Like you have the right idea sometimes, but it's like, you know, you drive with your hands on the wheel like 50% of the time, but the other 50% of the time you drive with your eyes closed and you know hallelujah hands. Like that's no good. You don't get a pass just because you do the right thing occasionally. That's not good enough. Oh, I only officer. I only murder every now and then. You're still going to jail. Wait, what happened with Hook here? What? Okay, what happens here? Aw, come on! Dude! What did you do? Did you just bump your Hook into the wall? No! Oh! To the depths of despair! Oh, bronze called. They're insulted that you are higher ranked than them. What is wrong with you, man? Oh, that sucks, dude. Like, this is so bad. Come on. Like, you're not even an embarrassment. That's too nice of a word for you. Come on, man. Like, run, just run, just run. Okay, I mean, yeah, so here's the thing. You fed real hard. Like, there isn't any nice thing to say about this at all, like, because you just didn't do anything right. You did everything wrong. Now, that's not actually true because you did position correctly. You bought a lot of attention from Brig and Diva, but you should demech the Diva and you should have killed both. But yikes. But do you see how like you playing positioning properly wasted the time of two people for a long time? Even though you scuffed up your mechanics, should have killed the Diva, maybe killed the Brig, etc., etc., you still did enough that you've enabled this team to get split, but more importantly, this to happen. So maybe we still win this fight. Maybe we still get the flag. But like that's just atrocious. Like your macro was there, but your micro is just so bad. Nice. 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 Oh, not so nice. Oh no! I shouldn't have opened my mouth. This is great. Oh, you might lose this. Oh, you're gonna lose this. Poots. Okay. So, macro-wise, pretty inconsistent to say the least on terms of like where you're positioning yourself, especially against a composition that was gonna punish you for being on main multiple times. Micro. Let's work on like our hook. Like a lot of hooks were wasted because you're either hooking really early and when they knew you were there instead of like whittling down the resources, or you're hooking full HP targets, or not full HP, excuse me, like the sound barrier Moira. Like that's just inexcusable. Or hooking walls. Like that wasn't good. But like I'm curious to see how we're gonna do on our next VOD though, because chat, again, this is such a short VOD that he submitted to because this is a tier 2 review. Now, if you guys are interested in coaching, like actually like what reviews are looking, like what the reviews are looking like. Tier 1 is like 40 minutes, no Q&A, bare bones. I give you a post coaching checklist. I answer all your questions in stream. If you guys have any additional questions, put them as below. We go 40 minutes of the review, and then for tier 2. You go an additional 20 minutes of review, plus you get a Q&A with me. In other words, you get to actually like either over voice or over text, ask as many questions as you want, like within reason, and we get to take time to answer all those questions in detail. It's also only, if you have a sub, it's only $2 more expensive, so like $2 for like 33% more, plus the Q&A. The hook was godly though. It was a good hook. The hook him off the high ground. All right, so again, like weird scuffed goats on the enemy team, like kind of obviously not goats, but like brawlier style composition versus more spammy, like open sightlines. Again, the pharmacy or no farmer. Oh, you don't have a mercy. That sucks. You would really like to have a mercy. Yeah, I mean the same concept applies. Like again, like the hog isn't really played any differently fundamentally. From composition to composition, from situation to situation. The difference just comes with how greedy you get on your flanks. You know, how far do you go? How dangerous is it for you to be on main? And again, with this composition here, it's like, it's brawlier, so you're gonna get punished a lot harder for playing in main. Like you as a hog, you might end up running into their hog at like half the map, and that's fine. Because like a lot of people come up to me with the question of like, well, you're saying fighting for flanks and angles, etc. But half the time, I end up just fighting people on the flanks and angles. In other words, I never even get to hook the Ana because I'm fighting this stupid E-boy, you know, the stupid hog on the flank. And my point is that's fine. Because if you weren't there to fight him, then you would let him do his job. And then he would be able to kill your backline. You would rather that hog hook you than him hook your backline. So you're and essentially it's like smash E-boy versus Virgin Wizard, E-boy versus Virgin Wizard, back and forth. Yeah, Overwatch has made me say so many things that I would never in real life would have ever said. And whoever wins, then they get to go hook the backline, you know? And so your job isn't just to make the right macro decision, but if you end up running into somebody while you're doing your job, like a tracer, you know, a hog, whatever, if you kill them, then you have a free path to the backline. If you don't kill them, if you screw it up, then you need to get good. You need to be a savant when it comes to hog 1v1s. Smack them in the mouth. Hot young man. Shut up, Connor. My first Virgin Wizard. Tale as old as time. Oh gosh. All right. Match of the century. Exactly. So once again, like you're pushing main. Okay, this is a really great hook. Like this, sometimes hooking early, Ass Squatch, yikes, is like, you're kind of like the element of surprise. So I guess this works out because you get that like this brilliant hook here, but this is like the exception, not the rule. I would still prefer you to be like over here. Like great hook, like you made the best, but you're still making a mistake. I just don't like rolling out with your core here, like when you could go through here and like do a whole lot more. So I don't know. You should get the skill though. Alrighty. But you see like how your Widow like was putting so much pressure from here? Like look at your Widow. Look at your Widow. Because this is what you should have been doing. Bang, kill here. Now they're all looking at your Widow. They're not looking at your core, and she still gets the kill because she's playing along sight lane. Like your Widow's flank is almost what carried that more so than your hook. And your Widow should have been where you should have been. Oh, do you want the other VOD? Do you want this replay or the other replay? Because I don't think we're gonna have time for both. I'll notice. Up to you. Where do you want? What do you want? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way and up she rises, way and up she rises. Real Virgin Wizard, are we updating the replay or not? It's up to you, I don't care. Way and up she rises, early in the morning. Okay. What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Okay. Time concept. Now, chat, what do we think about Hog on this map? What do you think about Hog on this map? What do you think? So obviously, like, there's the inherent value of Hog in King of the Capture the Flag because the movement speed and stuff. But what do you guys think about Hog on this map? Because we already talked about like the horizontal, the angles, the flanks, etc. Funny environmental kills. Yeah. So like whole Hog here, I think is going to be like extra valuable. But I actually don't think Hog is going to be that great on this map. There's like a lot of open space, and there's not a lot of flanks. Like it's really just like one and then two, and that's it. So, I'm kind of torn because like better whole Hogs, and there are some flanks. It's probably better than like Control Center on Lijiang, but like it's not amazing. Although the one thing with Hog is like, you know, hey guys, I'm gonna stay in here and hook you off the map, ha ha ha. You know, so I mean, it's not bad to Hog that, but.
3, 2, 1.
What can you do with it? Okay, so you guys are playing like goats yourself. So chat, we're playing Brawl, we're playing goats. We're playing goats Brawl. Smack goats Brawl, smash them in the mouth Brawl. Does our Hog play with a Reinhardt now that we're playing Brawl? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What the heck? You guys are playing Mirror? You guys are basically playing Mirror. What? Ryan Zarya, Hog. Yo, that's crazy. I actually think your comp is better because I think Ana Moira is kind of like redundant. No, exactly. Yeah, no, you don't. You split because like you're not gonna do a lot in the Brawl. Like you'll do something in the Brawl, but you'll put more pressure for your Ryan Zarya to like go and rush and get kills if you threaten them over here. And then as your Ryan Zarya rush, you can look for picks. So it's gonna be like complete chaos with your Ryan Zarya. So just like split off and guard. Because like I look at this situation here, and like I like your comp better because I think Ana and Moira is redundant, and I think the soldier like splitting off with you will get a lot of kills. Like I get a lot of, because you imagine like if you guys Brawl meet here, right? And you and your soldier are sitting here, like dude, you're gonna pop. Like you're gonna absolutely pop. So I like your comp better, but please split off, please. I'm begging you. You don't have to hard split, but you need to like split around where your team is taking the fight. So like, let's see what happens here. Ah! Okay. Yeah, so this is where I would like unironically go here and do this sucker here. Like you need to watch for a hog hook, but like think about how much pressure you'll get from right here. So you'll hear me say the word pressure a lot. Pressure is damage, pressure is threat, pressure is enabling somebody else to do pressure. In other words, you can, as Moira, pocket your Reinhardt, and he does a lot more pressure than he would if he didn't have Moira. So you're indirectly doing a lot of pressure. But like you look at this here, and when I say pressure, I mean like, okay, you can land shots easier, you have an easy sightline, you're not at risk here outside of hog hooking you. And think about like, as Team Blue, they see you shooting them, they're so scared, man. They're so scared. Like on the back of their mind, they're thinking this guy's gonna hook me off the map. And that causes them to do stupid things or play inefficiently. And that's what you want. Like your job is to bait as much attention, to put out as much damage, to get as many kills. You pressure, and then like they say they all look at you, they hook you, they right click at you, they all run away. And guess what that means? There's no pressure on your Ryan, your Zarya, your Moira, your Lucio, so they just run through and kill them. So you could play here and get like a little bit of damage done and have your entire team win the fight just because you're here. This is why stats in Overwatch aren't always super accurate, like with who is playing well, because sometimes, like let's say you play in this angle here and they ignore you. You could get like all the kills in the world and get all the stats. But let's say you play this angle here and they all look at you. The Reinhardt shields you, they bubble off, the Hog hooks, like tries to hook you, etc., etc. That means that your team's gonna run through here and kill all of them. And your Reinhardt will get like 1,000,000 damage and be like, dude, I'm so good. I'm flipping killing me. They can't stop me. Meanwhile, it's your little Hog on the flank that actually carried the fight. Right? So you can actually carry the fight and get no stats. You could throw a hook out and it gets bubbled and, you know, and you get like a 0% hook accuracy, but still win the fight because of your positioning. You have this reoccurring dream that Spilo and I are married? That's funny, I have the same dream, but it was more of a nightmare. Me and Spilo as and I married myself. Okay. Yeah, so I don't want you playing here. Do you see like how hard it would be to land a hook here? Do you see how hard it would be to do damage here? Do you see how like chaotic and hard it is to see? Split off, please. Your hero is so good at it. Like again, wasted hook. You're literally just throwing like damage into a mass. And now your Ryan dies because he commits, like he shifted, he shouldn't have done that. But still, like, so much easier to get stuff done. Right, he's going back to his people, yeah. And this is where I was like, hey, we saw it sometimes last VOD, but it's clearly not enough. Like, it's not enough. If you don't, the fact that you don't split there, right there, tells me you don't understand the concept enough. Or if you do understand it, you're not practicing it enough. And that's where we have like the knowledge versus skill thing. I hope it was a knowledge thing that we could just now go and work on. Like you guys all, like no wonder the Zarya has grab. You guys were all standing in this choke and she was just launching like succulent grenades in here. Whereas you could have like made the Zarya shoot you over here, which means she gets less ult charge. And you guys can push to the choke. Like again, I'm not gonna harp in this any longer, at least in that particular fight, but unacceptable. It's not good. So you're just basically body blocking now. Doesn't really matter what you do. Maybe you guys actually get the flag now? Yeah, nice. But that's just unacceptable. It's just really bad hog play. Like, it's just bad hog play. Like, so much of this positional stuff, the reason why I harp on it so much is not just because it's like, oh, it's you play a little better, you're a little safer. It's literally you're not playing the hero right. You're not even playing hog. You're playing, I don't even know what. So it's not me being nitpicky, it's you're just not playing the game. So that's why I sound like a broken record sometimes. It's because you're just not playing the game of Overwatch. Soldier might have illustrated your point in the previous team fight, but not sure. Okay, let me actually see here. So, how does he already have visor? Am I just not? Nope. Alright, so let's look. What did Soldier do? No, Soldier's not illustrating my point. Soldier's pressing mouse 1 into a small space and hoping his damage kills somebody. When he could literally like play. Dude, Soldier, if he had rolled out here, can you imagine Soldier right here? Like, dude, come on. That would have been absolutely busted. Can you imagine like how much pressure and how many kills this Soldier would have gotten? Instead, we're doing this. Like a budget Reaper. And it only kills somebody because they stand out in the open. Like you're just capitalizing out the enemy team being a moronic. No, that was like the worst. That was even worse than our hawk. like that is impressively bad Soldier play. Oh wow. Yikes. Yeah. I hear you recently. Yeah, nobody on your team. Like this is what I was talking about with the Ashe. It's like just two big clumps mashing into each other. You suck at this game also? Yeah. I believe it. Well, farts. That's not good. Sorry for the profanity, y'all. Chat, please. Again, you guys are about to be put. Okay, here's the irony. They are playing a more brawly style composition than you guys. That's worse at controlling space because they have less mobility and range. Like, look at their comp. They have Ana and Moira. Ana is not really going to split as much. You guys have like Soldier and Hog, and yet they are splitting off more than you guys are. Okay, actually, I take that back. Soldier's splitting off. That's good. But like, look at this Hog. This Hog has the right idea. Let's see how much pressure this Hog does. Wasted hook. Okay. Dang it! My point is wasted. But anyway, I would really like you to be splitting off earlier. You had time to split off here and to play from here. I would have liked this here. Like, I would have loved for you to be here, for your Soldier to be here, and for your team to be there. That would help your team break through this choke. Remember, you have to do something kind of silly to break a choke. Not silly, but you have to take angles to break a choke. You can't just walk through a choke and expect to not die. You being here would have relieved a lot of pressure off of that choke. Instead, you sit on main and waste a hook, and they get carried by your Lucio. And your Iron still dies. Or, by the way, this whole Hog is basically worthless. That's not true. I got some shield break, but yeah. Like, your macro here is so bad. Like, so bad. Technically, Lucio split and won the fight for team. True. And not only that, let's actually go back and see what our Soldier did. Now that our Soldier actually like grew a couple brain cells, let's see what he did. Made the Reinhardt slow to get back to fight. Distracted Ana. Wasted nade. Almost killed the Ana. More pressure on Hog. Hog is like half HP before he even gets booped. Hard flank. Uh-oh.
I've got you in my sights.
Ha! Brilliant! Look at this. He scuffed up his healing station real hard. Like, look at that. You got legit hard carried by your Lucio Soldier. Alrighty. Brilliant. Like, you don't have to take my word for it, guys. Just look at what wins the fight. Or what loses the fight. He did it because of the visor. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like, a lot of, like, maybe he only did it because of visor. I was casting, do you guys remember the Hanbun Twins casting I did a couple weeks ago? Where I casted a plat gold tournament, a couple games? There was a Soldier in the game who was playing clumped in a core on a choke over and over again. And they couldn't break the choke. They couldn't break the choke. They couldn't break the choke for like 3 or 4 fights in a row. And then she gets visor after like 3 minutes. Yeah. And she goes on a flank and visors, and they break the choke, and they win the team fight because she flank visored. So I'm like, awesome. Sick. Great job. Well, then she proceeds to play clumped with core, fight after fight after fight, only flanking with visor. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that like that's completely like flanking is a little scarier when you don't have an ultimate with you. Like a visor becomes a lot more lethal on flank, so obviously you can flank greedier with it. Like I think that's great. But my point was that like you're losing fights over and over and over and over and over again, and then you only position properly when you have an ultimate. That needs to not happen. You need to actually understand that this is something that I can do even before I have ultimate. Maybe I don't play as aggressively on that flank, but I can do it before I even have ultimate. And as long as there's not like a Widow that'll blow my head off, and there's like, or a Ball Sombra Tracer that can all dive me for being too far split, you know. Alright. Still not learning our lesson. Like, I don't have to say anything anymore. This is personified why you don't do this crap. Every trash cooldown thrown in the game is going to hit you, and you don't land yours. So. I'm not going to sound like a broken record if I can avoid it. Look what that Hog is doing with this whole Hog. Way more than you ever did. No comment. Y'all are getting rolled because you're legitimately might as well be AFK. You were feeding ult charge, doing nothing with your ultimates, and doing nothing with your hooks at all. I feel like Orisa's better for how Wizard is playing. Yeah, Orisa would be better. Reaper would be better. because those heroes, while they do get benefit from map control, they need it less themselves. They don't have to abuse it as much. So Orisa would 100% be better than how you're playing it. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I'm restoring you.
Please, 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 Overwatch. Why do you tanks have so much HP? Allow me to release a dramatic sigh. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Hey! Look! We did it! We did it! We've done something! Oh my gosh! Good gosh, man! I have never seen such rapid failure, back to back to back. It's like watching a walrus attempt push-ups. It's like, like, oh my gosh. Okay, so you don't know how to play Hog. You don't know how to play Hog. If you do know how to play Hog, you're not showing it here. You're stacking with core, you're wasting cooldowns, feeding ult charge, and putting out 0 pressure. Instead of taking either hard angles or soft angles and threatening hooks that are easier to land, putting damage that is easier to land, being safer from general spam, and feeding less ult charge. You're doing your team 0 favors and you're worthless in every single possible way the last round. The previous round, you actually did more. I don't know if it was an accident or just you were paying more attention or what, where you split off more. But your macro with Hawk is really, really, really bad. Really bad. Your micro needs some work as well. Maybe we could talk about how you're using your whole Hog. You know, maybe when you're hooking, being a little more patient with hooks. But your macro is really bad, and the micro is going to be really difficult to improve until the macro actually improves. Walrus push-ups, illustration, please. Absolutely. So chat, we talked about walrus push-ups, okay? As in incompetency repeatedly, because you're going to keep trying it and you don't have, you know, the proper arms. So first off, let's look at a walrus, just so everybody is clear about what we're expecting to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, walrus. Okay? This is a walrus. Notice the lack of appendages with which to accomplish push-ups. So when we display or demonstrate walrus push-ups, it's important to keep the visual image in your mind. You guys understand? Like we know what we're expecting. All right? Uh-oh, I'm dropping. Help. Do I need to quit Discord? Chat, I'm concerned at the redness down here. Okay. No! Okay, let me know if it gets laggy. Okay, so we have these flappy things, okay? We're gonna actually turn down the camera a little bit and preferably demonstrate it physiologically accurately, okay? So like you get here, like short little appendages, and you see? Completely worthless. I would go as far to say that you're making a fool of yourself publicly. Now, as stupid as I looked, that's still not as stupid as our good friend the Roadhog looked for the last hour. That don't count. Your mama don't count. You suck at push-ups? You suck at push-ups. Got cake? What? No, I do not have cake. Please work, please. Okay, there you go. You're good? Okay. Do you have any other questions, Virgin Wizard? Whatever was going on here. That was perfect. Thank you, Spawn. I mean, obviously. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Chat, I'm having more... Here in a second. I'm going to figure out why we're dropping frames here before we go into the next review. Because we're going to go into the next review really soon. But I'm dropping frames now, all of a sudden. Dude, flip it. Okay. Here's why I'm dropping frames. So I've got this backup program for like cloud backup. and I very clearly paused it. And it's started backing up. Even though I paused it. I paused it and then it resumed itself. So I'm tilted. All right. Let's exit. No, 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 no. Go away. Do not resume again. Go away. Go away. Are reviews sub only? No. But they're a lot cheaper. There's a big discount if you get a sub. Stop! End! Sorry, chat. Okay, finally, it went away. Holy cow. It was like freaking Cortana. It kept popping up after I tried to end it. There you go. Okay, but there's a big discount for subs. It's like $10, $15, something like that. $13. Thanks. You're welcome. Thicker than a malted milkshake? Yeah, well. You really appreciate the feedback? Okay, yeah. So you do have a Froggle Bunwich. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you. I'm just gonna call you Bobcat. I'm not calling you Real Virgin Wizard. So you got a tier 2 sub. So you have a Q&A at any point in time. We can do it over voice today. We can do it next week. Because whereas I review on my own time, the Q&A is on both of our times. So we can schedule it whenever. So you can just type up any questions that you want, and then can answer them whenever you like. So you got a tier 2 review. That's take advantage of the full thing. And you can wait like a week. You know, you can train like what we were talking about and be like, okay, I think I've made some progress, but I don't think I fully understand. There you go. Send me a wall of text. You know what I'm saying? You're more zombies on the VOD review, by the way. I forgot I never subbed you. Oh. You are. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Hello. Yeah, I know. I might review you today. I don't know if I'm gonna get to you today, but I might be able to. Maybe. Potentially. We can do it later. I want to try what you suggest first. That's generally what I recommend, so that's good. Probably give it some time, you know, let it kind of settle. You know what I'm saying? Let it stew. Okay. Alright, Nunchi. Oh, please don't say anything about stew. Okay, chat, here's the deal. I'm gonna do one more VOD review, and before my stomach literally just implodes on itself, because I have not eaten lunch, we're gonna have lunch after this review. 3500 ranked game, lost, felt I was playing directly well, playing decently well, but I just couldn't win the game, unfortunately. Unfortunate, we're gonna look over this VOD review. Nunchi, is Nunchi here? Where the flip is Nunchi? Real stew hours? Yeah, absolutely. I think he said this was a Reinhardt VOD. Right? But I'm scared. Yo, what is your in-game name? I just had one slice of bread, turkey sandwich with frozen peas. Yikes, dude. Feeling the bachelor life yet? Big slam. I assume there's only, well, there's a little bit of Reinhardt here from the other team too. Big slam. Chat. So here's my problem. I'm gonna share it with you. Okay, I'm gonna share my problems. I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna like spill my heart to you guys. We have 2 Reinhardts, and I don't know which one we're reviewing because the person who submitted the VOD didn't give me the roof. Now this person starts off on Zarya and eventually goes Reinhardt, but I don't want to assume that Big Slam is Reinhardt reviewing, so I'm scared. Frozen peas. Yeah, frozen peas aren't that good. Frozen corn. Okay, chat. Really quick. Can we just pause for a second? Has anybody in here had like frozen corn niblets? Like actually like frozen corn niblets? Am I the only one who actually thinks those are really good? Like peas, I don't know about peas, but like corn niblets, like oh, just it's like it's so good. Am I the only one, or am I nuts? Yeah, just like corn kernels, like frozen corn. Okay, it is Big Slam, so we're good. I don't know. Are they're niblets? They're called niblets, right? Yeah. Anybody? Those are Pog. Okay, sick. I like grilled corn more. Yeah, obviously. I agree. Agreed. But like, you know, it's like disgusting. You've never heard of that before? Please don't say niblets. I'm sorry. That's what they are. Okay, listen. Y'all have some serious problems. Here. Corn niblets. I'm gonna look this up. Wait, I spelled it wrong. Oops. Please, please, search engine. Please justify my... Yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Y'all are... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It says it on the freaking can. Look. Corn niblets. Extra sweet niblets. Sit down, you uncultured swine. There you go. Extra sweet niblets. Yikes, dude. Imagine being that uncultured. You don't even know what niblets are. That's kind of cringe. Alrighty. So let me look at this right here. 3,500 rank game again. Lost. Felt I played was equally well. Couldn't win the game for it. Okay. So chat. Masters Reinhardt. Now, for those of you who were not here for the stream where we went over the Reinhardt in Hollywood, it was like low diamond. We like epiphany after epiphany. It was brilliant. I was in tears. Everybody was crying. The Pope John Paul personally like flew down, you know, I don't even know if he's around it still anyway. But anyway, it was a great review. Like I had a lot of fun. I felt like I learned a lot because we talked about how like we've gone over and over about Hog and Ashe and how they have to hold high ground and split and spam, you know, obviously. But as soon as you play Reinhardt, kind of like what we went over with Lucio, it's like, well, what does this hero actually do about that? Because like you could just AFK and run down main, but then your team gets shot in the head and you get shot in the back. Like this is actually a perfect example of what I'm talking about because so many flippin' Reinhardts do this. They come here and they just, and the high ground just kills their backline. And then they're like in deep. They're like, how come I'm not getting any healing? You know, and it's really problematic. So the question should be, how do you as Reinhardt contribute to like clearing out the flanks? How do you as Reinhardt contribute to clearing out high ground? And what we came up with was a twofold answer. And this is where we have a really, really important little pause before we get started. As Reinhardt, you can either directly clear out space with your shield and with your like hammer. In other words, like you could walk up high ground here and like walk into whoever's up here and clear them out and then drop to main so that this high ground is controlled by your team and or it's not controlled by the enemy team. Or in this circumstance here, the problem is obviously that I can't walk up here, really. I mean, eventually the payload will get to like here, and I think you can do a little hop from the payload if you time it perfectly, and you could go all the way behind them, but like that's rough, right? So the question is how do you clear them off of high ground when you can't actually get there? And so what we discovered as Reinhardt is that you can walk through the choke, utilize your fire strike, yada yada, but really utilize your shield and help your team clear them off of high ground before you start pushing down main. So in other words, don't just walk down main. Go here, shield them off so your team can shoot them, spam them to make them back off, and then you can push on main. So you either directly clear with your shield and hammer, or you indirectly by utilizing your team behind your shield. Because the thing with Reinhardt now is Reinhardt has by far the strongest shield in the game. By 2 times, essentially. So unless they have an enemy Reinhardt, and even then you can pressure them a little bit. You can enable your team to spam these guys a little bit, force some cooldowns, make them back off a little bit so they can't use high ground as much before you go WP. So you either remove the high ground entirely by walking through it, or you stand patiently on main and help your team to weaken the strength of the high ground before you go through it. Because you can't jump on the high ground as Reinhardt, but you can weaken the power of it. And if they are AFK and they're not even showing, you can push, walk up. Okay, now they're peaking. Now you can almost S-key back and play with your team a little bit. Or you chill and you wait for your team to deal with the high ground. You do not demand resources at the same time. So you either directly through clearing or indirectly by either playing chill or helping your team clear high ground using your shield. Wham, bam, thank you, Slam. Yeah. This is Masters. Low Masters, like 3,500 on the smackers. Righto. So let's see what we can do here. So the reason why we put a lot of emphasis as Reinhardt is because like even more so than with Hogs and Ashes, like Reinhardts do not understand this concept. You do not. I've yet to find a VOD review that goes over this concept in detail enough, which makes me upset. That I should be the first one to like discuss this. Maybe I'm not, but the first one that I found. So the reason why I'm emphasizing this so much is because it is so important, and most Reinhardts don't understand it. Everybody knows shield management and not shifting in and the swing fire strike cancel and yada yada yada. But like you need to understand this concept. Okay, so let's roll. And it's important too because it's helpful against a lot, because a lot of compositions you just can't press W at them. You have to like be patient. Okay. Unfortunate. So like right now, what is our Reinhardt's job? According with what we just said about weakening the value of high ground, we cannot clear high ground right now as Reinhardt because this high ground is not relevant and we can't clear this one. So what can we as Reinhardt do to deny the value of this high ground before we push? You can't AFK and hold shield in main. You have to push eventually. But what can you do? About to use the shield to cover Zen spam. Yeah. Yeah. Use your shield so that your team can spam out angles. So right now as Reinhardt, you can shield. Your Hanzo and Zen can spam out this hog, spam out this brig, maybe put a couple pot shots at Ana, spam out the Torb, break the turret, etc., 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 and then you push. And then you push. So let's see what we do. Because even though your Zarya is dead, you could still be putting out pressure with your Hanzo Zen right now. Because right now, look at what you... And the thing with Reinhardt is if you're using communication or if you're using voice, you can call this out too. Hey, I'm going to shield here just on the corner. Y'all can spam out these angles and then I'm going to push. Like right now, Torb can be spammed out, Hog can be spammed out, etc., etc., etc. But right now, you have a flippin' Torb on cart. Get rid of this guy. But you're not shielding. Your team keeps like peeking with your shield and then backing off because you're not shielding. You're just standing AFK. Like... There has to be a balance between utilizing your shield to enable yourself, but right now your shield is needed so your team can help you. Like in other words, if your team can't spam these guys out, they can't help you walk through the choke. So again, right there. Hey guys, come out. We can spam this Torb. Walk forward with your shield. Let them spam out Torb, and then go back main. Like your whole mindset's wrong. Like right now, enable your Zarya to walk forward and burn this Zarya. I don't understand what you're doing here. Like you're very AFK in really strange, weird situations. Go forward and help your Zarya spam them out. Like go forward. Right now, shield your team so they can shoot this hog. Please, I'm begging you. Like, obviously you can't shield your Hanzo, but this is really, really strange, really bizarre. Shield your team so they can break Torb. Oh, now you see you got in high ground. Now this is optimal. This is optimal. This is where you sacrifice your ability to shield your team, but you directly remove threats yourself. Like you literally yourself, you don't need to shield your team if you are the one baiting the attention from the things that are dangerous. In other words, if the enemy Hog and Ana are shooting you because you're in their face, they're not shooting your team and you're protecting your team. You only have to worry about shielding your team when you can't directly reach what you need to be swinging on. You see what I'm saying? So right now, because you made this hop, you can walk on the high ground, and now you don't even need to worry about shielding your team. You just worry about shielding yourself. You go in there and you smack these guys off of high ground. They go off of high ground. They drop to main, and then there you go. And now your team is not being shot in the back anymore. Hey, Money Folder. Educational Overwatch. Cap. So, good. Just be careful about your supports on the west here. Like, even if you don't get the kills here, it doesn't matter. Look at how much attention you're baiting right now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how much space your team has. This Zarya is dead. This Zarya is legit screwed because of what you're doing. Yes, tanks protect team. Team is safer. The enemy team is dead. If you as a Reinhardt can directly threaten enemies and bait attention that way, especially enemies on off angles, do it. If you cannot, you have to shield your team so that they can deal with the off angles before pressing W. There's your two concepts. That's what we look at. All right, this is good. You really need to be hitting this fire strike, so you're like chunking these fire strikes somehow every single time. You've not hit a single fire strike that I've seen. Brilliant. Go, 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 go. Push him, push him, push him, push him. How is your Zarya losing that? Like how? Honestly, how? Oh, they traded. That's hilarious. Oh no, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Please don't drop. Oh no! Okay, this is where we really have to be very angry. Like this is actually tilting. This is so bad. Is this high ground cleared? And even if it was, would it be the right move to drop? No. No, Dad. Yeah. I'm fixing to run out and get some milk and never come back. Like, I'm gonna go out and like get a pack of cigarettes and that's the last you hear of me. Like, no, it's not. This hog is still here. And even if he wasn't, your presence here prevents him from coming back. Speaking of people not coming back, you don't want him to come back. This is the father that you don't want. Like, you gain nothing. Exactly. Like, what do you do? Now what are you doing? You're like, oh, I drop on cart to protect. No, you don't protect your team here. This Genji is free. Hit the Genji. Keep the hog back. This is the space that matters, and you've completely forfeited it. Like, you get nothing. Good day, sir. And now, like you look at this and you're like, okay, what do you gain by dropping on main? You can shield off Torb spam a little bit. But again, this isn't what's going to kill your team. This is annoying, but it's not going to kill your team. You know? Like, he might get a couple of lucky headshots, but it's extremely hard for him to get anything. This is what's going to kill your team. Genji getting space so he has a free engage on Zen. Gets a hog hook. This Ana walking forward and nading. Hey, let's push the payload. We're going to lose in a second. Exactly. It's like saying, hey, we're going to guarantee lose this fight, so I might as well push the payload. But no, you're not going to guarantee lose this fight. Actually, can we look at when your Echo dies? I want to see if you could have helped this. You might not have been able to, but I'm curious. Yeah, so like you're already in the mindset of giving up, of backing off when your Echo dies. Like you could have gone in here and completely screwed this hog. Your Echo has the right idea, but she's not getting any help from her tank line at all. So you've done. Look at where this Genji comes from and what he's able to do before he engages. High ground that you just forfeited. Do you think this Genji would have been able to land shurikens from here? You would have hit him with your hammer. You would have blocked those shurikens. And he doesn't get that kill without that preemptive damage from the shurikens that you allowed. You have allowed not one, but two members of your team to die. Directly. I said this in our last Reinhardt review, but I'm going to say it again. If you, as Reinhardt, feel useless, it is because you were bad at Reinhardt. The only time that you as Reinhardt can potentially argue feeling useless is maybe against something like a pocketed Echo or a pocketed Pharah. Maybe. Or maybe like a Sombra on your backline. But even then, like, you could be like, oh, I'm Reinhardt, I'm so immobile, I can't reach these guys, I'm so bad, that Reinhardt's so weak, cry me a river. You suck at the hero, you don't understand the game of Overwatch. The reason why so many people of every rank feel useless at Reinhardt is because they're bad at Reinhardt. Big Slam, Nunchi, you are bad at Reinhardt. Rank aside. Okay. By the way, I also think it might be worth just you going up through Boxcar here, just to like check to see if there's anybody in high ground before you drop on main. And you know, obviously the issue here too is that you no longer have payload in a position to where you can actually push them off of high ground. So I don't know what you do here. Like, I don't know if you go underneath and try and take high ground from underneath, because if you can go from high ground from here, maybe they'll like turn around and threaten deal with you, and that kind of like is a way of making it work, but that's like super high risk, and there's a Torb shooting in the back or Hawk shooting in the back. Maybe you could go, I think maybe the play is to go out here. I think this is the play. You go out here and you can shield your team to spam them off of high ground, drop the payload, and then try to jump from there. I think that's the play. Truth hurts, yes. But here's the great thing about this truth is that now that you understand it, you can actually go out and execute on it, right? I'm not going to flame you without actually giving you a solution, right? It's not going to be an easy solution to do because it requires a lot of judgment and a lot of in-game or in-team fight decision-making, but at least now you know. But I think definitely the plan is here to clear high ground and then keep going here. Because, again, the answer is to deal with what's up here, not to deal with what's up here. Like, literally, look at the floor. Like, the floor is lava right now. Nobody on the enemy team is anywhere on main at all. Nobody. They're all in high grounds. They're all in off angles. If you go to main here, which is what you're going to do, your contribution will be, hey, standing AFK on main and spamming them with your team behind your shield and then going to cart, which we told you to do earlier, but that's because that was the only thing you could do. Now, because of the cart positioning, that's not the only thing you can do. You have options here. Solution, be good, exactly. So I think the key here is to clear high ground, and you need to find out a way to do that. Unfortunately, I have a feeling we're going to AFK on main. Like right now, stand here and do not move forward until that Zarya backs off. Or your team breaks, or your team breaks Torb turret. Yeah. I mean, no wonder you feel useless. No wonder you feel useless. Spam the Zarya out before you rotate. Spam the Torb out before you rotate. Spam the Torb turret out before you rotate. If you can't go high ground, or you won't, or you're just too stupid to, at least have the dignity to spam out the high grounds before you rotate. Instead, you just go. You just go. Like,
Escorting the payload. Let's keep it moving.
you know, you hate to see it. Look. You hate to see it. Because you're right, what do you do against this? What do you do? I don't even think I diagnose you with bad. I diagnose you with worst. Like, bad is not an unfriendly enough adjective. So I'm just gonna take a moment here. You missed a stationary object with a projectile the size of a truck. It's a bug? Is it? Again here, what should we be doing, chat? What should we be doing? Now that you have the knowledge, I'm not going to tell you anymore. You have to tell me. What should you be doing? How do you lose this fight? Either number one, well, there's several options here. You've got several options. I say 3 at least options of what you could be doing. They get themselves into a no-win situation with bad decisions, exactly. Like, there's nothing, at that point in time, yeah, there's nothing you could do as Reinhardt, because you'd already screwed yourself up. Now you just have to pay, like, you make bad decisions, you have to deal with the consequences before you fix them. Yep. AFK shield poke out Zarya and group on top left. Sure. You could either clear out this from here and go here with your team. You could AFK left, spam out Zarya, and then push. You could AFK left, spam out Zarya, and then walk on the hog. Lots of options. I think the easiest way would just simply to be AFK in main, spam out Zarya, then walk on hog. Like, legit, this hog has to back up. Like, he can't. He's just getting free spammed on. So, like, I think that's what I would do. Instead, we're gonna feel useless because we are useless. So here, let's change the terminology. If you say I feel useless, let's change that to I am useless. Instead, you AFK in main, you put no pressure on Hog whatsoever, who's just now free to just go on a flank and angle and do everything to you. And meanwhile, you're literally just bleeding damage. You're literally just an ult battery for your supports. But the ironic thing is that you don't even do anything with the ultimate because your team has no space. Like, what is your Echo supposed to do? What is your Zarya? Like, where are they supposed to go? Like, you have given your team no opportunity to do anything. You were literally just baiting attention of your Ana who has to permanently pocket you, and you're not doing anything with it. There you go. Like, fine. Like, why did that take us so long? Like, this needs to be a priority. And this, unfortunately, we're so slow to do it that, like, at this point in time, you guys might have already lost. Because if you look at what's happened, is they've already... Like, here's the thing, chat. you need to make these decisions fast, because the longer you AFK, the worse things go. Because right now you've been bleeding ult charge, bleeding ult charge, bleeding ult charge, bleeding ult charge, bleeding ult charge. Your team is getting poked down, poked down, poked down, poked down, poked down. Look at your Echo. Cooldowns have been used. Ana nade has been wasted now. Your team is very low HP. If you look at your shield is also missing 600 HP as well. Your Hanzo's 1 HP. Your Ana gets slapped. Like, the enemy team has abused this high ground continually for about 10 seconds. And so even if they lose the high ground here, good job. They've already, the damage has already been done. Pig's on a trip too. Yeah. This is not good. Like, you guys might still lose this fight. You have a very high chance of still losing this fight. Yeah. You guys trans. They drop for some reason. Like, can we just admire how you guys won this fight? You guys literally won this fight because somehow Echo picks Ana at like 1 HP. Hog just doesn't do anything at all. He like sees Ana and just leaves the Ana. You trance. And look at this brig. Look at this brig, chat. Look at this brig. Look at the brig. With Rally, she just catapults herself off and dies. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. You can't make it up. This is like that, I'm honestly, it's funny to me because this is exactly what happened with the Hollywood Ryan review, where our Reinhardt didn't do anything about high ground and they still won because the enemy team literally jumped off of high ground. You guys ever seen ducks do that whole like, or they, like baby ducks will like jump off of really high ground and people have to like save them because they're like thinking it's water or whatever? That's literally like the enemy team. No, don't jump off that, please. Like don't do that. Please don't do that. And that's what they did. So yeah. So you contributed almost nothing to map control. But thankfully, the enemy team just catapulted themselves off of the map, so that was helpful. In all honesty, though, like you clearing this right here was good. Like that was the one like little highlight from that push here. Yeah. As bad as you, yay! Yeah, but you got to be better. All right. So the way to play Ryan is you either contribute to clearing the high ground, either through walking at them or shielding off so they can spam them out, or you play in locations where the high ground doesn't matter. In other words, like on Hollywood 2nd, Ryan is really bad because there's so much high ground and so many flings that it's really hard for you to help to all of it. You can help with some, but you can't help with all. However, you can play underneath the high ground where there's a lot of cover. So if you guys can get cart to like here, it's hard for them to abuse high ground a lot. You push cart, you push cart. And then by the time you get to here, high ground really matters. And you can't just keep pushing cart. But by here, you can actually go and take high ground, right? So our goal here is either to maybe even honestly, like you could like pin up here and walk up here with Reinhardt and shield and just be annoying and like threatening, or you can push cart and play underneath the high ground where it's hard for them to get value from it. But what you do not do is you do not AFK here. This is bad. This area is the worst spot. This is where high ground gets the most spam. So let's see what we do. Commander Smurf now? Hey, congrats. I honestly don't know anything about military, like, promotions and stuff. Alrighty. Yeah, go up. Like, right now, we're not doing anything. Yeah. See, this is it. So now, you didn't do anything the last, like, 10 seconds. You just, like, walked around, like, swinging your hammer around, looked like a complete moron. However, we've now reached a point to where the space is now held. Like, look at the situation, chat. What's the point of high ground if you can just stand below it and wait for them to drop? Because for them to get from point A to point B to underneath high ground, they have to walk underneath you, and you can kill them as they get there. The additional thing, as we already said, is going underneath high ground only works for so long. In other words, eventually the cart is going to get to here, and then they are going to have to push cart out in the open. They can't hide underneath it. So it's that point in time where the high ground starts to become relevant. So you hold it because it's strong here, because eventually they're going to have to go out in the open and it's strong again. And honestly, most importantly, if we're honest, most people aren't smart enough to actually play underneath high ground. If you can't get high ground, most people will just stand out in the open, right? So I'm giving you a tip to what to do if you can't get to high ground, but most people don't even think about it. So holding high ground is good because most people are boorish morons and will just stand out in the open. So hopefully that makes sense. But I'm glad that we're here because it's going to be really, really hard for them to like they can't take this anymore. So now you guys really only have to worry about up here and over here. Can't go high ground, just gets die then. Yeah. Hey, we hit a fire strike. Man. Okay, so you guys are they're nanoblading, so this might just be, you know, GG's. You know, that happens. Like it is what it is. You guys don't have trance, just GG's. But my eye roll comes from this. Why? Are you literally just gonna let your Hanzo just die to the spring? Like, Rallying Brig can't kill you. She can't kill you. There's no way. She walks at you, she's gonna die. I don't care if she's rallying or not. You literally just dropped off of high ground. Why? Like, I understand, oh, well, I want to push cart. Okay. But the cart is already pushed up far enough to where if you win this fight, you win. And also, the fight's starting. Win the fight. Screw cart. Win the fight. Get off of... I don't even care if you're looking for a shatter. Like... I just don't understand. Holy cow! Let's see it, boys. Funny Asian tech Smurf. Alright, what are we gonna do to clear space? Yes. Again, this is a situation where you as Reinhardt can do nothing here with your hammer. They're too far away. But that's okay. You can walk out and shield. This Hanzo has to run away because he's going to get shot and he does not have a shield. Zarya has to run away. She doesn't have a shield. Genji might have to run away. He doesn't have a shield. Now he's going to be harder to hit, but you get the idea. This is where Reinhardt can contribute to fight without actually being within swing distance. Yes. Look at that. I don't know if that was necessary, but sure. Like, do you see this? Brilliant. Mostly brilliant. I think brilliant. Something's happening behind us. Oh boy. I have to watch this again, chat. Go, Power Rangers. Yeah, I would definitely... Okay, so you saw Hanzo climb over you and ignored him. But this Hanzo should die. This Hanzo should have died. That was bad that you didn't pay him attention. Oh my gosh, you actually lived. That's hilarious. Okay. So yeah, you really... The Hanzo... Like, what happens to this Hanzo, man? I'm actually shocked here. Look at this Hanzo, chat. Like, you gotta be kidding me, man. You got, like, what am I looking at? You've gotta be kidding me. You literally just ignored the Hanzo. Your entire team ignored the Hanzo directly in front of your face and let him get an angle on you guys. That's so cringe, man. So, like, fundamentally, you walking out of this high ground was good, but everything after that was just bad. Everything after that was just bad. Captain Smurf is apparently, like fighting ants that are blind as bats. Alright, go high ground. Get rid of Captain Smurf. Go. Screw cart. Cart's far enough. Go. Up. At the very least, you being here gives you a better angle to shield off a little bit. You can throw fire strikes here. You can prevent them from taking here. You see a brig, you can walk around and push her here. But, like, do something, please. You could walk up high ground and back off to deal with the Genji. Like, this isn't great, right? This isn't great. There's not a lot you can do here, but it's better than doing this because this is literally nothing. Because the cart is even, especially at this point, because okay, I can see some logic if I want to pressure cart a little bit here and then go up. But now the cart's pushed as far as it's going to go. It's going to go no further. So there is literally zero benefit for you to be pushing up a cart anymore. Go contribute to the fight. Don't push Hog. You're not going to kill Hog. Hog doesn't matter. Hog isn't going to do anything. This high ground is what matters. Go up there. Go swing in the Zarya or something. There you go. Now go push Hog. Look at him. He's just walking through you. And again, like, look at what's actually happened here. Can we admire, like, where's this Genji? Could you have helped with this at all? Could you have seen this? No, not really. Where was he? Was he all the way behind you guys? Like, I mean, you could just, like, look at your team positioning. Like, everybody in your team is just sitting in the middle of the road. Like, this is, Overwatch is like real life. Get off the middle of the road. Get off the middle of the road. Can you imagine if you were high ground here with your Zarya Ana and your Zen was like, you know, here-ish, or Hanzo was here-ish, you know? This is just atrocious. Like this, and obviously your contribution to this isn't really great. It's not a lot, but it's something. It's something if you do something, but you've done nothing. You have done nothing. You have done nothing. You've contributed nothing. This is so frustrating to me. Like, if you, there needs to be like, okay, there needs to be like this, some sort of like this internal timer of, I'm not doing anything. Something's wrong. Something is wrong with what's going on. Like, I know I'm Reinhardt, I know I'm limited in my scope, but I'm not pressuring any high grounds, I'm not holding any flings, I'm not holding any space, I'm just sitting on cart. Something inside the back of your mind has to go beep, 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 beep. This is wrong. This is just, like, there has to be that kind of, like, self-awareness that I don't have to know exactly what the best play is every single time. I'm not inexperienced. I'm still learning the game. That's okay. So are all of us. But have at least the self-awareness of knowing something is wrong. It's like trying to coach somebody who's completely tone deaf how to sing. There could be people that are like, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. I'm sorry. I gotta work on that. Like, that's okay. At least you know what a good sound sounds like, and you're giving yourself feedback. For me, I don't, like, you're just completely oblivious that you're doing things wrong. There's no, oh, I need to try something. It's just, I'm fine. How do you coach that? How do you coach that? So my job here with this flaming and raving and ranting and roast reviewing is to, like, I want you to, every time you go into a game and you feel like I'm not helping create space or clear space, I want to hear my silent, squeaky, prepubescent voice in your ear going, like, there's, like, I don't care how much you hate me, but there needs to feel, you need to feel something wrong when this kind of stuff happens. We're still talking about Captain Smurf. Good. This is great. Look, this is great. Like, this angle isn't the most important angle, but it's something. And you're contributing. You're helping your Zarya. Goodbye, Genji. Goodbye, Brig. Goodbye, Zarya. Brilliant. Reinhardt Shield is the most powerful, like, right up there with, like, I don't even know what. Like, Harmony Orb, Discord, Mercy Pocket. Like, this is busted, man. Reinhardt Shield is the best thing that the Zarya could have. Better than a Brig Pocket, a Zen Pocket, an Ana Pocket, a Mercy. Like, it's invulnerability in this given circumstance. It's invulnerability. Like, they literally cannot get rid of her until your shield breaks, which takes forever. Good job. Okay. Now, this is where, you know, cart push does matter a little bit, so I understand dropping main, but you have to be extremely attentive to, like, okay, somebody's here, I go up and push them here. Great. Okay, somebody's pushing here, I go up and push them here. And then don't AFK on main. Even in a situation like this, where everything is kind of down main, so it's tempting to only play main, you play main, but you're very responsive to left and right. You're very responsive. What's my karaoke go to? I don't know, give me something, I'll try it. I'm just gonna purposefully butcher it. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Just take the L. Take the L. Seaman Apprentice Smurf. You guys are freaking me out. They literally have to deal 5 Zarya's HP. Yeah, exactly. Your fire strikes, man, are really problematic. So, something else you could do here. So you can't do it now because like they're like already committed. But what I would look to do if I were you is I would strongly consider like pushing cart to here, and then I would go up and clear high ground here. Like I would go up here with my Zarya and my Hanzo and Ashe maybe, or like my Zarya and Ashe or something, and you smack this on it and then drop to main from here. And that way what you've done is you have to also think, Tyrus, it's not just about clearing high ground. You enable your team to go up and walk to high ground, and you could just stand here and shield for a second. Stand here and shield and just let your Ashe and Hanzo have like a field day for like a couple seconds and then drop to main and push cart. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, I'm not super nitpicky about like how you do it, but you need to be in the proper mindset. You know, we need to be in the mindset of that's what we look to do as Reinhardt, and then you kind of figure out like what's the how long should you be on the angle, how long should you be there, etc., etc. This Brig is dead again. This Brig is way too aggressive with the rallies. She's like frontlining. All right, so what should we do now, chat? What should we do now? What do you guys think we should do now? Now the Genji's behind. That's a little concerning. But I want you to walk forward with your Zarya and let her just murder everybody, and then go to high ground. Don't drop your shield, please. Like, I get that you're low. Okay, now you're fine. Walk forward with your Zarya. Walk forward with your Zarya. Please, please walk forward with your Zarya. Man. Like, I don't even want to flame, man. I just feel sad. What? Why? You guys just lose. Just back off. Just back off. Back off, back off. If you're not going to back off, at least have the dignity to walk up here with your Ashe, and that's the fight you take. Because again, you're not going to win this game because of what happens here. It's going to be what happens behind here and what happens up here. Most importantly here. Walk up the stairs. Walk up the stairs. The Hanzo dies and your Ashe takes the high ground. Walk. 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 Or back off. Whatever. Okay. You miss your fire strike again. Am I missing something, or did you miss your fire strike again? Like, dude, you can't do this. Like, this has to stop. This can't, like, I don't normally go over micro stuff as much, but this can't happen. Like, you're masters, you're nano boosted. Like this like if this fire strike might hit the Ana, you know, and that Ana is now 1 HP. Or dead, actually. Like, come on, man. Come on. Come on. And right now, yeah, like now it's too late for you to really worry yourself about high ground because you have to touch cart. Because that's overtime. But like, I honestly don't know if I'd pin that either, because he was nanoed. But whatever. Like here, it's obviously fine to be in cart because like last fight you have to touch, etc. But okay, we'll watch a little more. We'll definitely watch a little more here. But I'm really concerned. So I want to just like take a pause for a second. I am really concerned with how you're controlling and taking space. You are very content to sit AFK on main. Way too much. Way too much. And it is a symptom of you thinking that like, oh, my impact is limited, when that is absolutely false. You have an immense impact on any angle or high ground or flank that you choose to contribute on. And if you can't contribut, then you need to think about like, how can I shield it? How can I position myself to do something, to contribute something? Think about like, why am I echoing? What the heck? But like, you need to figure out a way to like figure that out, and it needs to be like ASAP. In situations where you can't clear the high ground, when you can't reach the high ground, at least have the dignity to play slow on main and use your shield to allow your team to clear the angle before you push on main. This player doesn't play for map control. Well, here's the thing. I guarantee you that 99% of Reinhardt players from 4.3K, 4.2K and below don't. So many Reinhardt players, they completely ignore this part of their kit entirely, or this part of like how they play entirely. Like, I don't know how to explain like how many Reinhardts miss this, more so than a lot of other heroes. Like, it is a huge part of his kit that so many Reinhardts just scuff up. Chat, what is Reinhardt's job in this composition, in this situation right now? What is Reinhardt's job? Simply put. To do what is his job? Don't just say shield bot. Why would shield bot be his job? What is the purpose of his shield? Like, what is his job? How do you win or lose first point? How do you win or lose it? What part of the map matters? Obviously. To protect his team when they poke from high ground. Yep. Control here. This space. You control the space. You help your team abuse the space, and you prevent the enemy team from taking it away. Now, at some point, you might have to drop on cart, to stop cart. Maybe like here. Right? But as long as your team controls this high ground, and the enemy team does not, it will be very hard for you to lose this fight. Now, obviously, you can lose fights even if you have map control. We talk a lot about angle and flank and high ground and map control, right? But you will absolutely lose fights. But map control is the biggest contributor to winning a fight outside of man advantage and ults. In other words, having high ground or map control is basically like having a free ultimate when the fight starts. I want you to think about it like that. And so you need to be protecting it. It is a big advantage. You won't win every fight, but you will win more than your share. So don't drop. Don't drop. Like right now, as soon as they walk into your space, like right now, I would be shielding. I would be shielding and say, guys, spam. I'm shielding. Like, this is when you can call your shield and be like, yo, I'm just pop my shield out here. You guys rain fire on these morons. Like, burn. Like, you might lose your shield, but it doesn't matter because you will trade shields, and their squishies will be in a worse position than your squishies. So you don't care. You don't care. And you're not at any risk of dying, so you don't care if your shield breaks. But they are, right? So just stick your shield up. So you're conserving shield here when you need to be using shield, because they're like, here's the thing, you don't want to peek. So in other words, here, let's actually get a really good example of this. Wasting shield would be a Reinhardt holding this corner and shielding out this way while his team is on high ground. Why? What is wrong about shielding here when your team is on high ground? Maybe you have like a McCree on high ground poking. Why would that still be a waste? Why would that still be a waste? Even if you had a McCree with you. Maybe not a complete waste, but not a great use. No angles, not establishing anybody, not enabling anyone. Right, like even if your McCree was here, like your angles aren't great, but more importantly, it's only 2 of you guys versus 6 enemy team. Shielding here is fine because all 6 of your team is contributing. All of them. This is what you want to protect, this area. So right now, you want to be shield botting, because they're walking into your this open area. This is where you guys should butcher them. Okay. Instead, your team just isn't getting a lot out of the high ground at all. Like, first off, the first mistake that your team is making, you can see it right here, chat, is how they're all stacked up. So it's very difficult for you guys to be shooting them at all. They can just stand behind Rein Shield and they're all safe from your spam. So your DPS is terribly mispositioned. Like at least your Hanzo should be over here, or even your Zarya would go very well over here. You know, you're not exactly doing any favors. I don't know if you're not communicating or what, but like your team is not utilizing your shield at all, and you guys literally just get surrounded. You guys get surrounded. Like, look at the Zarya on out. Look at the Genji. The Tracer gets underneath and gets away with it. Like, not good. Not poggers at all. So your error was very simple, very limited in scope. I'd pin out. Oh, I almost got her. It was very limited in scope. In other words, you didn't make a lot of errors there, but the one error you made was very bad. You just didn't use your shield. You just lost the fight without actually getting anything out of your shield. You could have allowed your team to put so much more pressure. Instead, you did nothing. You got nothing out of your shield. Your shield is either to allow your teammates to spam safely, or it's used to protect yourself while you take space on the enemy team. That's it. And they did neither there. Court-martialed Smurf, Pepe. You guys are still going! Wait for them to come and line of fire with the payload? Yeah, exactly. This is a feed. I don't know about this. There's just no way you guys win this. Your Honor might have called it, in which case I understand, but there's no way you guys win that. You guys had nobody. I mean, you had nobody with you. You just had nobody with you. Like, look at when you drop. Like, first off, you guys are all clumped up through the choke again, and you know, no. Your Ana shouldn't have dropped, but still. Yikes! Really, really yikes, dude. This is really bad. Got Blade out before Nano though. True. So you guys should have a. I mean, you guys should be able to win next fight, or you have a higher chance to anyway. Oh no. Stream sniper down. Get down, Mr. President. Okay. So, chat, what is the plan here? What should our Reinhardt do? What should our Reinhardt do? I can think of 2 things that I would do back to back here, almost without exception. Who's too busy leading Turkey? Yeah. Shield his spammers, exactly. Shield his team to allow them to take space. So shoot the Genji, shoot the Zarya. Because it's not just, this isn't just the enemy team. This is just 2 members of the enemy team. So it's a 2v6. So just spam them out. Then what would you do? Spam them out, and then what? I know what I would do. I would press shift. I would shield. I would press shift and beat the Zarya all the way back to her team. And I'd clear high ground right here. That's what I would do. Yeah, exactly. I would go out and take high ground. I wouldn't even drop. I'd charge across. If you drop, you're going to drop and you're going to walk up the stairs and smack this Zen and Ana back to their team. Let's see what we do. Shield them off. Zarya. Genji's deflect. Genji feeds. Brilliant. Zarya has to back off. She's used personal bubble and she has to back off. Go up the stairs, please. Up. Nice. 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 Like, look how much space you created for your team. You got rid of the Zarya and the Genji, first off, which was big. Then look at this. Zarya's back, which is why I would have preferred you to shift across, because you can, like, clear her without her sneaking back behind you. But look at the Ana. Look at the Ana. The Zen had to drop. Zen is standing now completely out in the open. He was safe here. You made him drop all the way out in the open here. Ana has to play super hyper conservative. Zen starts shooting you. Payload is basically stopped. And your Zarya is allowed to take high ground because of you, as is your Hanzo. So we can look at this and say, this is not very smooth. So you didn't do this cleanly. This wasn't a clean engage, and you could have done this a lot better. You could have pinned across and cleared out the Zarya entirely without letting her double back. But the idea is still there. Hey, thank you for the sub, Artie Devs. I appreciate it, brother. Or sister. Thank you so much. So, this is good. This is not great, but this is good. And you guys should win the fight now. Because Zen and Ana are in really, really bad positions. Your Zarya and Hanzo are in really good positions. And, you know, Reinhardt's doing what you did. He just pushing cart, and he accomplished nothing this entire fight. Right? Because you don't just take my word for it. Look at the enemy Rein. What did he do? Easy. Pin up the stairs. No. I'm saying pin across the gap. You can pin. I'm pretty sure you can pin across the gap here. I think so. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can pin across the gap here. Clunk, and then clear out the Zarya this way. I'm not saying pin into them, but just pin to get across the gap. Good question. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. Don't fire strike. This does nothing. You already have Earth Shatter, and this puts no pressure out because they're in their spawn. So all it does is feed support ult. If they don't have them already. So yeah, just stand here. Like, stand here. Challenge them to take this high ground away from you guys. No, 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 no. You don't care. You do not care if they walk down main. Who are you protecting? Now, this guy shouldn't be here, and this guy shouldn't be here. But I don't even agree with this here. I agree with you standing here and allow your Zarya to maintain high ground. And you can honestly just shatter the backline. Like legit, just shatter the backline. The only time you need to be putting, like dropping main is if like a big chunk of your team is there and the enemy Rein has shatter. That's the only time. Those two things have to be both simultaneously there. If he doesn't have shatter, don't need to be here. If he has shatter, but your team isn't, not many of your team is here, then you don't need to be here. He does look very anxious to drop early. Yeah, exactly. Because like look at what's happened. Look at what's happened. Now, could you have contributed this? Probably not. Well, actually, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. You could have absolutely prevented this Echo from doing this. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Look what this Echo does. You're right here. And right as you drop off of the high ground here, this Echo walks within swing distance and shield range and murders your Hanzo. You can't stop her from doing this, but you could have stopped her from the initial spam, and you could have hit her with your hammer. What's the macro call to deal with Nanoblade? Just go. Go take a fight. Do it quickly. Or, it depends if you have a support ultimate or not. But, like, just take a fight. Don't wait for them to set up the perfect Nanoblade. Like, you guys should have just gone in and high nooned. If they're gonna Nanoblade, make them do it when they have, like, no space. Like, the Genji right now, don't let the Genji get this aggressive and take this much space before he Nanoblades. You guys should have already gone in and fought. You guys could have gone in and just, like, high nooned from back here and just, like, gone in and flank shattered. You know what I'm saying? Or from high ground shattered. But, yeah. Again, you're giving up space. Like, this is just so bad. This is so bad. All right, listen, Savage Drone. Listen, Savage Drone. There are people whose opinions matter a lot. Friends, families. You know? People I respect. People I look up to. Then there are people whose opinions don't matter. And these are people I do not respect. And people that are rude and ugly and hurtful. And then there's you, who, if you had an opinion, I don't even recognize it as a bad opinion. It is so below my radar that it doesn't even register. So, just so we're very clear about where you stand. You're not worthless. You're not even worth saying that you're worthless. Like, nice job. Like, congratulations, you shattered shield. Like, just don't take the Reinhardt versus Reinhardt trade, man. You be the smarter Reinhardt, playing around space that matters more. Pen. Thank you. Nice. I knew you could land a fire strike. I knew it. What happened to your grab, though? Did it get reflected? Did it get deflected? I'm honestly curious. Where did your... Are you flipping kidding me? What? Dude. How does this Genji do this? But when McCree flashbangs like 6 inches in front of me, I can't deflect that. Deflect is so stupid, man. It either has like the hitbox of a truck. Like he wasn't even looking at this Zarya. Come on, brother. But it doesn't deflect like some of the most important things in the game. I've literally been shot in the head at like a slight off angle when I deflect up. That's a load of horse manure, man. That ability is so inconsistent. I mean, but yeah, but again, like, what have you done this fight? You enabled, you just basically allowed the Echo just to walk forward. You've protected your team literally 0. This Zen and Ana, like, oh, dude, just drop shatter these guys. Come on, do it, you absolute coward. It gets slapped, you'll be slapped, and it'll be terrible, and I'll make fun of you, but like, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Because like you have to think that Reinhardt knows you have shattered too, so he's like also scared of like walking down main and shattering your backline. He's like, dude, what if my backline gets shattered? And the difference is you hit he can just jump onto my backline. Their backline has like a shield and stuff, and like they're in cover, and like I really am bothered by your play. Like it is so unimaginative and boring, which means it's bad. Like I'm not just saying that because I like flavor, but because it's just it ends up being bad gameplay because of that. I love playing against Ryan Zarya's Ana because it's fun to try and not play the Zarya bubbles. Yeah, true. But yeah, Captain Smurf with the clutch. Captain Smurf down. Captain Smurf down. I repeat, Captain Smurf down. Chat, is our Reinhardt doing the right thing here? Is our Reinhardt holding the corner and swinging into the Met the choke the right thing here? Because we've gone on and on and on and on and on and on. Here's another circumstance. Is it the right thing to do here? Blizzard changed the code to make Captain Smurf stuff like your choice search? Yes. Why do you think this is the correct thing to do here? Why do you think? Where are the angles that you need to control, like you need to spam out here or clear for your team or hold for your team? Like I don't know where they are. Like you guys already have high ground here. This high ground is not being used at all. So yeah, you might as well just go corner. Yeah. So I'm fine with this. Hold the corner. Because the high grounds are already taken by you guys. So sure. Push, 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 push now, 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 push now. Why are you not pushing? You are up one. You blithering idiot. Walk around the choke. Chat, who do we push right now? Do we pin into Zenyatta and Ana? Or walk towards Zenyatta and Ana? Or do we clear Zarya and Genji? Which one do we which do we push for? This is really important. Which do we go for? No bubble and anti, but immediately as soon as anti was done, you should have gone. Just walk forward with mouse one and let your team spam him out. Yeah, I would legit pin Zarya. Just go in. Because again, these guys are on the angle, so they're going to kill your team. These guys are too far away and they're on the low ground, so they can't kill your team. So like, obviously you guys might get shot a little bit by Zen as you walk, but I would shield this way, walk towards the Zarya, clear out the Zarya. As soon as Zarya is back towards your team or dead, then you can push down main. Clear out the angles. Good, 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 good. Walk forward, walk forward, walk forward, walk forward. Walk forward. Look at your team. You could not be more sissy if you could try. You're like a 4-year-old on a triple looping roller coaster. You could not be more cowardly, incompetent, and stupid than you are right now. I've had enough. I've lost it. There's no more patience. I'm tired of this. What is wrong with you? Go! Go! What are you doing? You're just absorbing damage while your team is actually fighting for the stuff that matters. Good gracious, man. You couldn't be worse if you tried. Holy cow. Again here, like, you're not really positioned really well to control an angle, and your angle's already controlled. So just stand on corner. Punish corner. You could. The only thing I would say maybe I would go up to high ground and shield high ground to start. Just so they don't, like, harass your Zarya off of high ground before the fight starts. Just shield. Oh, come on. Go, 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 go. Back, 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 back. Yes! Yes, queen! Very good. This is good. Need healing. People that do things get healing. You get nothing. Unlucky. Whatever. Not a big deal. Chat. Where do we walk? Chat. I swear. I'm gonna do something really bad. I'm gonna do something real bad if we don't walk out from high ground here and claim this. I'm gonna lose. We're done. We're gonna be done. If you walk down main unnecessarily to stop a cart that is 1,000,000 miles away, well, let's see. Will you have time? Okay, forget I said anything. Forget I said anything because the cart's too close. Did you miss another fire strike? Or did it just get bubbled off? Did you miss another fire strike? Dude. Dude. Dude, please. Please, I'm begging you. This is like the 6th or 7th fire strike in this game that has clunked into a wall. But yeah, this is what matters. This is what matters. And you guys really have no chance to win this fight because they have high ground control. So like, you guys aren't gonna win this. Not gonna matter. I'd be shocked if it matters, because this entire time. Oh wait, what? They're not in high ground anymore. Oh, he's in. Okay, maybe you guys do win this. This is winnable now. They didn't get squat from that high ground. Yeah. Nice. Don't love you, Zanzibar. Couldn't care less. CBA. Yeah, decent chatter. Chat, where should our Reinhardt be? So, considering the position of the payload, where should our Reinhardt be? Like, not even arguably, like, unquestionably, where should our Reinhardt be? Not indubitably. 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 I got it. Top right. Yes, get on the flippin' truck and sit there with your Kree Zarya and beat the poop cheeks out of the enemy team as they walk up, because they've got a shield and they can spam on the Reinhardt, on the backline, and all that juicy stuff. And then you're gonna drop to the corner and stand there when you absolutely have to. Indubitably. Spam this pot for Spylo hot. And scream miracles. You do it. Wait, what? I'm not wrong here. What are you doing? Can we get this again? What are you doing? You blithering idiot. Look at your McCree! Oh, what are you doing? Stream Sniper. Okay, so first off, Stream Sniper was pushed up way too far, so you can't help with that. But he should immediately go back to high ground. Go. Look at your team. Look at your team. All of them phenomenal disappointments. Oh, look at Tracer. Look at the Echo. She just walks and takes the high ground away from you guys. Worthless, man. Your DPS are literally playing. They're playing like they've had their balls chopped off. Pardon the crude term, but like they're playing here because you can't. They have no shield. They have no resources up here at all. Like, if you play here, they will come. They will come. They will use this. If you can tell them, you can. Hey guys, I'm gonna shield you up here. They will come. It's just rough, man. This is just rough. Again, like, what you're playing Kree, Ana, and Zarya, and all heroes that can benefit from this. Heck, even your Tracer could use your shield a little here, you know? And here you are, sitting on main, because you're scared of a Nano Blade that would shatter nobody of your enemy of your team, because your Brig is like playing back here. Like, honestly, like, you guys could play as 6 up here, and then you could drop to cart. Then where's the threat of shatter? I don't know. And you just lose, because Nano Blade, funny. Like, you could have high nooned ages ago from here. Or nanoed ages ago. I don't have any, like, you've done nothing. You've just done nothing. You've been worthless. And I want to remind you guys that Nunchi says, felt like I was playing decently well, but just couldn't win the game, unfortunately. So, TLDR, Nunchi, TLDR for me. Sum it up. Sum it up for me. I'm not doing anything. And you guys in chat, help him out. Or her out. I don't even, Nunchi, are you a dude? I don't know. Like, what needs to be done? Clear angles before pushing main. Good. And what's the flip side? Clear enemy angles before pushing main. Okay. And what if you have the angles already? How do you position? So you clear before pushing, but what if you're on defense? Yeah, so you're either clearing angles before pushing or you're controlling angles before dropping. As long as you can. You drop you stop cart as late as possible, or stop them from capping point as late as possible. You're on the way to the city center, go up the elevator and sit in high ground until they're about to cap, then drop. You want them to get as much shield value as possible before the fight starts. Fight to keep your angles or fight to take them away. Exactly. It's the same, different sides of the same coin. Exactly. Understand which parts of the map to control and how to help them getting those parts. Exactly. That's another thing too, because we talked a lot, because like, I'm not going to say the concept's really basic. Well, the concept's basic, but it's a little hard because you have to understand like what parts of the map are good. For example, like you have to understand that this part is really strong, right? You have to understand that like this part is really strong. And so you can apply the concept on different parts of the map, but sometimes it'll take a little bit of some experimentation to figure out like what flanks that you can help with as Reinhardt. Like you have to be able to know, for example, that like when the cart's here, you can jump from the cart onto the high ground and clear out this high ground here. You know what I'm saying? Like most Rhines might not know that. Most Rhines might not know about like, hey, I could clear out this and then do this here. Or like maybe you don't know that like this part of the map is like really, really strong. So like it just takes some experimentation, but you need to be in the right mindset. Otherwise the experimentation either won't happen or it will be done poorly. So Magan Man nailed it. What did Magan Man? You need to know what ground is strong and fight for it. Sure, that's a succinct way of putting it, for sure. The thing is even if the enemy team was Brawl versus Brawl, you still would clear high grounds. You would still, because maybe you're playing with a Kree, maybe you're playing with a Mei or an Ana, or even like a flippin' Reaper. They all could get value from playing high ground. They can drop from the enemy team, they can drop from a flank, they can spam easier. Like high ground doesn't become less important just because you're playing shorter range heroes. I mean, okay, that's not fair. It does become a little less important, but not by much. You're very welcome. Yeah, it's okay, Nunchi. Honestly, my existence, let's be honest, the fact that I'm coaching a bunch of bots on a stream, like it can't get much lower. Like it just can't get much lower. I mean, I could be, you know, shoveling pig manure and probably be doing a lot more than I'm doing here. At least I'd be, you know, keeping myself distance from the pig manure. Right now, I'm actively working through and coaching and like wallowing in the pig manure. So, but yeah, you're welcome. If that was a sub VOD review, Nunchi, was that an old sub VOD review? Were you the last one? I honestly cannot remember. This is the peak of the mountain, dude. Okay, well, there's a lot of like animal refuse at the top of the mountain. Okay, all right, then you're all set then. I was just saying that Reinhardt isn't valuing the poke phase, even though I haven't poke comp. Yeah, true. You're actually goat manure? Okay. That's probably more sanitary than pig manure. Probably more sanitary. Some people say it's made out of mud. Let's do this, chat. Let's do this. So here's the deal, boys and girls. Here's the deal. So we have options here. I want to do a hammer time. I want to do a hammer time here. Oh my gosh, we have so many hammer times, chat. All right, chat, here's the deal. I need to get food. There's food in the stove, so I'm gonna have to eat, and we'll do hammer time. So for those of you guys who don't know what hammer time is when people submit educational content to me, I go through it and I say, man, that sucks. That is scuffed. Or man, that was okay. That was tolerable. Or man, that was great. That was beefed, brother. That was sick. Right? That was really helpful, really educational. And you guys get to decide what we get to go over. So I have, Are You a Loser? Overwatch Guide by IOStux. So let me set up a poll here. You guys get to pick what I do. Are you a loser? Blah, 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 blah. IOStux. Are you a loser? And a loser. I have Flat Mechanics Isn't Everything. Mechanics Isn't Everything by Flats. Flats. I'm actually gonna type these up. How to play a double bubble. I'm not gonna do Coach Hayes double bubble. I just had him featured on stream, and I like Hayes. I'm not gonna rip somebody who I just featured on stream, and I was probably pretty good anyway. So like, plug their Twitch. Overwatch University. Plug their Twitch. I don't know what this post is about at all. And then Action Esports. What is poking? All right, so in your chat box, you should see Oh, I can't do Are You a Loser. Dude, Twitch is flipping. Are you a... I'm gonna misspell loser, guys. A loser. Wait, I can't do loser with a Z? Are you a... loser? There you go. Okay. Vote, guys. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be right back. Actually, we should listen to some music while we're waiting. We should listen to some music while we're waiting. I just love classical music so much. It's like something that you don't always feel like maybe you're listening to something else, but it's never bad. It's just never bad. Classical music is never bad. Be right back, guys. Let me get some food. Actually, I gotta pee too. Give me like 1 sec. Give me like a couple seconds. Alright, my audio back? No. I'm a bad man, boys and girls. This is a pot of rice. This is like brown rice with like turmeric in it, and butter and salt and pepper. I'm gonna sit here and be eating out of a pot. That's what we're doing. There's like thug levels, and then there's thug levels that should not ever be achieved. Like, people can't believe, like, oh no, what is this man doing? Here's the deal. My laptop is dying. Normally, when my laptop is dying, I usually just use my phone for Twitch chat, but I'm gonna actually unplug something and use, so hopefully chat stream doesn't die because I screw up unplugging something. Because I want to plug in my, my laptop. I don't want to have to use my phone. Yeah, let me look at the results of this poll. Wait, where are the poll results? Are they already gone? Did it expire? Dude, what if the poll's gone? Chat, who won? Who won? Oh no! 4-4? For who? Coach Jonah already did a good video in the action poking video? Flats and IOStux? Alright. Alright, random number generator. Honestly, we'll do both. We'll do both. We have time for both. We have plenty of time. Like I said, I'm planning on doing a longer stream today. So we'll do... Wait, action IOStux not flat? Y'all are baiting me, boys. Alright, we'll do the action esports. Actually, we'll do the IOStux one first. So I generally put these up on YouTube if I have anything good to say. But if a VOD is really good, I'm just gonna like let it play for the most part. So... And I have to eat. So I'm gonna put this up and mute my mic and then unmute if I have something to say. Now let me get Epicon. You heard what you wanted to hear? Alright. Okay, we good? Courtesy of Alias. Nice. You're built different, IG? Right.
Hey, IOStux here.
Okay.
I'm a professional Overwatch coach of 5 years and counting, and I have a few tricks up my sleeve that might help you climb. Welcome to Brain Secrets. If you're interested in getting coached by the #1 private Overwatch coach, check out my services on iosdex.com and use code NEWCLIENT for 20% off your first order. Are you a loser? Will you ever get good at this game? I mean, millions of people play it, and only so many can reach the highest ranks. Clearly there's something about them that I don't have and can't even dream of ever having, right? I want to use this episode to go over the main factors that go into differentiating players who end up hard stuck for a long time, and those who go from picking up the game to signing their first contract within a year. I've worked with a lot of clients, and I know what the most successful ones have in common. So, first question on our Are You a Loser test. Do you have a physical disability, missing hand, poor eyesight, wrist pain, etc.? Physical disability is the most legit excuse there is to not succeed at a game. Keep in mind, however, that not all conditions are fatal to your competitive career. A lot of my clients, for example, share that they have ADHD and that they believe that it's the reason for their lack of success. I can say with confidence that ADHD will not stop you from reaching whatever goal you are trying to hit. There are pro players who are diagnosed with ADHD, forced to take meds. Plenty of people suffer from it, but its effect on gaming, assuming that you take the necessary medication, is negligible. So now that
one thing about ADHD as well is I think it's legitimate, right, for a lot of people, but I think it's exacerbated by diet, by poor diet. Some of the side effects are like lower attention span and like higher energy and like crashes and stuff like that. But another thing too, I think is a big problem with ADHD, or either contributes or exacerbates it, is social media. Like, how many times have you guys sat down to watch a movie and wanted to check your phone like 5 minutes later? Or you refresh Twitter, refresh Reddit, refresh. Check this. The attention span, like social media, is absolutely wrecking attention span. Like, single-handedly demolishing attention span. So, something to be aware of and keep in mind. We keep going.
we know you have two hands, let's go over the next factor, age. As you grow older, your reaction time will slow down, that's just a fact of life. It usually starts degrading in your mid-20s and then gets worse and worse. That said though, the effect that age has is not as pronounced as many people think. I've had people say that they think their chances of going pro are 0 because they're 32. While yes, their reaction time is a couple milliseconds slower at that age compared to your average 16-year-old, it's basically irrelevant. Once you get into your 40s and 50s, it gets rough, but there are plenty of high-level players in a variety of games who are pretty old. Look at traditional sports even. A lot of them, like table tennis for example, need very good reaction time, and trust me, 32 is not considered old in traditional sports. So if the body and mind of a 40-year-old is good enough to win Super Bowl rings, then your 30-year-old body and mind is good enough to kill people in a video game. Next.
True. Something to consider though is a lot of the time with older people, they have more responsibility than younger people, or they have different things that they're working on. So they lack the time to actually they lack the capability to actually put in the time to get better. So a lot of times older people aren't as good at video games because it's like less culturally impactful to them, and also they I think what's a good way of saying this? They just don't have the time to be able to put in as much as younger people. That's why kids are sometimes really good at video games because they have nothing else better to do. So yeah, it was really insensitive. Yeah, it was an insensitive comment, but he was also like 17, 18 years old. He's not an anti-Semite. Like, you can, my opinion is that you could be really insensitive and have backlash over stupid stuff that you said, but you don't have to, it doesn't mean that he's anti-Semite. I've known Iosex for a while. He's a decent guy. He just said something stupid. Same thing as making a 9/11 joke, you know?
Next, playtime. Arguably the most common limiting factor for players. Let's say it how it is. From my experience, around 80 to 90% of players would climb if they could increase their playtime. I'll go into the exact effect that playtime has in a later episode of Brain Secrets, but to give you a brief summary, increasing your playtime from 1 hour a day to 2 hours a day is not simply a 100% increase. It's actually much higher than that, because that second hour is going to be much more valuable and effective than the first hour, because you'll be able to practice fully warmed up. A player playing 1 hour a day might be stuck in gold forever, but if he changes to a 2 hour a day schedule, he could be sitting in diamond 2 weeks from now. Of course, there are diminishing returns, and not everyone has a very flexible schedule to fit in hours of Overwatch, but it does make a big difference. I recommend around 3 to 4 hours a day for players looking to aim towards GM, and 5 to 6 hours for players looking to go pro as a starting point. The absolute minimum, however, is around 2 hours a day. Any less than that and your playtime will limit your mechanics so severely that any progress, game sense and experience-wise will be irrelevant. You can watch as many guides as you want. If you don't have the playtime to build the skills necessary to act upon the knowledge you've gained, you won't get anywhere.
Okay, true. Is my mic active? Okay, I'm always paranoid. I'm not doing the hockey right. So, like, I think it's an interesting point he brings up there, because it's like you have that 1 hour like little like bell curve, and then you peak, and then you get diminishing returns. So, like, if we put this as like improvement, okay, that's a terrible color. Improve. I'll just put improve because I can't be bothered. Okay. For that initial hour, you get like some improvement, but like you're like a lot of it's just warming up, and then after that, like another hour, which is the same like length of time, as you get a lot more improvement. That's a terrible drawing, but you guys get the. It's like you significantly increase. However, eventually, the benefits like another hour, more training, which is good, but eventually fatigue and like lack of mental focus starts to kick in. And then you start like getting diminishing returns, and then even you can adversely affect you if you play too much. Especially like it depends on like your mental performance, your ability to focus, things like that. So I think it's important to understand like what he's saying there. I don't have any hard science, and neither does IOSTEX, but it does kind of make sense. The first hour of training, you're focusing on like warming up and kind of getting into the groove. Then after that next hour or two is where you really hit the juice. That's when you're really getting the most out of your training. And then after like 4 or 5 hours, then you start to go. You start to not improve as much because you're fatigue. You're warmed up, but fatigue starts to kick in. Okay. Finding some of my annotations. Oh, unlucky. I'll work at it. What do you think about 2 sessions of 2 hours? Or 1 session 4 hours? I don't love it because I think the 2 session idea, it makes sense, but I think I don't know. See, I've never really tried it, so I can't comment. My concern would be that you'd spend the first 15 to 20 minutes of each of those sessions warming up, or the first half hour of each of those sessions warming up. So you'd have to do 2 warm-ups, but I'm not sure if that's the case. So obviously having some rest and getting some exercise between your next session would be great, but would it mean that you have to like reset your focus limiter again? I don't know. I haven't tried it, but that would be something I would have to try out before I'd recommend it. 2 hour sessions every other day versus 1 hour every day. Oh, that's such a catch-22 because playing every other day personally playing every other day was terrible for me. Was just awful. But at the same time, playing only an hour a day is kind of sucky too. I don't know. I don't recommend either. Let's just put it that way. I'm gonna cheat and say neither.
Next is experience. A lot of players think that it's impossible to catch up with the pros. I mean, pros were never really bad, right? They just picked up the game and were amazing from the get-go. You wouldn't believe how common this belief is amongst the community. So let me say it once and for all. Every single pro player sucked ass when they first picked up a first-person shooter. They played a lot, they worked on improving themselves, and that's what helped them get better. Just because someone got top 500 within his first month of playing Overwatch doesn't mean that he might not have years of gaming experience in another game already under his belt. If Overwatch is your first competitive game, then it'll take some time to get those fundamentals built. But if you see someone climb extremely fast, it's always because they have previous experience. No one picks up competitive gaming and climbs to the highest ranks out of nowhere. And the last factor on whether you are a loser.
The other thing is that like a lot of times players at the top, they don't really love the game. They kind of get burned out a little bit and they just kind of don't want to play anymore. Like Overwatch League is infamous for this. Like I won't get too much into that aspect of things because I think it's an entirely different topic, but like there aren't many players in Overwatch League that were there in Season 1. There are players in Overwatch League now that might not have even been playing Overwatch when Overwatch League first came out. Like it like drive and desire overcomes a lot of time shortcomings. Like time shortcomings just don't matter that much. You know, players get old, they get tired of playing Overwatch, they want to move on, and new players take their place. And that could be you, if that's your dream, right? If that's your goal.
Is your mentality and your mindset. What are you improving for? To brag to your friends? To fix your self-esteem issues? Because you're addicted? Ultimately, improving needs to be a passion. Extrinsic motivation sucks because it makes you reliant on other people. What if your friends that you're trying to impress quit the game? No longer motivated to grind. What if your self-esteem improves because of something else? Bam, no longer motivated to grind. The only good reason to improve is because you think Overwatch is fun as fuck and you want to master the game for your own sake, seeking fulfillment and fun. Basically, if an all-knowing genie would knock at your door and tell you that you will never climb or improve at Overwatch, would you still play it? A lot of people would say no, they play it because of the hope that they'll improve. But as with many things in life, the more you want something, the harder it might be to get it, because you'll stress yourself too much. It's important to enjoy playing Overwatch on its own. Having goals is fine, playing to improve is good, but if all you're doing is chasing that high of that next rank up, you won't get very far. The happy feeling...
Right, so like, the thing is like, if you only pursue the feeling of accomplishment and success without actually enjoying the path, then you're literally sacrificing 95% of your life for 0% return. There are some things in life that you have to do, even if they're uncomfortable, even if they hurt, because they're the right thing to do. Grinding Overwatch all day long is not one of them. And so if you don't love Overwatch and don't enjoy the game of Overwatch and you're only doing it for each rank up, or, you know, I'll be famous if I'm pro, that's a terrible return on investment.
Of reaching a new milestone
will
never outweigh the negative feeling of forcing yourself through hours of solo queue matches and VOD reviews just to get there. Trust me, 10 minutes of glory is not worth 10 months of self-inflicted torture. If you can't come to peace with that, you'll have a really tough time improving. That does it for...
So, I'll give it a beefed. I liked it. I think he nailed his points home for the most part. It's kind of a broad topic, but I think the advice was good there. So I think it's something that a lot of us could definitely find benefit from hearing. Okay, so next we're gonna do action esports. Holy cow, Epic Pen is so annoying. Epic Pen does not like when Overwatch is open. Epic Pen and Overwatch do not get along at all. For those who've seen Soul, we're already in the water. Maybe you've already answered this, but what do you think about the Overwatch 2 5v5 rumor? Oh, yo, I've not heard of that. What's the rumor? I mean, is it just the 5v5? Like, where did it come from? What was the logic behind it? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I'm trying to think what I'd think about that. It would dial down some of the chaos, but it would make things like map control harder to... Nextronic Thief the Fall? By the way, guys, thank you all for the follows. I don't have my notifications on follows now because I'm trying to minimize some distractions when I'm coaching and stuff nowadays, but I really appreciate the follows. Hydrate. Thank you. People notice that there were only 5 players, 1 tank in each of the Overwatch 2 gameplay clips. Ooh. You know, that is some next level investigation. That's actually a good point. That's really interesting. Yeah, definitely 1 tank, for sure. Definitely 1 tank. That's super interesting. Didn't they talk about... Wait a second. Didn't they talk about that in a developer update probably like a year and a half ago? I swear Jeff mentioned that they thought about that. That they were thinking about beefing up the HP or like the defensibility of all tanks and making it only 1 tank. They did an experimental. Yeah. 1, 3, 2, yeah. I think the interesting thing about having 1 tank is it would make it so that people would be less focused on core. People would realize that, like, hey, there's not a lot of meat in this. You know what I'm saying? We are pretty much split. Make off tank unviable. Well, I think it would be the fact that they would rework off tank so that they have an easier job taking space. Yeah, that's interesting. I think that would also help deal with the fact, like, well, hopefully they don't just address the symptom. They address the problem of making tank more fun to play. But that would make it that so. I mean, honestly, you might even have tanks queue might be longer than DPS queue if they did it properly. If tanks were like a little bit more interesting and engaging, and you can only have half the tanks, like, that's a big chunk. You know what I'm saying? Chunk, excuse me. That's interesting. All right, Action Esports video. So, disclaimer: this is technically like a very casual YouTube channel. Like, I know it's like Overwatch League, but it's just very, very, very casual. It's just for the average casual viewer. That being said, I am going to be pretty upfront with this because this has professional level editing, and they should have access to some level of like Overwatch League level. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I don't know how they do these videos, but like, you could ask anybody; they could help you out with a poking stage. So let's see. I'm gonna be pretty tough on this because I have medium to high expectations, medium high expectations in terms of what they're saying and how they're saying it. In other words, I want them to explain the concept simply, right? For those of you who saw me like holler at Major Midget for being a little bit too uppity and too like complicated with how he's doing it, but I also want the information to be good. So I'm like, obviously this is geared towards lower ranks, but you could take a lot of my VOD reviews and say they're geared towards lower ranks, but the concepts are advanced. They're just explained simply. That's like the goal. Hey Zanzibar. I heard an idea that teams should have a separate method of defending themselves versus a team like the support with healing. Maybe shields take less damage per source. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's so many ideas with Overwatch 2, dude. Like, it's like a mixture of like excitement and being overwhelmed and being a little bit apprehensive because I don't know when everything's going to be sorted out. You know, it's like, hey, that's great, but like, are they gonna ever figure it all out? You know, like I don't know what the deal is. So honestly, like, who knows at this point in time? Oh, SVB is doing the great BlizzCon debate with Frito and Samito. That is a that's quite the you're Overwatch and Samito, two of our favorite content creators. Like the new gun sounds. I had mixed feelings about the new gun sounds. I like them, the sounds, but I don't want them to be too loud and obnoxious. You know what I'm saying? And some of them I didn't like. Like, I think the old Reaper, I think Reaper shotguns sound amazing. I think the new Reaper shotguns didn't sound quite as good. Don't want to relearn all the audio? Yeah. All right, I don't want to get baited into this. I'm going to focus a little bit on this right now. Action. Dun.
If you've ever been poked, you can know how annoying it can be. It's a small thing, but it can really get under your skin and put you on tilt.
So
the same concept.
So just so instead of having to do it retroactively, I'm going to define poke right now. Poke phase. Poke is basically right before and right during a team fight. I mean, poke is just essentially the fight is about to start or the fight is starting and people are putting out range damage from their positions. That's it. It's not complicated. It could be from main, it could be from angle, it could be from a flank, whatever. It's just being in a location to put out spam damage at range as the fight starts or right before the fight starts. So it's like softening up the enemy team right before the fight starts. The risk of poking too early, though, is that if you are playing too aggressively and poking aggressively, the enemy team can just shoot at you and almost can kill you or force you to run away and give up your positioning too early. So when you poke, you want to make sure that you're doing it either from a safe location or with your team, one or the other. All right?
Translated to Overwatch. When we talk about poke damage,
I mean, poking isn't necessarily Genji throwing shirk. I mean, sure, yeah, poking can be any time. Just putting damage out. Putting damage out is poking. That's it.
Watch. We can split it up into.
I just don't think poke is a really great term to define. Like, it doesn't really. Poking is just doing damage. Like, that's it. So I feel like a lot of the concepts that they're going to go over in this video are just different concepts. That poking is just like saying, guys, today in our math example, we're going to talk about writing on the whiteboard and the proper shapes. Like it's not Overwatch. Overwatch is poking happens at all stages of Overwatch, and it's not something that you should ever be thinking about. Like what's another good example? Poke, it would be like teaching somebody how to drive and teaching them about how like a gas economy works. It's like it's not really what you think about too much while you're driving. It just kind of happens, you know. Hearing a lot of rumors about Team Scrimming a lot of rush this patch. I mean, it makes sense. Like, we've seen some pretty significant DPS nerfs. Tracer got a fall off nerf. Ball got a little bit of a nerf. So those heroes into Brawl do worse. And Reinhardt has been power creeped. So potentially, yeah.
Good poke and bad poke. Good poke can be helpful to your team and your ultimate economy, while bad poking provides no real benefit for your team and actually helps your opponents. Today on Actionpedia, we're going to be looking at some good and bad examples of poking to find out if you're making a positive difference or just feeding the enemy team.
I like this audio though.
First, we're going to watch a prime example of the power of poking from Striker, who is playing Ashe. Starting off the clip, Striker is around 20% of the way to their ultimate, with the opposing team, the Dynasty, poised to apply pressure on the point. Knowing this, Striker is going to throw out some pokes to do 3 things: mitigate pressure, deter the Dynasty from advancing, and gain some ult percentage. First,
Yeah, I guess so. He's just shooting guys. I don't know.
Marvel tries to peek, but immediately gets shot and is forced to retreat. As the Dynasty struggle to find an entry point, Striker repositions to get a better angle on their push and stop them from advancing. As he rounds the corner, he notices Gesture committing too hard and takes a couple of shots, turning what started as a gentle poke to charge his ult into a pick for the orange team. As the enemy rotates, Striker heads back to his original positioning and continues being a nuisance for any would-be peekers. Landing consistent shots on Prophet's Hanzo keeps him at bay, and lighting them up with dynamite is enough to force a full retreat. By the time this exchange is over, Striker has gone from 20% all the way up to 86% of his ult charge, and has accomplished everything he set out to do: mitigate pressure, deter the Dynasty from advancing, and gain some
I mean, do you see what I'm saying, chat? Like, this is so vanilla. Like, yeah, he just shoot. Enemy team walk into sightline, he shoot. Like, duh. Like, why is that poking? Like, what was it? You don't need a term to just say he shoot enemy team. Like, he's standing on an angle and they walked into sightlanes and he shot them. So I don't understand, like, what the deal is. Like, why we need a video for this.
Percentage. With Roadhog back up, the Dynasty finally
I would prioritize more of the fact that he's poking around where his team is set up. Like, he's shooting the enemy team. He's not positioned so far aggressively. Because, like, if you look at, like, where he's, like, he shot the hog here, he didn't shoot the hog until the hog walked into an angle where A, he could get Mercy pop damage, B, Sigma could follow up, C, Zen could follow up. So, like, they're all there to follow up,
as
right?
the enemy rotates, is enough.
Same thing with here. When this Hanzo walks into his space,
shots on Prophet's Hanzo,
he shoots him.
At bay.
He's not chasing them behind a choke. That's the more important thing here.
Has accomplished everything he
this
set
is just
out
a
to
goofy
do. Mitigate
start.
Pressure, deter the Dynasty from
I don't have anything
advancing,
to nitpick, I
and
guess,
gain some ult percentage.
Just...
With Roadhog back up, the Dynasty finally decide to push in towards the point, but Striker has been busy building Bob. Wrapping around from behind the point, one shot on Prophet is enough to gain the last bit of charge needed for his ultimate, allowing him to throw Bob onto the point and putting his team in a favorable position for the upcoming team fight.
Okay.
Despite not getting into a straight up fight for that entire time, Striker went from having less than a quarter of his ult charge.
Not a straight up fight, but the enemy team walked into their space. In other words, it wasn't like Striker was playing really aggressively and like peeking way ahead of his team. He was just standing, taking angles around his team space. And if anything, it was Gesture and Prophet who were peeking into their space. They were the ones playing more aggressively. You see what I'm saying? Hydrate. Thank you. Like, I don't get, like, I assume what he's trying to say is that, like, he was playing aggressively to get ult charge, but he really wasn't. Like, he was just taking angles around his space. Like, in other words, like, you know, Soul's space was over here, or, you know, over here, and Shock's space was over here. And, you know, Striker just took angles around here. And Soul would send people into their space, and Striker would shoot them. And that was it.
To being maxed out, mostly from taking pot shots at enemies trying to peek. He also successfully mitigated any pressure the Dynasty had
pot shots at enemies trying to peek. In other words, peek your space.
On the point, and deterred them from advancing altogether. We'd say that this is an example of good poke.
Well,
now let's look at an example of bad poke,
I'm almost cute.
which gains little for your team while handing the enemy supports free ult charge. We find ourselves at Anubis Point B, spectating Birdring, who is playing Ashe against the Toronto Defiant. After just taking down Agilities, Birdring now has his ult up and ready, meaning that he has no real reason to poke, especially since he knows that the enemy supports do not have their ultimates yet. Despite this, he continues to pump damage at the enemy Diva, feeding the opposing Ana, who can now heal her tank for free ult charge. Nevix even walks out to purposefully bait damage so that Ana can max out her meter, and Birdring says, sure, I'll shoot you.
Here's the thing. Here's the
Ana.
thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. They just lost the Roadhog. Okay. You put out damage to slow down the enemy team, right? Exactly. So you're shooting this D.Va, you're shooting the enemy team so they can't walk forward. And because maybe you shoot this D.Va and, you know, your Zenyatta lands a right click and you demech the D.Va. Or like your D.Va aggressively takes the position here and you demech the D.Va, right? Or your D.Va, right? Now, I would argue that maybe here, yeah, maybe he should not have poked as much because they're clearly resetting and you guys couldn't chase and finish those kills because your Tracer was dead. But even then, I think that's disingenuous because Kariv was going to build his ult before next fight anyway. Like, there's no way that you guys are not going to they're not going to build enough ult charge by the time Hog gets back. It's just not going to happen. So, like, the point is that they walk into your space and you shoot them because you can either get kills or you can slow them down. Now, you can't get kills here because Kevster is dead, so you can't go chase them down because it's a 5v5. You want an advantage to push. But you can still slow them. Like, I don't know. Like, I could see what he's saying here, but, like, he's going to build his ult anyway.
Who can now heal her tank for free ult charge. Nevix
The major point to make here is that the poke isn't as valuable because there's no follow-up. Because you're not half, but you have members on your team dead. So you can't follow up the kills. So going to continue to feed ult charge is not important. My problem here is that we're going to make an entire video about this concept. But the number of times that this actually impacts a ranked game of any rank, GM to bronze, is like 0%, like 0.1%. Oh no, we fed them nano, guys, come on. Like, does that an actual conversation that happens anywhere outside of scrims? And even in scrims, like the time where this is relevant is like in the minority, huge minority.
Walks out to purposefully bait damage so that Ana can max out her meter, and Birdring says, sure, I'll shoot you. Why not? Because Kariv now has nano boost, and the Defiant are able to engage with a juiced up Pharah. So what do we learn from this interaction? Well, when you already have your ultimate ability, pumping damage into tanks can be more of a hindrance than a help. You aren't going to one-shot a D.Va, so why chip into their health pool and give the enemy supports a chance to bolster their ult economy? Sometimes, it's better to just play the clock. Now,
oh, that is so bad. That is so bad. So bad. Like, you could not have said a worse thing than what he just said right there. Now, I was waiting for him to add information or disclaimer because he's right about poking between fights. In other words, if the enemy team is playing really passive and you already have ult, don't go really aggressively and try and poke in to build ult charge that you already have and feed support ult. But what he said is he said nothing about when you shoot tanks. He literally just said, don't shoot tanks when you already have ultimate. You heard him, right? He said, don't shoot tanks when you already have ultimate. He didn't. Now, can you imagine not shooting a tank that's like walking through a choke or taking space? If the fight is starting and the D.Va is walking forward, shoot her. Imagine a gold player watching this video and not shooting tanks when they already have ultimate. And the thing is, and obviously even a gold player probably go, okay, well, if the Winston's diving my backline, I should shoot him. Yeah. But even just the action of walking through and taking space deserves shooting when the enemy team is alive. Absolutely. This is just dangerous information to be saying like he's saying. Not only is he wrong, he's wrong and misleading. Really bad.
Pumping damage into tanks can be more of a hindrance than a help. You aren't going to one-shot a D.Va, so why chip into their health pool and
because it's not just you. Once the D.Va takes space, your Zenyatta might be shooting D.Va, and your D.Va might be shooting D.Va, and your Tracer might be shooting D.Va. Like, I don't understand that logic.
Enemy supports a chance to bolster their ult economy. Sometimes, it's better to just play the clock.
That
now,
makes no sense.
Onto
Play
our
the
final
clock.
form of poking, which can basically be defined as a form of throwing the game.
Wait, what?
Only poking. Sometimes, it's better to just play the clock. Now, onto our final form of poking, which can basically be defined as a form of throwing the game. Only a minute into the match between the Valiant and the Fusion, Shaxx is looking for any opportunity to boost his ult percentage fast, hoping to get ahead of Ivy in the race.
It's really not. Like, Reaper ult meta isn't really very good. He was looking to shoot the enemy, pressure the enemy tanks with his team so that he could buy space. In other words, if I shoot you and you don't matrix me, Monkey's going to go to half HP. Monkey jumps out. Now we get the point for free, and we can set up our Sombra anywhere they want. Then you guys have to attack us even though we're on attack. And we have all the angles, and we're going to cap point if you don't do anything.
Race to pressing Q first. For Reaper, this usually means getting up in the enemy's
Yeah, see, so
business.
Shaxx screws up because look at what Shaxx does.
In the race to
You
pressing
see what Shaxx
Q
does?
first.
Monkey's already out, Dreamer's hacked, and Shaxx is playing aggressively. Dreamer's hacked, McGravy's backing out, Shaxx cannot stay. This is how we get this shift force. This is the error.
For
The
Reaper,
error has already happened. Like, I don't know what he's going to talk about here, but in my opinion, if anything happens in the next 5 seconds, this is already an error. Like, you see this here? Shaxx is in without tanks doing anything. He's literally 1v6ing right now. Easy shift force, and now you have to play safe the rest of the fight.
this usually means getting up in the enemy's business and getting out safely.
Yeah, this is not good from the Valiant. This is a poor fight. Like,
Or
look at
take-
KSB's positioning, look at Dreamer's positioning, look at McGravy's positioning, and the fact that Shaxx is no shift, and that's when Lastro calls. Yeah, this is not going to go well for Valiant.
Taking down one or two with you. As the teams clash, the enemy D.Va is getting some big DMs on anyone Shaxx is interested in, which is seriously impeding Shaxx's ability to get any meaningful ult charge, and he plateaus at around 60. Ivy, on the other hand, is already at 90. In an act of desperation, Shaxx burns his entire Wraith form and materializes inside the enemy team, and is immediately blown to pieces. What started as poking quickly turned into feeding as he overextended and died for it. Now his ult production has completely halted and his team is down.
So just doing damage is now poking, I guess.
player. Here's another example. Showcase.
Dude, this is bizarre, man. Like, what? Shaxx just... I don't know if Shaxx... So my only understanding of Shaxx... So Shaxx either fat-fingered shift, or he thought, hey, if I one-shot this Winston, maybe we turn the fight. Because he knows that his team just got EMP'd. They got nothing out of Cole, so maybe he thought the fight was lost, and I got to clutch this. So maybe that's why he does this. But this example is terrible. Shaxx wastes his shift earlier. They desynced their pressure. Then he goes in and cancels his shift either on accident or an attempt to clutch the fight because he thought the fight was lost. This is not poke. Like, I don't understand what this video is trying to get across at all. I think shift was to dodge, right? But the shift, even if the shift was to dodge, you have to understand that your team has to play slow during the EMP. You either need to like go in and feed and like try and clutch, or you need to play hyper slow. So this was a mistake, but this has nothing to do with poking. This is desynced with your team. This is timing. This is cooldown usage and timing. Like, I don't understand what this video is trying to say at all.
Team. And feeding as he overextended. Here's another example.
It's not even like he overextended. He just overstayed his welcome. There's a big difference between the two.
Lead to some terrible decision making. The Fuel have successfully made their way onto the point, but are receiving heavy resistance from the Washington Justice, who are rapidly
So
bringing
like
their
Fuel here should probably win this fight. I don't know. Wait.
to the point, but are receiving
Unless like, okay, Gamsu's kind of feeding.
decision making. The
So
Fuel
like looking at this fight here, chat, who should win this fight? Unless Fuel feeds, Fuel should win this fight. Why? Why do you think Fuel should win this fight? What do you see about this fight? They have point control. They have high ground control if they want it, right? So they can just like jump high ground and then drop on squishies. They have all the angles here. So the enemy Justice has to walk to contest point, and then when they walk to contest point, they get shot from behind by either Tracer or Genji or whatever. So Fuel had a huge advantage here. The only way that Fuel wins is if they overextend or they give up like high ground control or something goofy. Justice has better ults. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, to be fair, yeah, Justice could definitely win this if they play slow and build ults. But even then, I'm not so sure. Like, Fuel has a massive positional advantage right now. But yeah, you are right. Justice definitely have ults to swing it. That's not, I didn't even look at ults. That's a good call.
have successfully made their way onto the point, but are receiving heavy resistance from the Washington Justice, who are rapidly bringing their ultimates.
Chat, can we notice something really important? Look at what Fuel does. So first off, Gamsu's just feeding. Gamsu's just feeding. Like, Gamsu is just feeding. He's not, like, his team doesn't want to walk through a choke. So him jumping through a choke makes no sense whatsoever. He should be jumping high ground or here. This is Gamsu just feeding his brains off. But look at what Crimzo and Doha do. It's really, really important.
Receiving heavy resistance.
You see this?
The Fuel have
Tuba right here. Yeah. This is how Justice gets additional pressure and indoor hacks through this. So look at who they focus.
Successfully made.
They don't care about these guys. This needs to go. If we're gonna push down here, this guy needs to go.
Onto the point, but are receiving heavy resistance from the Washington.
You see that? And look at Tuba.
Justice, who are rapidly bringing
Bang,
their
translocates right there. That's just really good. Now, The problem here is Gamsu and Note. Well, Note's just backing up Gamsu, but Gamsu's feeding. Gamsu's absolutely feeding. This is Gamsu's throwing this one.
It's online. The
Look at the
Fuel,
follow-up.
whose ult economy is subpar, don't have a great
And
response
now
to this.
Note has no matrix for Gamsu because he had to burn it to enable Gamsu to do nothing. Like, can you imagine if Gamsu was up here and now dropped high ground with full matrix? They couldn't do this. They couldn't do this. This is just feeding. And he'd have primal now too.
So Doha frantically starts poking at the Justice.
Well, poking at the... Doing damage, you mean? Like, I don't understand what his definition is. Poking at the Justice? Shooting damage at the Justice. This is what this is what Overwatch heroes do. They shoot people. What are you saying?
To push
So
himself.
this is really good, actually. So I actually think that he could probably position himself a little better here. I think what I would do here is you're down your monkey. I would probably go up top and try and drop and assassinate these guys from the high ground. But I like that he's establishing an off angle here because, like, do you see like how the whole hog, the Zarya, this is all like really inconvenient for them. And it's also easier for them to land his shots because they're not 80-80 strafing him. They're standing right in front of him and they're not even looking at him. So this is good positioning from him. I would just prefer him to go up high ground and try and assassinate because I think you need to think like clutch mode here.
Past the 90% threshold. Unfortunately, he does so from an off angle where he is completely separated from the hold. Doha frantically starts poking at the Justice to push himself past the 90% threshold. Unfortunately, he does so from an off angle where he past the 90% threshold. Unfortunately, frantically starts poking at the Justice to push himself past the 90% threshold. Unfortunately, he does so from an off angle where he is completely separated from the rest of his team.
Right, because you want to play with your team where you can be whole hogged off the point and do no damage at all. And have no access to their backline at all. That's the play. Thank you, Action Esports.
He's also on the low ground with no real defensive or escape options, and is
Besides,
sending
wall climb and deflect.
shurikens into the Washington's front line, which serves no purpose other than making the enemy team aware of his position.
Serves no purpose. No purpose. Hitting multiple shurikens on fat bodies serves no purpose at all. It doesn't kill them or do damage or build ult charge or anything like that. Like, he's missing shurikens, but yikes, dude.
Needless to say, Janu capitalizes and disposes of the rogue Genji
Right. The
appropriately.
funny thing here is that Janu turning towards Genji is like the best thing for the Dallas Fuel because it now exposes Janu completely to the opposite crossfire. The Dallas Fuel loses this because they just Gamsu just feeds. Like, Gamsu just feeds. That's it. And he doesn't does he get hooked here?
In the end, Doha did manage to
man. You should deflect.
get his ult, but unfortunately, he lost his life in the process, and his team lost the point.
Dude, this
Overall-
can't be professional Overwatch League stuff.
Poke damage is as safe as you allow it to be when trying to generate
It's
your ult.
safer here than it is there. He's got a wall to climb on. He has deflect and dash. And yes, he's playing a little bit outside of support spray range, but he can always go back to his supports or grab Mega if need to, or go high ground. He can't do those things over here. And he's at more risk of dying to Dynamite, Zarya getting grabbed, getting whole hogged, getting nano boost Sombra on. Like, they're just,
faster and harass the enemy team. There are a lot of things to consider before you decide to poke. Will poking here put me or my teammates in harm's way? Will this damage just be feeding enemy supports? Are we able
Terrible
to
video.
capitalize on
Terrible.
this poking and transform it into a pick? All these variables come down to real-time thinking and positional
wasn't even trying to
practice.
hook him.
Striking
He
a
was trying to
perfect
hook the
balance is
tracer.
not easy to achieve, but effective poking is a strong tool that you should try your best to develop. And hopefully, next time
Effective
you'll
poking
think
should be a
twice
tool.
before shooting at that diva standing out in the open.
Wait,
That's
stop,
all each
stop,
time you'll
stop,
think
stop.
twice is a strong tool that you should try your best to develop. And hopefully, next time you'll think twice before shooting at that diva standing out in the open. That's all we have for this episode of Actionpedia.
Oh, he said it. Oh, Diva mains everywhere rejoice. Your bronze teammates will no longer shoot at you anymore. Thank you, Action. Oh. This might be the worst video that has ever been submitted to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting the hammer out for this one. I'm getting the hammer out for this one, boys. This video is officially scuffed.
Fatality.
Bad, bad. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's it. He's dead, Jim. Yes, indeed he is. I give up. Okay, this is unacceptably bad. Like, goes above and beyond bad. Chat, why am I not hired? Why am I not hired by Overwatch League? Why are you guys not hired by Overwatch League? Who pays these guys to? I swear. It's such a bad video. Okay, I'm sorry. We just have to do this, chat. Dun 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 dun. I'm helping. Oh gosh, that's so bad. That is remarkably poor. Okay. Let's do this. Would you guys like some pro Overwatch League analysis? So rinse our mouth out from that horrible atrocity. Would you guys like some Overwatch League analysis? You guys could pick the map for me. Tell you what, I'll let you guys pick the match, the map, the Alright, so you guys have to help me out. Alright, so we'll do one map. Alright? Shanghai, Fuel. I feel like we already did this one. We could do King's Row, Guangzhou versus, we could do Anubis. We could do actually, you know what? We should do the newer ones. Let's do one of the newer ones. That's really kind of credit quality. I mean, it's taken straight from Twitch, which sucks. So we'll watch only one map because this will be a little bit. I can't. Do Fuel versus Dynasty. So this is Shanghai versus Seoul. Dynasty versus Fuel. I want to see how Winston Zarya first point Gibraltar is broken. All right. I don't want to really do Briggs Zen, to be honest, because we've done a lot of Briggs Zen stuff in the past. I would like to see some Monkey Zarya, and preferably like maybe not preferably mirror, but like at least some. This quality is so rough. Didn't Hayes already do this point though? I think we should do King's Row. Let's do King's Row. Because it will be a non-mirror matchup. I want to see how Monkey Zarya plays into Briggs Zen, and we can analyze it. Okay, so I apologize ahead of time for the quality. This is like, if somebody has a Twitch VOD, here's the link where I got these matches. All right, I'm scared. Let's see if I can get this. Wait, I'm on CC. I'm going Screamo Band, boys. Alright, let me see if I can find. So loud. Alright, so chat, I found the VOD link. I just have to find the right VOD. So this is Shanghai versus Dynasty. This one maybe? Can you turn the sound off? I'll probably turn the sound down. I don't know if I'll turn the sound off. Wait, I think I found it. I found it! Fuel versus Dynasty, King's Row. Dab, dab, dab. Poggers, 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 poggers. Let's roll. Come on, come on, come on. Arrow keys don't work! That stinks. Am I gonna have to individually click? Oh, that's gonna be butt cheeks. That sucks.
就我脑子跟18档起码10，我觉得应该用太猛了，变成永不磨损，变成
So the quality's higher, but at what cost?
永不磨损，然后 Profit 也是个永不磨损。
Honestly, chat, the quality's not that much better. Like, I'm just gonna go YouTube because I can't individually click around on a 2-hour VOD and hope that I don't make any mistakes. Sorry, guys. Okay. I know you don't see anything. All right. Let's do this. Epic pen. We'll talk a little bit about my initial impression of like Monkey Zarya versus Brig Zen and like the problems that each team will face. But then, please bitrate. Please bitrate. Okay, so basically, Brig Zen is really, really good. So like here's what we got. You have to think of when you're playing Ball and Zen versus, what do we got? Monkey. Okay, so for first off, setting the stage with dive comps and dive hybrids. Basically, the please stop, please. Why is it not working? Why is Epic Pen is not working? I'm sorry, chat. Thank you. Holy moly. In dive comps versus dive comp, we talked about how like main is like not super important in any situation, especially with dive. With dive, you're trying to like look to win flanks. So if you win flanks, so like let's do this. Oh, please stop. Let's say squishy backline. Squishy backline. Flank. If Team Pink wins this flank, they can then send this blue guy back to his team, and now Team Pink can dive backline. But you cannot just dive backline straight on because it's easier to peel. It's a longer distance, and you get spammed while you do it. You have to learn to find a way to control flanks. So in Brig Zen Mirrors, it was a lot about Tracer versus Tracer, Ball versus Ball, Ball Tracer versus Ball Tracer, Echo versus Echo. In the Brig and Zen supporting the flanks so that their flanks would win and dive their backline, and that their flanks would win so that they don't get dove. Because if their flanks lost, their Tracer lost a Tracer duel because she didn't get Harmony Orb but didn't get Discord, then they're going to get dove because the Tracer is now free. The enemy Tracer is now free. So that's a TLDR. Now, the way I'm interested to see how it works here is because it's going to be the same thing. Like the monkey, Monkey's going to look to dive their backline, and they're going to look to trade and poke out their backline. Well, not necessarily trade their backline because their backline's harder to kill, but they have they need to punish and pressure, the Monkey Tracer, so that their backline doesn't get dove. Now, if we compare hero versus hero, Monkey versus Ball versus Monkey, Ball is way, way, way better at longer mid ranges. Way better. Like, he has actual gun and he can spam and things like that. Monkey can't do anything at all in long ranges. But if you get your Monkey onto the middle of the enemy core, like get in there, he does way more than Ball. Like, he does like cleave, consistent damage. He doesn't have to reload constantly. His bubble's busted, all that kind of stuff. So basically, like this for the fighting for flanks and pathing around flanks, I expect Monkey to be pursuing and looking for shorter sightlines. So short sightlines, where he can get more value out of like the brawl. You know what I'm saying? And this is more like longer spam, more disruption. Shoot the Monkey, keep him at distance, punish, help your Tracer duel their Tracer. Because again, Monkey can't help his Tracer very much. Like Monkey doesn't do good against Sombra, against Tracer, doesn't do anything. Ball can shoot a Sombra, Ball can shoot a Tracer. Like Monkey can't do anything. So Monkey wants to like flank, clear out and brawl, almost like a Reinhardt, like we saw in the previous review, and eventually get to the backline. And then when we compare Zen versus Brig, it's the same thing. It's literally spam. In other words, you enable, like you are either spamming yourself or you're enabling your Tracer and Ball to keep spam, pressure. Because once you get on top of the Zen, he's dead meat. You know what I'm saying? But he, with Discord and Harmony and spam, he can make getting to him very painful. Same thing with Iana. Short sightlines. Sleep dart across the map, not so much. She has a sniper gun, but she's vastly inferior to Zen at ranged pressure. Not just through hitting shots, but through Discord and spam and Harmony. Like, and Ana, in other words, Ana helping her Tracer versus Zen helping his Tracer, Zen is way better at helping his Tracer spam and control space. Way better. Discord and Harmony on your Tracer, or Discord and the enemy Tracer, Harmony on your Tracer, Ana can't heal that. Do you think a nade helps in a Tracer versus Tracer war? No, Ana needs to get into you so she can nade you. So this entire war is going to be about, can these guys basically close distance without getting poked out by Zen, Tracer, Ball? And can they get to a point to where they can control flanks so that the Ana gets value and the Monkey gets value? Because if Fuel's able to keep them at distance on the flanks and they're able to poke them out and heavily pressure them on the flanks before a brawl happens, they're done. So basically, the way of simplifying it is that this team wants to play angles in space and doesn't want to brawl. They want to poke them out and soften them up. This team wants to play angles in space, but they do want to brawl. So they can't just all clump up in six and run because they're going to get spammed out from behind. So they have to utilize the flanks and angles, but they have to utilize flanks and angles in really small areas because otherwise the Monkey and Ana just aren't very good. So I think the forcing Winston here makes sense because of King's Row. When we think of King's Row, it's a brawlier style map where short sightlines are better. A map like a really, really, really open map, like a Junkertown, for example, where's Monkey gonna hide? Like there's very, very few places for Monkey to hide. Okay, does that make sense? Brawl to me, like when I say brawl, I mean they want to play short, get short sightlines and get up close. They want to get up in the teeth, right? Brawl is literally what it means in the English language, not in terms of Overwatch terms. Just brawl in terms of get in their mouth and punch them in the mouth. When you think of Ryan and brawl, it's because you think of Ryan liking punching people in the mouth, right? Winston also wants to punch people in the mouth, at least compared to Ball, right? Because that's all we're comparing here. If you were playing this versus like an actual brawl comp with like Ryan and Reaper, then obviously Monkey wouldn't want to. But against this comp, it's absolutely. So you have to play the strengths of the comp. So what I expect Seoul to do is do these aggressive rotations through short sightlines and try as best as they can to pincer and catch Briggs in. And this team has to stop them from doing that. They have to soften them up. Can we expect Gesture to play very flanky then? Yes. Gesture will never die from open. I would be shocked. And Gesture also will try and avoid running into Tracer and Ball as much as he can. He'll stay away from those guys. Meanwhile, these guys will literally just be pursuing Prophets, Fitz, and Gesture, looking to fight them, get Harmony Discord advantage as much as possible. They must protect their Zen. They must put pressure on the enemy team, otherwise they will lose. Okay. I do expect this team to play a little more clump. They will play angles, but you can't have your Monkey by himself. He will need to play with his on a Brig because it's too easy to force out a Monkey because he doesn't have any range damage. In other words, if a Tracer finds a Monkey, the Monkey has to run away. That's just how it is. So he'll play near his supports. These guys will probably flank as a unit, and these guys will flank as a unit. Whereas these guys can play by himself, by himself, by himself. To an extent by herself, there's a threat of hack, but like more splitting up units. These guys will play as a unit, and then individual units here and here. But I don't see these guys isolating because they're too easy. They're too immobile and they have no range. It's top right, yeah, smart. Because this is what we expect. We expect them to go here, maybe drop or and then go up the stairs, and then Briggs in have to run away, right? Because that's the short side, and they can't spam them in there, And Briggs in eventually will rotate and hopefully get Dovin caught. At least if we're going for the Winston Zarya team. I don't really care who wins. I'm just going to analyze it.
两边都是双断，但是 Fearless 这边反而是带了破坏球，首尔这边带的是个公司。
So yeah, you see this? So you see how like the Sombra is split, and I imagine the Tracer's probably a little split as well, but these guys are kind of all in the clump. They're still playing for angles, but at least several members of the friendly team have to kind of play close.
可以看到在温斯顿和奎蒂夫这边拿。
Zarya and Winston comps is very tricky. It's not very safe, but yeah, it just depends on the matchup. Yeah, so Prophet split. The reason, but Prophet has to be careful because he's gonna have to deal with Harmony Orb and Discord Orb, and his Ana might not be able to see him. Be very careful. Be very careful. I don't like that move from Prophet at all. Yeah, that's a complete feed. So we can already tell. So chat, why is this a feed from Prophet? How does Prophet Prophet be playing aggressively or safely? Look at the enemy composition. Look at the enemy composition. Should he be playing exactly? He doesn't have Harmony Orb. He doesn't have Discord Orb. His composition is more clumped. In other words, he doesn't even have a Ball to help him. He's literally by himself with his Sombra being somewhere. Because these guys play more aggressively, these guys have to play more carefully because they don't have Harmony Discord support. The Zen is really good at helping his flankers win fights, but he's really bad at helping himself. The on-end Brig can help their tanks a lot. Well, the on anyway, but this is bad. This is really, oh, posture check, thank you. Anti-tracer, right, exactly. Play anti-tracer, play really careful. Play really careful. Your job is literally just to survive and put out a little bit of pressure and wait until your Winston, Zarya, Brig get into position to aggressively go in, and then you can help. But this is bad. Prophet is feeding.
那么也可以看到，在温斯的话，奎蒂夫这边拿了一个是安娜。现在看起来的话，这个三缸要怎么转呢？
Because now what's stopping the enemy ball Sombra Tracer from chasing him down? You know?
不好进，不好进，又来个黑影。哦，这波防守还不错，达拉斯防对面渗透。
Monkey's trying to rotate, but he's split from his team, so he has to go back to his team.
跳走，而且往后跳的话
Fitz as well is in a lot of danger.
尾巴要不要？要进去吃吗？我进太敢。
You see how Dallas is very aggressively defending their space. They're not being sissies about this. They know that if they don't stop them from rotating for free, then they're going to lose because they're eventually going to get caught.
进去就有点冲动。
There's the rotate, but is he by himself? He is. Well, not quite. Yeah, so you see, yeah, they managed to get the rotate. Okay, so they get the rotate. It was a little sketch, pretty dangerous, but they get the rotate. Now, this is scary. This is scary for Dallas now because they've now completed the rotation, and now do you see how close they are? Do you see how close to the enemy team they are? This is sketch. Now, what we'd love to see. Yeah, see now, but do you see Fearless now? Fearless is like, okay, they're getting close. I'm gonna aggressively punish this.
哦，做起来这边挂了个一伤，那么哇，一丝血差点没了。
Okay, but now they gotta back off because Fearless has to play slow.
看看下多哈这边能量进账，奎蒂夫现在手上有技术有了，但这个技术我觉得不好跳啊，跳哪呢
？So we're gonna see a nano engage. Yeah, so I think what's happening is. Optimally, Prophet would be like pincering these guys. He'd be on high ground, shooting them in the back as we go in with Nano Winston. But it might be that Doha and who is this support? Sparkle are doing a really good job preventing Prophet from getting behind, right? They're preventing him from getting behind. So that might be what we see here. Nano, but it might not get a lot done.
算到了，算到了，哎，进了了，但是被进了了，哇！ 算到了，
Oh, nade chat, nade. Look.
看，算到了，
Oh,
哎，进了了。
He nades the Zen, creative. So they nade right through here, right as he pincer jumps. Massive. Chat, this is why cooldown timing matters so much. If he had naded 5 seconds ago for a little bit of extra pressure, this kill doesn't happen. So the Zen is naded, which means he doesn't get armor pack or inspire healing, and he dies to his solo nano monkey. Even though I don't know who this is. I can't even see the name. Jexy. Okay, this is so bad. The bit rate is so low. Jexy gets the boop, but it doesn't matter. That is a massive nade. Will they do an out power ranking as the scene goes closer? No, because I'm not gonna be able to watch enough Overwatch League games. Also, here's the deal, chat. So I know I talked about how I'm gonna be doing some like expose the teams. So basically, I'll look over Overwatch League replays and basically scout out the team that I scout. I'll scout out their weaknesses and expose how to beat them. But I'm not gonna be doing that for 2 teams. I'm not doing that for Paris Eternal because I have 2 of my previous players on that team, and I want them to succeed. I want them to do well, so I'm not giving a scouting report on them, and I'm not doing it for Boston Uprising because I worked for their academy team for a while, and that's just super scummy. So I'll do it for the other teams, but I won't do a power ranking for similar reasons. That's just nuts. Phenomenal nade. And that's where the synchronization, I just ripped my earbuds out. That's where the synchronization mattered there. Good nano, it didn't have any pincer from Sombra Tracer. Notice that Sombra Tracer were not in any position to pressure backline. So really good job by Sparkle. Sparkle and Noah did a great job making sure that this dive would not succeed. They did a great job because there's no Sombra and Tracer follow-up. They just checked them the entire time. No, you do not get to divers in. You do not get to stage behind us. We will not let you. However, because Creative landed such a big nade, they didn't need it. That is unbelievable play. This should not have worked. Phenomenal play by Creative. Bang, there's an aid.
算到了，哎，进了了，但是被进了了，哇，电死了，99，99。
He's hiding his head hitbox.
面壁，不让对面爆头。打头，
在挑这边一次血，还是跑了。
So good job by Soul with rotating. They did a good job keeping the sight lane short. Good job by Doha and Sparkle defending the dive in terms of like preventing the Sombra Tracer from sneaking behind and going up the high ground and getting him from behind. Good job by Jexi on peeling the dive, but just a better job by Creative when it came to landing that nade. That nade was legitimately just 2 kills right there.
拉斯上组也打了，然后 Fearless 这边被撞上去，
连撞上去
两次，没上去。
So
那么第一波的话，首尔这边还是利用
Spy checking.
温斯顿就打开了一个缺口。其实基本上
So now this is when ult start to come into play.
留的还非常多，而且因为 A 点达拉斯放的比较
So this is strange.
所以说在这边两边大招现在留的还非常多，而且因为 A 点
I don't agree with this decision by Gesture at all. I think this is too easy to punish by the extremely mobile comp of Dallas. I think you could have a 3-man peel or a 4-man peel here with Discord, and he's gonna die or get his primal forced instantly.
放的比较果断，所以说在这边主动开团先点进去，这是盲睡啊！
I don't understand what Fearless is doing here.
而且因为 A 点达拉斯
Chat, what's the mistake here?
果断，所以说
What's the massive mistake here? Massive team-wide error from Dallas.
而且因为 A 点达拉斯放的比较
So first off, we're splitting attention here. We're trying to deal with Gesture in the backline, who, in my opinion, is feeding, and pushing in at the same time. But what's the problem with pushing in here? Yeah, you should be punishing Gesture, but what's even worse than that? What do we not see on our screen? Where's the blue? Where's Sparkle? There's no pincer. This team can literally just press S and the mines don't do anything. There's no, oh, we're backing into a Tracer in the backline. And you could tell also, look at Doha's positioning. Doha is also frontlining. So Doha and Fearless are playing like Reinhardt Reaper and walking in right directly at the enemy team. That's how Doha gets slept. This is a good sleep, but he might not have even been. He wasn't even aiming it for Fearless or for Doha. He was aiming it for Fearless, who was engaging directly at the front line. By the way, through a choke. This is a terrible engage by Dallas. They're splitting attention. Doha's mispositioned. Sparkle isn't positioned, and they're going through a choke, and they're using an ultimate. So this is just atrocious from Dallas Fuel. Atrocious. Arguably zoning 5 people to kill 1, right? But if you're zoning, why is Doha here? Why isn't the ball just dropping mines and choke and peeling back to deal monkey? Like that's the only conceivable play I can say, and I don't think that was the play.
这是盲睡啊！他没显形，
他要睡菲尔里。
对啊，
这没死。
这是盲睡啊！他没显形，
他要睡菲尔里。
对啊，
这没死。哇，出大问题了。
盲睡啊！他没显形，
他要睡菲尔里。
对啊，
If Sparkle was on high ground, even then Doha was not in position, and they needed to peel off Gesture, and they're also going through a choke. Like,
哇，出大问题了。
他没死也是出个大问题。
So
这没死吗
Gesture is just way too far in.
没看得出大问题，出个大问题。
这没死吗？出大问题。
这是没看得出大问题。
Gesture and Prophet are just way too far in. I don't know what they're doing. Like Prophet dies again because of overextension, but this is just really sloppy from both teams.
这个波比的倒了，那这个车
And Gesture ends up getting his primal, but like he gets a kill out of it. But again, like should that have happened? Should Repel have died to that?
而且这个波
In my opinion, no. Like look at Repel. The only reason Repel dies.
对啊，出大问题了。
他没死也出个大问题。
这没死吗？出大问题。
这是没看得出大问题。
So there's the primal. He boops the Zen out in the open. And the only reason Repel dies is because he eats a right click from the enemy, or eats shots or damage from the enemy composition. Like, I don't know if he gets right clicked by Zarya or if he gets shot by Ana, but this is where Repel's being positioned. He needs to be matrixed here. He's got Diva Matrix, Sombra hack on the enemy monkey, Bash, Armor Pack, and he gets none of them and dies. There's the Inspire, but it's too late and he gets no Matrix. So this shouldn't be happening. Like this is just a feed. This is both teams overextending way outside of their space, and both because they're equally feeding, it's just a complete dice roll to see who wins. This is poor. This is really poor. And that is also, well, actually we just saw her use Bash, so never mind. Actually, you know what? No, I take this back. This is kind of feeding. He did not see that the enemy brig used Bash, so unless Gesture calls out, I bashed! You know, I bashed, go! Maybe he did call out Bash, but this is like really a high risk of getting cancelled here. Macro mistakes from both teams, yes. Jester staging way too aggressively, playing Monkey into a comp where they could easily chase him down and kill him, and then instead of Dallas dealing with him, they also go and feed. So yeah.
哇，5个黑到了，剩下的5个
But you see here,
哎
like
而且这个 profit 得到了。那这个车
the problem with all this chaos for Dallas is that with all this chaos that both teams playing poorly, the card is still moving, and more importantly, Soul is getting from here to here. They've snuck up. This card has been moving, and now the fight proximity, if you look at where the EMP, you see how close they are now? They're on top of them. And we already talked about how the win condition for Dallas is not necessarily to spam them out, but to spam them out from like angles and flanks to prevent them from getting too close to brawl distance without being punished. And that's exactly what Dallas has done, or failed to do. We see this comp has literally just slowly, they've both fed, but they've eventually been able to close the distance without really taking any damage at all. Like, Jester was able to use Primal essentially and just basically solo contest and allow his team to just essentially walk into them. And now, this is when Nade is scary. This is when high charge Zarya does way more than a diva. And there you go. So they just walk forward. I mean, it's Overwatch League. Like, I'm gonna call it Overwatch League, but it's Overwatch League teams competing in a tournament. Holy flaming butt cheeks! Thank you so much, Neo. Chanman, Magaman, Chogo, Natter, Solosa, Solo. Thank you for the subs, guys. Alright, sing with the subs, Neo. Booty, your mom was Booty. I should have thought about that before I said it. Thank you so much, mate. How's your apartment? Okay, so chat. Question: Where should? Let me get a good frame here. Let me get a good frame. Where? Okay, right here. Where should Soul set up? Where should Soul set up? Again, we're talking about like the type of fights that they want to exploit. They want short sightlines. They want short, fast fights. Short sightlines and fast fights, right? At least fast fights are, okay, not fast fights. I hate using tempo when it comes to compositional. They want short sightlines. That's it. They can take a slow fight if it's in short sightline because there's always going to murder everybody. This comp wants long sightlines. What time do you stream tomorrow? I don't remember. Check my schedule. 11? Not smoke anymore. Good. Yeah. I think you would play somewhere in here. Like abuse this high ground up here. Put your Zarya in high ground, and then you don't even need to play it fast anymore. You have high ground. You play your short sightlines, because this sightline here, this is it. That's the longest sightline you're going to get, because Zen can't stand a million miles away and do anything, right? He can't Harmony and Discord flanks from there. So he's stuck in a choke. So you keep him stuck in a choke by keeping your Zarya in high ground. I would put my Zarya up here. I would put my Sombra up here. I would put my Tracer Ball or my Tracer Monkey. You could put your Monkey like on high ground up here or up here with you as well. Put your Tracer on the flank here and put your on this back high ground with the Brig. And then just play this short sideline. Chat, when people say that you should play a fight slow and fast, I think that's misleading. I think obviously heroes with higher damage eventually will whittle you down, but I think it's more important to ask which sightline should you be playing. Longer sightlines or shorter sightlines? Because they can play this fight nice and slow as long as it's a short sightline and the Zarya can spam. Because they have higher damage in short sightlines. Like if you think about it, when we think of spam heroes, we don't think of heroes necessarily with high damage. We think of heroes that have high damage at range, right? Heroes like Widowmaker and Hanzo. If I get a Reaper in front of your face, a Reaper will out damage a Widowmaker and a Hanzo. He'll out damage a Pharah, for crying out loud. I mean, maybe not quite that, but like, so it's more about playing the range and then not worrying about playing fast or slow. Just playing to the range that's better for you. So for right now, if they play this range here, Azari will out damage Zen easily. So I want Team Red to quickly set up and take space around the locations where they have short sightlines. Quick. Hey, Trey, thank you for the sub, mate. Is this Trey? This is Trey from CMU, right? Or UCM? Or University of Central Missouri. Yeah, right? Thanks for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. But yeah, I want him going high ground. Let's see what happens. I imagine they will. Yeah, thanks for the sub, mate.
哎，菲尔雷斯
Goes, alright, go. And the reason I like the high ground is because it's easier to like shoot what you want to shoot and to be slightly safer. So, go.
手上是有一个重力喷用的。
Okay, so this is actually pretty interesting here. They don't take high ground. They don't take high ground. Like I don't understand why. Like you have the ultimates for it. Jexy is just gonna press Q and go in.
他知道他有肾，
But
但是现在这一波的话，感觉想更多的逼近。我反应很快，知道肾，但是现在这一波的话
I think, see, I look at this and I'm like,
我反应知道他有
I don't know. I don't agree with the way they set it up.
的话，感觉想更多的逼近。我反应很快，知道杰西提升。这个
Trance,
听到屏有没有
nice edge with the trance, really good job. And also,
很快，知
I'm
道
gonna
杰西提升。这个听到
so
屏
I'm
有
gonna
没有？
compliment somebody, even though I didn't see them do anything. I'm complimenting Hanbin because I do not see purple in this graph. If I don't see purple in this graph, it means Hanbin was doing his job because creative 100% goes for an 8 here. 100%. Yeah, I've always said mate for legit years. Now Monkey's on high ground, that's good. I'm just very unhappy that Zarya is not on high ground. Because here's the thing, chat, is like this fight, do you see how like we talked about how this fight's gonna go fast or slow? Well, I'm sorry, this fight is gonna go slow. We've got each team has at least one support ultimate, so this fight's probably gonna go slow. So it's gonna be the team that has a better positioning that ends up whittling them down. Because now all the support ults are about to end, and now it's just gonna be, okay, who's got better angles? Who's got better spam positions? Well, stupid Toyu, or who is this? To you is sitting on main. He has no like look at the spam he can do. Nothing.
这个听到屏有没有？
Like why is he not in high ground? I'm really and honestly I didn't like Fitz this going earlier. So like Fitz being here, I think this was for I think they were trying to maybe hack for an aggressive like grab. Maybe they're gonna hack trance or something. But like he's also not particularly like where does he translocate to?
知道他有肾。 但是现在这一波的话，感觉想
So he does translocate at high ground, so that's good. At least they have a Sombra on high ground, that's good. Because remember, I'm not just randomly saying high ground's good. High ground is good because the Sombra can stand up there and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and do so much damage, plus hacks, without being pressured. The only thing that can pressure up there is the ball who might get hacked or D.Va who also might get hacked. Oh shoot, I need to update. VOD. Give me a sec. Chat. Exclamation mark VOD. Overwatch League Chinese tournament. We're just gonna call it Overwatch League Chinese tournament because it's just what it is. I know when you were trying to go pro, you were learning, so you can also coach comms. Oh, did you ever get far with Korean? No, I did not. I got relatively far, but that it was like such a huge time investment. And at that point, I was hard focusing on Uprising Academy, where Korean communication was not necessary at that point in time. I'm welcome to learning it if at any point in time it becomes relevant, but I'm not going to. There are other things to learn about were more important. How's Bossman still streaming? I told you it was gonna be a long stream today. I should probably change the title as well. Mega educational stream with a hot Q&A, but not say with a hot man. Well, most of that is accurate. Didn't fix the command. Wait, it didn't? Dude, what am I doing? Chat, I'm honestly like I don't have a functioning brain. And I almost misspelled analysis. Holy cow. Commands edit. I need to do that part. Thank you, chat. I'm a little slow today. When's the next Ask Spylo? Probably 3 or 4 days. We just did one yesterday. Okay. Alright. So yeah, I'm really not happy about Tuyu's positioning at all. And I'm impressed that Hanbin ate the nade, because the nade must have been eaten. Or something. But see, this is where like the fight has been sustained because of support ults, and now who's gonna have better positioning? Because I'm concerned now, because I don't see anybody in high ground here. I don't see anybody in high ground here, and now Jester's having to go in with what I assume is Nano, but he has no DPS angles set up around him. So remember, dive is only as strong, generally only as strong as the pincer that goes with it. In other words, if you have only everybody coming from one angle, they can just literally just press S like we saw with the mines earlier, and then you can't chase them down. It's when you go in T-Tours. I know.
我反应很快，
是的，直接吸。
I'm regressing.
这个金疗瓶有没有？金疗瓶没，好像应该被吸
See,
了。
Zarya's on high ground.
被小，而且的话，这个是被小黑带。
Sombra, I don't think is on high ground either, and so this monkey's just going directly in with no follow up from Sombra or Tracer being behind. So I'm a little concerned about. I mean, he is bubbled and he has nanoed, and Repel is kind of mispositioned. Another thing to note as well is their Diva Bomb engaging, which means this Diva cannot boop this monkey out. So this actually might be really bad for Repel.
能保住这一波寒冰生那个核爆破，首尔这边温森Chester这边已经跳过来了，两边有个人互换，但是现在首尔激活效率明显更高一点啊。
Chester 仿佛是个战神啊，
没人管。首尔这边温森黑带问题，疗瓶。
Repel really needed to not end this here.
是的，应该被小，而且的话，这个
Repel is woefully mispositioned.
是被小黑。
Like, this is so bad. Like, he should instantly, at the end of Trance, have kited all the way back to Mini behind him where there's a corner, and he can maintain long sightlines and, again, still support flanks, right? Or gone back towards main. Probably would have preferred Mini, because I think he has better LOS in the fight from there, but this is just feeding. Like, I mean, we've seen, from, at least on screen, we've seen nothing good from either team the last two fights, in terms of, like, actual proper macro play. Terrible positioning, like, Seoul completely didn't even bother to take proper positions outside of Fitz. Actually, that's not true. I saw Monkey and Sombra on decent positions, but they lost those. Zarya was woefully mispositioned, and then Repel just feeds. Repel just stands on. Repel with his Plat Zenyatta positioning. Yeah, this bitrate is terrible. It wasn't even any better on the actual Twitch VOD. I hope Overwatch League does something about this, because this is just atrocious. Like, it's a third-party tournament, but if Overwatch League just can't be like this is just awful.
Chester 仿佛是个战神啊，
没人管。
我觉得既然
再换后排，
既然首尔
Yes, good Prophet. See, this is what we want like to see. See how they're kiting from forward pressure and they're running right into Prophet? Now, Prophet's not exactly angled behind, but he's still on an angle, so it's easy shots, easy follow-ups. Bingo.
对啊，我也觉得就是你。
Doe is gonna die. Don't even bother, Doe. What are you doing, brother?
Chester 像个战神。
Okay, so chat.
不是每一张，就刚才那张地图有战神。
So this is where things get a little bit hairy, because they just capped. But this is where King's Row 3rd is awkward, because everybody wants to control this space up here, but this, okay, can you guys see that over here? But it's so far away from Cart that you might not be able to. So what I expect Seoul to do is I expect them to try and get control of like in here and maybe get some angles in here as well. So Zarya might be playing in here. You might have like Sombra Tracer over here somewhere. And then Monkey maybe on like high ground up here, like up top left here to drop on backline. And then for Dallas, you want them to like, they really need to do a good job like pressuring out this angle here with their Discord and their Sombra Tracer and Ball, clear these angles out, and then slowly pincer around from there. I've seen lately Natter's made some good macro and micro guys. Is he a good source understanding the concepts better? Yeah, he does a really good job of it.
这张地图有
每张地图都有战神，
那这怎么玩哦？
Okay, so they're gonna try and control that right side maybe, but it's just awkward with the card still being quite around
他
the
就
corner.
从战神名单被排除，对吧？那剩下这5个红米
Sparkle's positioned too aggressively.
马口玩裂空。
So like it's really important that they get this angle cleared. Like this angle needs to go. Because I know like this is where the monkey's good. Okay, so Seoul can abuse their monkey because Cleave and Zap and Bubble are really strong in here. Like almost like really stronger than what Ball can do. So now that this map is like condensed a little bit on this section, this is where this comp is going to be pretty good. But they need to clear this out. Like Discord, they can't, this needs to go. Because if they don't, then these guys are going to walk through here and jump on your Zen. You might even send, like you could make a good argument that you would want, okay, let me go back a little bit. You could make a good argument that what Dallas should do is they should send their Brigs in up through here because it's safer over here, and they can again control and contribute without being within dive range. Because as we saw in the previous fight, Repel was like trying to contribute to the fight, but he's positioned so far forward that the monkey could just easily get on top of him. Like, do you remember the very first fight that Fuel lost? They lost to a nade, but do you remember how Jexy and Repel were like spamming, but then they like kited out the monkey engage and they almost survived? It was the bionic nade that won it. That's kind of like the mindset they need to be in here. Like keep that monkey away. Spam, keep silent, but keep him away. Fuel's gonna lose again this year. They have no Tracer. I mean, maybe Sparkle learns Tracer, but not having a Tracer player is pretty concerning. I mean, Sparkle could learn Tracer. I was able to like with Backbone. I was able to with my coaching and Backbone hard grinding what I coached. we were able to turn him into one of the best tracers in EU in like a month. His mechanics were already pretty good at the start, but he like hard grinded. Like I gave him a couple like basic things to work on and just grind, and he's a really good tracer now. So it can be done. It's just harder. That's all.
那剩下这5个红米，谁能当战神？
You see how like much effort they're putting in clearing this out? This is really important. Don't just dive, you know? Like you got to clear out these angles, because if you just dive, then they're going to peel it really easily, because they're full resources and you guys take damage as you go in. So you have to clear out the angles because you get spammed out otherwise.
应该有可能也要排，就选不出来。Doha 现在
I gotta look at this. So they clear out left. They have EMP. Fitz is EMP too though.
Doha 现在本来是他。
Ooh. They don't have EMPs, but are they positioned to follow up?
EMP
Fat EMP, yeah. And there's the pressure from this angle that we wanted to see, right? So they pincer them.
Prophet 倒了，但是这个位置没人跟，只掉了这个裂空。
It looked a little bit like, yeah. So it looked a little bit like an awkwardly timed EMP because Brig Zen were backing off. Do you see this? You can't. This is just again terrible bit rate. But Brig Zen were backing off when you'd EMP. You'd want Brig Zen to have a good sight line here. You see this here? To where you could actually like discord and follow up on target. So it looks like the follow up in this EMP wasn't there. Because the Stormer has to translocate out instantly. The ball doesn't really take space very well because he's already low, and Brig Zen aren't there to follow up either. So awkward EMP. I mean, it hit 3 or 4, so you have to be relatively happy with that. But yeah, unfortunately, they didn't get more follow up. Holy stream, thank you.
4个 Prophet 倒了。
But all things considered, like Seoul didn't really lose that much space. Like they already had some sort of like pressure on this flank here. So I'm a little concerned.
只掉了这个裂空，还真的不好说，要反黑了，我跟你说。
是的，费兹这个位置。
不急，先推车，先把车推过来，等对面推上来之后。
So this could be fat.
对对面上来，这个残塔不上来，很聪明，但这个位置还是要被黑，能黑到。
What is Repel doing? Honest question.
还能躲。
他不会想
星标没了。
I can't like. Okay, so first off, Doha finds Fitz's translocator, so this might be bad for Fitz. But what is Repel doing? Like, this positioning is just atrocious. He's standing out in the open when he has legit, like... I don't understand. I do not understand this positioning at all. Like, what is he doing? He's so, like... Oh, gosh, this is so bad. Chat, corners cover. And especially when you're playing against a composition that can play extremely high tempo. Like, this monkey just jumps in and you die, as has already happened before, twice. What are you doing? Go, there's literally a perfect cover corner, long sightline behind you. And they have EMP. He has to know that. Like, I don't understand this at all. Like, the only way Dallas wins this is if Repel plays really safe and makes the EMP really hard to get. Because if he played in the back corner, it would be really hard to EMP, because it'd be really hard to hit the Zen. And even if he did, it'd be really hard to get follow-up. This is just terrible positioning from Repel twice in a row. This is just such a free kill. So they do get the translocator. Oh, yeah. So bad translocator placement by Fitz. Fitz puts it like right up here, which is like it gets scouted. Maybe not bad, but not the best. It's so really heads up play by Fearless. But I don't know, dude. This is just awful. And look at Prophet. Poggers, man. So Prophet immediately blinks through like L and is on the back line. This is really good for Seoul. Even though Summer might die. Yeah, so he dies because he lost translocator. But they still get the space. I can't even see what's going on, chat. I honestly can't see what's going on. I can't see what's going on. Oh no. So the Sombra, so Prophet overextends a little bit and Fitz gets his translocator destroyed, but that's just unacceptable that they were able to get that free of an EMP there. I literally can't see what's happening. I can't see a thing. Macro is just basically like how you play the game of Overwatch in terms of like your positioning and general concepts. Think of macro as like, macro for cooking is making sure that you're measuring everything properly, that you cook everything at a right temperature, that you wash your hands, that you clean your bowls, that you carefully follow the instructions, that you are, you know, not burning the cake, and like all the big details, but it doesn't tell you what spice to use, you know what I'm saying? Or it doesn't tell you if you know, you put a sprig of parsley on top, or, you know, it's just the very basic big picture stuff. Because it looks like a lot of these fights that, like, at least with the previous fights, that positionally wise, both teams were making pretty big errors with how they're set up. But Repel, like the Repel stuff is just, I don't have no idea what Repel is doing.
守住了，这个守住，哎，这被碎了个谁？东海被碎了，东海又被碎了。
Weird bubble.
拿不掉。
Weird bubble because now he can't press W. And it wasn't blocking that much damage. Rally engage. So this is really going to be interesting, chat. Chat, what do you see here? First question. Chat, does Seoul Dynasty have any flank control at all that you can see? In other words, are they on off angles on flankings at all that you can see? No. Like, look at this entire team is all in a cone, like a hot dog. All right? So they're going to rally and just W key at the enemy team. Now, let me state this very clearly. This will not work if this team presses S. If they back off and bait them in, here's what happens. All right? It's literally like I'm trying to think of, like, it's like what you do is this team says, "Oh, look at this team. We will kill them. Hiya," and they rush in. This group core presses S and they split off. And these guys deepen. And now you are being shot in the back. So this, from a fundamental macro standpoint, is very, very bad. Now, it might work because Rally is just really strong and you can cheat with Rally. You can just do stupid stuff with Rally that you shouldn't be able to do. But the concern is that if these guys don't get a kill or a lot of pressure really fast, then Sparkle and whoever else is on the flank is going to kill. Basically, by pressing S key, they bait the enemy to troll themselves. Exactly. Now, they have a lot of ultimates, so they might just cheat. The way you look at ultimates is they're a way of just cheating your macro game. They can speed up the macro game, or you can either cheat and ignore map control, or you can speed it up. One or the other. So I see Sparkle sneaking back towards his team. I do not like that. I would like Sparkle to deepen. I know he's looking for Pulse, but he can look for Pulse from behind where it's a little safer. So they also mirror Rally.
一起来哦，兄弟朋友，吸出来，这边顶射，一个脉冲炸弹，并没有粘到人。野蝶，一起来哦，兄弟朋友，吸出来，这边顶射，一个脉冲炸弹。
So Soul just cheats. They just W key and grav. They rally, grav, pulse, and because they pulse grav, and then they can no longer transit, right? They can just pulse it and they'll get a kill out of it. Something else to note as well, chat. Look at Hanbin. Look at Hanbin. Hanbin's hacked. What does that mean? What does that mean? If Hanbin's hacked, what can Soul do for free now? Obviously. Grav pulse, exactly. Nobody can matrix it. Nobody can matrix a grav. You can't matrix a pulse. So you have to get the hacker. Now I'm curious how Hanbin got hacked. Where was Fitz? Am I reading this wrong? Did Soul have a little bit of map control? Was Fitz on a flank? Because if Fitz is playing with his team, chat, here's the answer. Look at Fitz's HP. He's not getting rally armor, which means he was indeed on a flank. So while Dallas has a little bit more map control because they have both Sombra and Tracer on a flank, Soul has some map control because they at least have their Sombra on a flank, and we know that because he doesn't have rally armor. So he's behind the enemy team. They're gonna rally in to bait the attention of, or let's use this color. They're gonna rally in to bait the attention of the Dallas core while Fitz is behind. They bait attention. Hanbin's distracted by the rallying team. Then they look for a hack on Hanbin from behind, and then they graph pulse afterwards. So we actually were wrong. Soul did have some map control. They did have some flanks. They had Fitz on a flank, and that allowed him to get that flank. Easiest hack of his life because, right, exactly, Hanbin's not paying any attention to what's going on behind. So this is hard to read, guys. This is tough. This is with this VOD, man. Some serious detective work. And now where things get scary as well too is if you look at this chat, because things are getting messy and very brawly. See how like messy and like up close and personal this is? Remember, this is where this comp likes it a little better, right? The shorter sightlines complement that Ana a little bit more. The nades and the sleep darts, they complement the monkey bubble a little bit more. So hopefully, you know, Dallas is able to stabilize and maintain some long sightlines, because this could be bad otherwise. Notice that they mined on top of this team right here. This will slow them down. This might help out these guys to get long sightlines.
啊，这边还有一个激速 creative 怎么说？
我脸上看到包干
我在哪儿？我是谁？我在哪儿？让一让，兄弟们，让一让。
I can't see anything.
激速给谁？我真的能给
Rick is dead, so this Zen is dead.
能给到吗？
Yeah, so the very, very brawly, up in your face fight, down one, it's over.
不是你刚刚看到什么？
If only we had pixels. I would be happy with pixel. I would be happy with one, just a solid color. I could see what's going on.
大屁股，
对啊，所有人争来争去，这能看清什么呀？ 好，这一波的话，点马上就车马上就要推到点了。
So this is going to be a tricky recontest, because do you notice something, chat? How many members of Seoul Dynasty are in cart? Very important. How many members of Seoul Dynasty are in cart? Creative being dead is annoying. Exactly. They only have one person on cart. Why would you have more than one person on cart? You're not going to cap it before they touch. So instead, focus on setting up and pressuring all the angles. Take the map away, high ground, spam, back here, and focus all of your attention on the cart from there. Screw cart. You don't need 3 people on cart. Get 1 person on cart and everybody else take high ground and flanks and focus on winning the fight. Win the fight. And the hardest person on the cart to fight? Yeah, for sure. But obviously, like I said, creative being dead is rough. That was a huge pick that allows them to recontest with 65. Because they recontested 65. Very important to point out.
飞的倒了，是的，飞波好像顶住了车边，但是飞子马上有一个 EMP 了。
They might actually take a fight here.
先回来一下，这边首尔先拉扯一波，等自己的一个人员齐整。
They'll just farm EMP.
应该是好的，直接来的，应该是直接来，不会给你。
Ooh, careful. Boil, indeed.
感觉全是冲到那边上。
Okay, so do you see this, chat? They will not let Dallas control this area here. For the and let their Sombra and Tracer get value out of holding here. They're gonna have there's nothing in Fitz's area, and they're gonna make sure there's nothing in here. And so when they go down the choke to cart, right? This area is controlled by them. This area is controlled by them. Here's the cart almost about to cap. Now everything of Dallas is just over here. They're all over here. Now they can still take flanks and angles over here, but there's nothing over here they have to worry about. Nothing here they have to worry about. It's all directly in front of them. And then they can even use it. Like they can send their Zarya, like, you know, here. They can send their Zarya around behind and start shooting them here, right? Their Samar can set up wherever she wants. So, and again, remember, what sight lane is this, chat? Who's favored in this matchup with the compositions in this range of a sight line? Who's favored? Soul or blue, red or blue? Who's favored in this matchup? Soul, exactly. This is where Ana is way better than Zen. Nade, better sustain, immediately available, right? Obviously the monkey is just butchers people compared to the ball. Like, what can ball do in here? Whip out his gun, get hacked and killed, you know? Monkey cleave, bubble, all that stuff, jump, all that stuff is way better in there. So Soul literally can't win this. They just can't. It's too late. So Soul has to just play back of point, open sight lane, and hope that losing this flank isn't going to cost him too much. So really good of Soul here to not just rush in an EMP, clear this out, and then EMP. Easy peasy.
来了，菲奥利斯那个侧道里面被禁了，时间很长，能溜吗？EMP
And then look at this. Fearless dies trying to contest this flank. Does he get hacked? No, Fearless messes up. So Fearless overextends in the flank and dies. Really good job by Soul. I would have actually preferred them to wait on the EMP. So I would have preferred Soul to push this more aggressively before the EMP, because the follow-up isn't there yet. Because do you see how Soul's not really ready to push this yet? They're like still clearing out that flank, and then Fitz EMP, so Fitz needs to slow down. He only hits 2 people as well. He needs to wait. I would have cleared out this angle, start to aggressively push, pressure cart, and then EMP anybody that gets close.
2个人效果其实不太好，但还是融化掉了这2个人。那侧边有点难顶了。我们看到这边是没有大招的。是的 ，Ripple 能不能打出个胜 ？Ripple
禁了了，83，自己被禁了
，85打不出来了。人在哪
Yeah, so that's just it.
不知道。
So does Ana Goats beat Zen Goats by playing extremely close range? I mean, it's a completely different game thing, but you do have the kind of the right idea. Like, if your Ana can like get up and close and they can't, because remember in Goats, like, you would take your D.Va on a high ground or your Zarya on a high ground and whatever, but then the enemy Zen would discord them and spam them out, and then they'd Harmony their Zarya, and you just lose. You know, and if you didn't have Discord or Harmony, you'd loot your D.Va would lose flank, your Zarya would lose an angle, you know, your Lucio would get discorded when he'd go for boot plays, etc., etc. So Ana Goats would beat Zen Goats if they could fight in like really close contested spaces and where your Ana would get value out of nade. And Zen Goats versus Zen Goats with the good teams would usually devolve to big, wide open, slow play style, and that's where Discord would matter, and at least in Goats mirrors. But as soon as the enemy team would play like DPS, you get off of Zen, go Moira. Goats just was a very famous brawl composition back in the day. So Ana Goats could be like a cheese type comp, something that's favorite. No, generally not, because teams got way too good at like slowing down the tempo. They got way too good at slowing down the tempo. It's easier to slow down the tempo of a Rein comp than it is to slow down the tempo of a Winston comp, because he's just a lot more mobile. Like in that composition, like Rein comp, you can boop the enemy Rein, you can play like more aggressive angles. Like it was really hard. I think we saw Vancouver one time play Moira Goats into Zen Goats on a couple maps and just W key in, literally just hard speed. And because the Zen Goats team didn't like split and take good angles, they lost. That definitely happened. I distinctly remember that. But generally, any decent team, they're not going to lose to that. Goats was just, the team name was Goats, the greatest of all time. That's like hey, I'm the greatest of all time. You heard he's the GOAT. They're the Goats. They were the greatest of all time. It was a meme name by some tier 3 team that invented the comp. This used to be a hero called Goat. Why is that so funny? Hi guys, my name is Goat. Okay. Chat, why are they going Echo? Why are they going Echo in defense? Why are they going Echo in defense? No one ever talks about the team invented the gear at long comp. You want to hear something funny about Goats? I was actually offered to coach Goats right after Goats got popular, like a couple months after Goats got popular. And then other contenders teams in Overwatch, like the original team asked me to be their coach, unironically. I declined because I was coaching another team at the time. But I was like, hey, cool, I get to. Yeah, strong impression of the trade. Well, here's the thing: is you start your here's the thing with the reason you wouldn't Echo on attack is because you have to fight, get space, and then go high ground. But if you're on defense, you're already set up on high ground. You could just sit. That's you start there, and so you could just. You know what I'm saying? You can start on high ground and spam. So I'm a little less hot on the attack Echo because she has to fly and take space away, which is hard. But if you're already, it's like playing Torb or Widow in defense. You're already set up wherever you want to play. And so a hero like Echo is a little bit pickier about how she wants to play than like a Tracer. Ghost is the reason why we have 222 in the first place? Yeah, pretty much. I do too. I don't understand people that don't like 222. I don't understand. Like, I get that you miss out on some fun comps you can play, but it really reduces the cancer. Like, I don't know if I used to grind rank before 222, and man, it was like, are we gonna get a tank player in our team? Gee whiz, I wonder. Like, people don't understand how frustrating that was. Okay, are we gonna say mirror? Yeah. So, are we gonna see mirror? Sorry, chat. Let's skip ahead. Okay. So basically. The mirror is just going to be, again, who's going to control the angles more, right? Who's going to control all this stuff on here and here? Because whoever controls the angles more, their Sombra's going to get more hacks and more ult charge. Their Ana's going to get more value for nades or more opportunities to nade. And their Echo's going to get more spam because she's going to be able to play from high ground and chokes and spam chokes and things like that. So, like, you want to play outside shooting in. And I assume that, like, obviously red team has an advantage because they're already set up, but what blue team have to do is they kind of have to rotate clumps of their core together to clear out those high ground flanks that the Echo and Sombra and Zarya are using, and then they can drop down and go core. So in other words, because Team Red already has all the space on the left, and they have all the space on the right, Team Blue has to go through with like 4 or 5 players and clear these guys out. Get out of here, go, back to your team, get out of here. And they they run away. And then they go, okay, we put our guys here now, and then we go back and we push. But now we have a flank while we push. Now the danger is as you're clearing out these guys, maybe the guys on the other flank go and shoot you. So you have to be really careful. So, all right, let's see what happens. So he's just putting pressure on the flank here. He just does not care. This is good. He's building ult charge, but he's also slowing down this because they can't rotate. Because if they rotate without getting rid of Fitz, Fitz is just going to build a ton of EMP. So they need to get rid of him. They really need to get rid of him. But look at how long it's going to take with this hacked Mega. Look at all these cooldowns Speak Force. There's a sleep dart, I think I saw, some shots, there's bubbles. I honestly don't think he needed to run there. I actually think he could have stayed a little longer. But yeah. So Team Red is gonna look to tank angles probably around this spot here. So if Dallas just walks through the choke into this is so bad. I'm not getting into the tank DPS support debate right now. For another time. So Dallas jumps up now. This is interesting. This is really interesting here. So Dallas must see something that I don't see. Because do you see how many? Do you see so much of Dallas is just like all here, all here. They haven't even. So we've got red here. I think we had red here, and I think we had Rev behind, and maybe red here as well. Maybe, is that a red there? So I'm interested by this because this doesn't feel like very smart Overwatch. But because we don't have the replay and because the bitrate is so low, it's really hard for me to see exactly what triggered Dallas to just ignore the flanks and just go in. So maybe they see a cooldown advantage, like, oh, we could just go, or we can cheat, or maybe somebody's really low, or maybe, you know, maybe Soul messed up. But I don't think this is very good from Dallas. So maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe again, we can't see, so I'm not gonna holler and scream and rant and yell because I can't really see what's happening. But this shouldn't be good for Dallas. But do you see this? Like, do you see this? Do you see this? The high ground spam, this spam, and then Prophet was still uncleared. And now they're all on point. So who cares if they got a tick? Did they even get a tick? Look. Look at this. They're all around them. Literally fully surrounded. Weird beam. Now, Soul has to be careful here because they got a kill, but then they didn't follow up on the kills. And what do you see on your screen that's concerning? What's concerning about this, chat? What's the problem with this? Why is Spot reviewing L? Why not? What's the problem with this right here? What's the issue? Echo has a weak angle? Well, yeah, but like more important than that. Clumped, yeah. I don't know who this is on the ground, but I think this is the backline of Soul. I think they dropped to go chase kills, but they didn't get the kills. So I hope this is just Monkey Sombra. I hope this is not Ana Brig, because if Ana Brig dropped, that's really bad. They lose a lot of angles in space. But yeah, that was sloppy of Dallas. Maybe this was something I didn't see, but they just like walked right into it and they got absolutely smashed from like 3 different angles. Didn't even try to clear it out. You know what I'm saying? What is the difference between Contenders and Overwatch League? Overwatch League is the top tier pros that you see, the best ever. Contenders are the people that are trying to get for Overwatch League. Overwatch League, Contenders is a tournament format where semi-pro players try and compete for Overwatch League attention. Essentially, that's where you can practice being a pro player, and you know, Overwatch League teams might trial you. Difference in skill, the difference in individual skill isn't massive. It's not massive. It's just like it would be the difference between like a top tier collegiate, like it depends on the region and the team, but top tier Contenders teams are as good as probably bottom tier Overwatch League teams. In other words, it's very normal for top tier Contenders teams from Europe or NA or Korea to beat Overwatch League teams in scrims. It's very normal. But the best Overwatch League teams are almost always better than top tier Contenders teams. Team play, strats, and in mechanics to an extent as well, but not the mechanical difference isn't that big, especially from top tier. Like most Contenders and Overwatch League players are consistently 4.5 and 4.6 KSR. They're generally about similar in SR. Overwatch League players definitely on average have a higher SR, but by very little. All right. So yeah, see, we're concerned about this because they can, like, this is not as safe and this is not as good of an angle. So gesture is gonna go up. So it was really, really bad that Seoul Dynasty dropped from good positions to chase kills, didn't get kills, and then were stuck in a bad position. Because the entire benefit of playing in defense is you can play wherever you want. So if you're not wherever you want to play, then the advantage of defense is gone. And this is the problem here. This is the problem. Look at gesture. So Fearless goes in. His team takes pressure and point. Yeah. And so now, do you see how like Dallas can kind of spread out here? Let me use a different color. Dallas can kind of like spread out here, take high ground and like here, and pressure point at the same time. So if Seoul wants to recontest, they have to walk through this and they get shot from multiple different angles. So this is really, really bad. This is why recontests in King's Row, if you're playing properly, don't work very well. If you guys stand as 6 on point, then yeah, it might work. But if you guys have like 1 person or 2 people capping, and you got people on high ground, you got people right through here, and people going through flank here, it's not going to work. Questionable. Really questionable. Yeah, so this is only they're doing this just to buy time. This is a bad play. Fearless should not have gotten away with this. In fact, I think the only reason he got away with this is because they must have chunked Sleep Dart. Somewhere Sleep Dart was supposed to go. Yeah, so Sleep Dart should have shut that down. But I mean, I guess good play by Fearless, but there's no follow-up from his team. He's literally 1v5ing. It's just because he got Nano, Bubble, and Primal that it worked out, and somehow they must have chunked their sleep. I'm not a fan of this play. I mean, I think it makes sense if you're trying to buy time, but it's a little risky. High reward play, and it got rewarded. For sure. So Dallas just capitalized off of Seoul's error. Like Seoul just gave up positioning and got no kills out of it. Like if you're gonna give up positioning, you need to kill them. You need to kill them and reset and go back to high ground.
就两边的话，我觉得就基数其实都算打出效果了，但是因为达拉斯这边是先手，而且 Fearless
So what I want
那么我这边给
Dallas to do
电死之后，我觉得
Yeah, so this is what Dallas needs to do. They can put somebody in cart, but because Seoul died so late, they can take every position that they want. They can go here, they can go here, they can put people up here, and they can just take the fight like here-ish. So Dallas can go ahead and start taking space here. And Seoul needs to, like what Seoul could do is Seoul could actually like, Seoul before the fight starts, Seoul should not just go down through main. Seoul should actually go here and clear this angle here, and maybe clear this angle up here too. Or one or the other at least, and clear them out and make sure there's nobody there. No Sombra, no Tracer, no Monkey, no Zarya, no nothing. No, I mean, Ana, even a flanking Ana, like maybe hiding for a nade or something like that. Get rid of them before you go to stop cart. That way you're not walking into a concave. I have no idea what you guys are talking about in chat. I'm honest, I'm not even reading.
在这里暂停一下，Sparkle 为什么6胜能量？
So let's see what happens.
没教过人工。
So they are clearing high ground. Looks like 2 U's on high ground. They're spy checking. That's good. It's good. Not just a spy checking, but like clearing high ground. Yeah. No Sombras, no Monkeys, no nothing. Okay, now they clear left. Now they clear left. Nothing. And now do you see Dallas? Like Dallas is like slowly their space is shrunk. They've like control less space now. Oh, Zarya's behind that wall. But do you see this, chat? Do you see how like Seoul did a really good job of like they've got people here and they've got people here. They got people here. Now they know that they're all just basically here. So like this is pretty good. Bad grab. Bye. Well done, Seoul. Very nice retake. Very nice retake. They checked their corners. They did their homework. They didn't just run down and stop cart. And they ended up grabbing the flank. They didn't even grab core. They grabbed the flank and it worked out really well. Who should be cart bot? In this comp, I think Ana, because Ana's pretty safe in this comp. Ana can be pretty greedy. Her positioning isn't super important. Usually, like, you think Ana's positioning is pretty important, but in this comp, I think with like Brig and Zarya and stuff, like she's pretty safe. You would prefer your Monkey and Sombra to be positioned well and your Echo. Like, you need to look at your comp and be like, who's the hardest or most important to position well? And I think Monkey, Sombra are the first ones here. And Zarya as well. And Brig to an extent as well, because in a way, Brig is even squishier than Ana because she can't heal herself. But it depends on the comp. Like sometimes you can have Sombra push cart because she's really easy to position. But I think in this situation, because of how fast this comp is, you want your Sombra set up ahead of time. All right, so let's see what happens. So this is really well done. Really well done by Soul there. Dallas just completely lost the flank, like, hard. All right, let's see what happens. Look again, like, do we see how they're set up here? We got people in the choke here, people here, and there's somebody up here as well. This is exactly like a nice little concave here. But good job by Fearless jumping up here.
It's hot.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Wait, what?
I said it's hot like you.
Oh, thanks. Hot like me. Wait, how did he not scout that? What? Wait, was her translocator right there? What? That was super, super risky. What? Wait, what's happening? Man, it doesn't really feel like Dallas is set up for this properly at all. Like, this is rough. Chat, you see the problem with this here? So there's spy checking Sombra. Let me actually look at like their backline as well. Let me see it right here. Oh, maybe they are set up, because it looks like Zarya is going to be high ground and Briggs high ground. So maybe they are set up for this EMP. Sparkle's definitely not set up. But Dallas goes up, they go high ground, and they're going to be able to contribute to this EMP here. Monkey goes in, and Sombra's obviously in as well. Yeah, this is okay. This might work. I'm a little disappointed that Sparkle's not there, but that might work. Yeah, that'll work. They counter EMP, but there's no support ult active. So it's like counter EMP only works if you can actually sustain the initial EMP. Otherwise, you've already by the time this EMP goes off, look at Team Red. Dang, there's the EMP. Wait, there's the EMP, but it's too late. Like, they're already like half dead. So well done by Dallas. Dallas didn't set up great angles, but they did a good job clearing high ground. They got themselves on high ground, so and then they got enough at advantage early on. They just didn't counter EMP, that's all. They need to go high ground now. So let's see. Is Dallas going to be the same brain dead morons that Soul were on the end of the second point and keep people sitting on cart instead of taking high ground? Let's see. To be fair, not all of Soul did that, but too much of them. Zarya go high ground. Zarya go high ground. Zarya go high ground. Zarya go high ground. Or go somewhere. Like, nope. Like, I just don't like this. I just really don't. Because again, you know that they have support ults. They're gonna have Nano, Rally, Primal, Copy. This fight it's unlikely that this fight is over in like 10 seconds. Bingo. Right? You just grab, you instantly win. It's unlikely. So like, I look at this and I'm like, well, you need to take better positions here. Because I don't love where your Zarya set up. Good. Check your flanks before you push. Oh, this is not good. So again, Dallas is going hyper aggressive to try and hopefully cheese a cap. So this is a Dallas strat. Dallas says, hey, or not necessarily a written strat, like this is just probably something between the players. Rappel goes, hey, let's just go in with Nano Monkey really early. And you go in there, Nano Monkey, Sorry Bubble, etc. And then you pop Primal afterwards, and we're just gonna push cart. You're gonna cause as much chaos as possible, and yeah, we won't get any kills with it probably. But hey, we'll just cap. So this is what I expect is the call, and like this might work. This is exactly what they did in the end of first, which like fundamentally it's a bad play in terms of like winning team fights, but it's a good play to cap point because you're not gonna get any follow up from your Honor and Brig or your Sombra because it's too far away, or your Echo, but you might stall them out enough to cap. Sombra was also looked like to be set up for that. They double support ult. It looks like did they nano? Yeah, they nano their Monkey in. And see, this is just double primal. Sparkle uses his copy and goes in deep into Soul Dynasty space as well. And they're just buying time. And they cap. So they actually. So who dies on Soul? Somebody dies. Or no, Dallas. They lose Rappel. Rappel dies again. Rappel gets hacked and dies again. Oh, Rappel! I have a feeling Rappel's positioning was not stellar. Let's put it that way. Where is Rappel? I would love to see where Rappel is so I can make fun of him. Yeah, so Rappel is just standing right here. Like not exactly out in the open, but he's not near a corner. He's not utilizing cover. He's probably too close because again, you shouldn't be within just easy monkey jump distance as a flex support in this composition. Like it should be the monkey has to jump and then walk forward out of his bubble to get to you. So Repel, I'm just gonna call it. He just missed positions. He just doesn't position optimally. He doesn't need to be this aggressive, and he gets hacked, and he dies. But the nano monkey plus copy monkey plus double primal, I think it's double primal, is enough for them to cap. So I guess whatever. So they're just stalling. They're not going to get any kills here, but they're just stalling until they cap. So Repel's positioning, man, it does not look to be stellar. At least he's getting punished for it way more than Creative is. Okay, Fearless overextends a little bit. Fearless needs to just chill. Like, they haven't won the fight, they've just cap point. You know what I'm saying? Like, they haven't won, they just cap point. It's still a 5v5 from what I see. Okay, so now this is where things get really juicy. Because, chat, what position of the map becomes really important when you have a monkey mirror and an echo mirror? On this map, we can see it right now. Think about those two heroes. What do those two heroes like to use or threaten? What's the common denominator between those two heroes? Especially comparing to what we saw last time on the other attack. Because the other attack, it was, first off, Ball. But more importantly, it was Sombra Tracer, not Sombra Echo. Right, exactly, high ground. Echo likes high ground. Right? Sombra Tracer can't, well, Sombra can to an extent, but they don't have the ability to go to high ground, so they don't always have the ability to use high ground. They can throw the translocator up there, but that's really risky, right? But Echo, very easily, and Winston very easily can go and control high ground. So what I expect here is the Echo that goes and controls high ground is the Echo that's going to be able to get more spam out. The Echo that gets more spam out is going to help their team win the team fight, right? Same thing with a monkey. If you can go to high ground and win the high ground for your monkey, he can engage a little well and take less damage, right? And honestly, the monkey might just jump up there to help his Echo win it. But if we can get an Echo, a pocketed Echo with armor packs on high ground, then that team has a much higher chance of winning the team fight. So we talked about how like some of the lower flanks and like these angles were really important in the previous attack. But now with the Echo on board, I think this becomes more important. So chat, when I say map control and high and things like that and flank control, don't just take map control because Spilo said so. Look at your comp and be like, where would I like to be? If I'm playing Widow, I want a long sightline. So I'm gonna fight I need my team to fight for space where I have a long sightline. I'm playing McCree. I would like a short sightline. So I need my team to fight for in here. So like if I'm playing McCree, this is map control. If I'm playing Tracer and Sombra, maybe this is map control. If I'm playing Echo, maybe this is map control. If I'm playing Doomfist or Hanzo, this is also map control because those heroes benefit from high ground. If I'm playing, I don't know, but you see how like the map control just depends on the comp that you're playing because it depends on what, and sometimes you might go, okay, the enemy team is running a Doomfist, so I'm gonna control this area. Even though I'm running a McCree Tracer that don't care about high ground, I wanna make sure their Doomfist can't use it. So don't just, oh, map control, map control, map control, map control. Think about it. Really think about like what parts of the map do I want? What parts of do I not want the enemy team to have? That's really important. But yeah, exactly. This high ground I think is very important because both teams want it for their Echo. So they will literally fight over it. It's like war. Like a very fundamental way of like describing war, especially back in the day, was like people would fight over areas with water, or they'd fight for areas with food or resources, right? Like you wouldn't just go to the enemy team's castle and let me in. You would fight for the resources. If you win the resources, you win the war. Whoever wins this high ground has a really high chance of winning the war. So you'll see people dying, like it's awful, but like fighting and dying and fighting wars over just a little plot of land or a little bit of water, you know, because whoever has that has a huge advantage. So teams fight over that advantage, and that's how map control works in real life, and that's how map control works here.
I would fight die over a little bit of you.
No, hush. My wife is awful. Hey Spilo, I have a question. I'm a Masters player. Was Widow Tracer 76 a good hero pool, or when I play Widow the most, or if I want to play one of the most, should I play McCree and Ashe? I think Widow Tracer is a great hero pool, but I would definitely throw in a Kree or an Ashe instead of a Soldier 76. I think Soldier 76 is niche. Soldier 76 doesn't really have a strong. So you want to play heroes that have very strong signatures. Widow, very long range. Tracer, very short range, flanker style, and then McCree and Ashe are shorter range, right? Soldier's not really that. Soldier's weird flanky, can run in your backline and meme thing. Like, he's not a terrible hero, but like I think McCree, Ashe fill in your gaps better, right? Like, let's say they're playing like Torb and a map where Widow's not good. Well, then what do? Do you have to play Soldier 76? I would prefer McCree or Ashe. You know, that's going to poop on the Torb a lot better than Soldier. So I would probably go with the Kree or Ashe. Either one would be fine. Kree Widow Tracer, Kree Ashe Widow Tracer is a great hero pool. He's a good generalist, exactly. You don't want to, heroes that are generalists aren't very good oftentimes. You don't want a jack of all trades hero pool. You want a hero pool that has very strong strengths and weaknesses, so you can pick whatever hero is going to complement the strengths. Because Soldier's not bad at anything, but he's not good at anything. So that means when you could pick and choose what hero you want to play, why would you, like, let's say you had to pick only one hero and couldn't swap, then maybe you'd want to play Soldier because he's never really bad. But you can literally go to your spawn room and pick the best hero in the circumstance. So why would you pick Soldier? So always pick a hero pool that has good strengths and weaknesses, because you can basically pick whatever one is the strongest. All right, so I assume teams are going to fight for high ground control to some extent, but we'll see. I might be wrong. Uh-oh. Doha feats. I also, but early in this fight, I expect teams to fight to control this left angle as well, because this angle is really, really strong for like your Sombra to hold. It's a little too aggressive for your Zarya, but your Sombra can hold in here and build a lot of ult charge, a lot of pressure. So I expect as Dallas attacks, before you even start thinking about high ground, they're going to try and clear out this angle here. You're welcome. You're welcome. Glad to help. Yeah, so Fitz already has EMP, so where is he going to position? Maybe they take an aggressive fight, or he missed the mini. That's unfortunate. They might just go in like hard EMP. But it's going to be hard, a little bit tricky to follow up, because obviously Fitz is on an angle, but like they're going to have to like go through a little bit through a choke. So this EMP will probably work, but Gesture's going to have a very clean engage. EMP. Brilliant EMP. Brilliant EMP. Being on a good angle allowed him to hit more people safely. Really, really well done, Fitz. That should be an easy fight win. That's a 5-minute EMP. Brilliant, brilliant. Nice job. This Gesture? Somehow they don't get enough follow-up here. Oh, Gesture messes up. Gesture, I think, jumps in right there, but the EMP is behind. So I think Gesture messes up a little bit. Like, that engage is awkward. Gesture should be basically on top of Fitz right now, helping out. But in fact, instead he got in the front line. So this is kind of a scuffed EMP. The EMP itself is great, but the follow-up is weird. Something happened in communication there. How would you say this angle control works with Junkrat? It works with Junkrat in the fact that he can very, very heavily deny main control. His trap provides some angle control by giving you information that A, somebody's there, they're trapped, or B, somebody's there, they shot your trap and broke it, so somebody's on that flank. And the other thing you have to think about Junkrat as well is you would always prioritize a flank that's being pressured over main, if that flank is a small sightline. In other words, you know how Dorado on first, like you know how there's like the payload goes through that like little underground thing, or the little bridge, right? The bridge across, you know, and then there's the stairs on this side here. You know, you can go to behind here. You're on attack, right? If I'm on defense playing Junkrat and there's a bunch of people up here, like there's people coming up here, I would start spamming here. And I wouldn't spam down main. I would spam prioritizing clearing these guys out and then go back towards main, because this is a really short sightline. So you can still, like, Junkrat isn't a spam down main hero. Junkrat is a spam down any sightline a hero as long as it's clumped. So he doesn't care if he's spamming main or he's spamming on a flank. He'll just spam wherever there's enemies, and if it's a flank or main, he doesn't care. But he's definitely a hero that is weird, and that's honestly why Junkrat isn't a great hero. It's because he is designated to spamming in a very small area and has no range, no mobility, so he's not very good. That's why you'll see a lot of higher ranked Junkrats, they don't necessarily play him as a spammier hero. They do go for like flank, 2 taps at the backline and get out, because that's a lot of the time that's the only way you can get value out of him. You'll notice a lot of the early Overwatch heroes lack mobility and range, and they're bad. Torb, Symmetra, Junkrat all lack mobility and they all lack range, and so they're very limited with what they can do. I mean, they have some mobility, some range, but usually pretty limited. And that's why they're limited with how they can play. That's a great question. And maybe if we ever get a Junkrat VOD, we'll spend more time going into it. Okay, so Dallas does manage to clear out this angle here. Now you'll also notice how like the threat of enemy ultimates clears out map control. So in other words, Seoul really was playing aggressively around this space right here, like their kill box was here, so they had angles here because they had EMP. But now they don't have EMP, and they know that the enemy team has EMP, so they're going to shift this kill box to back here. So now they're set up around here, and so they set up their angles here and here and here. So Dallas actually gets space just by having EMP, because Seoul backs off and takes angles further back where it's safer, where there's more time. Maybe their backline can play in a better, safer position. So Dallas doesn't even need to worry about this anymore. Like, they can clear it if they ought to clear it, but there's not going to be anybody here. Very unlikely, because Seoul wants to buy more time. Don't notice that Seoul, when they back off, they don't clump. They back off and they split again. They take angles, but they take angles further back. They try and burn more time. So you'll see very, very minor resistance, I assume. Ooh, Zarya's pretty far in. So maybe not. Maybe they are just gonna go. Yeah, they just go. But it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. Yeah, so to you is Animo gets murdered. So this is questionable. Because here's my thought process, chat. If they were not going to shift their kill box to back here, then Fitz needs to not, then they need to do a better job supporting this. Because look at this. Look at how far back Prophet is. Well, okay, so first off, Fitz gets cleared out really easily. That's really bad. But in addition, I don't know where, like, they just do a bad job of following up on it. They just do a bad job following up on it. That's actually really, really interesting that they decide to play aggressively into EMP. But the problem with EMP is, like, if you don't really up your tempo into it and like get pressure before the EMP, then you're gonna lose, because they grab here, but they only grab Monkey. They only grab Monkey. It looks like. Did they grab? Sorry. Well, yeah. Basically, they only grab Monkey as far as I can see. And by the time the grab actually went off, like, the EMP was massive. So Dallas Seoul didn't do a very good job of aggressively like holding that space so that they could get a good grab. They played it like kind of weirdly, and Zarya ended up getting completely isolated, and then Brig dies. As this is a weird fight. Honestly, it's very hard for me to see, so I'm not gonna comment more on this. Yeah, the problem with the Fence heroes is they're very limited with like their mobility and range, which meant that they only work when you can set up and basically overcome the weaknesses of lack of mobility and range. Like, Widow is a great example of a hero that was originally defensive, but because she has range, she's flexible. Sombra you can also describe as being a little bit more friendly and defensive, but because she has mobility, she's flexible. But heroes like Torb and Sim and Junkrat, they only deny control. They only work at denying a very limited space, and as soon as that space is shifted, they just fall to pieces. Now the reworks have made them more flexible, at least with Sim and Torb, but okay, so not great ult execution from Seoul. And now Dallas can just press W. They need to clear out the Ana, so they could. Oh wow, what? What? Yo, chat. Can we just admire the fact that Dallas is so sloppy? Dallas is so sloppy. They get a free kill. They have all the space in the world, and look at where they decide to go. Look at this. Look at this, chat. They literally have an Ana and a Nano Monkey in their backline, and they're too busy running it down main than they are to actually get these kills here. Look at this. And Bastion, of course, yeah. Mei is a little bit more flexible because Mei has some range. But true. But this is just atrocious, man. Like, don't run it down main, guys. Take this into your ranked games. If you get a pick, don't run it down main. Instead, clear out your left and right. Because now this Brig can't support this angle. She's done. She's dead. Just go clear these guys. You'll get the kills, and then you can go push down main. All you do by running it down main is you give them the opportunity to shoot you in the back and clutch. And they maybe can clutch a 5v6. You're saying, you guys have man advantage. Or we have man advantage, you guys have map control advantage. This is just really bad from Dallas. Really, really bad. And not to mention that Seoul is also willing to commit 2 ultimates to try and turn this fight. Well, they have an active Echo copy, and they have Nano as well. This is just sloppy. Why are we not clearing this out? Brilliant. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. It's not clean at all, but Seoul clutches it by just holding the positions. Like, literally, chat, this inside room in the fact that wait, where was Echo Copy? Was Echo Copy in high ground? Yeah. Oh, chat, it's so juicy. I love it. I love when I get to coach when it's just perfectly represented. Okay, our concept is map control. Remember the high ground we talked about in the flanks? Dallas gets a pick because Soul scuffs it up. But look, there's an Ana and a Winston on a flank right here. And there's a Zarya on high ground, a copy Zarya. And what do Dallas do? They just run it down main and they ignore this and they ignore this. And guess who they die to? If they had just simply stayed careful, killed these guys, shoot the Zarya, force her to drop, and lose her copy, then they would not have lost this fight. Impossible to lose this fight. Oh, this is just great. I love when people get punished for doing stupid things. Makes a great teaching tool. So yeah, the Echo on high ground and the Ana on the flank that never got cleared wins the fight. GG's. Brilliant. Really, really sloppy macro from Dallas there. Really sloppy macro. Dallas is definitely showing themselves to have the worst macro of the two teams, for sure. The worst macro, and Repel so far has had the worst positioning. Okay, they're clearing out this. This is good. Check it out. Spy check. Okay, clear high ground. There's the high ground control. They commit bubble and jump to it. There's the teams fighting for it. Now, which basically whatever team wins this is probably going to win the fight. Like if we ignore ultimates, obviously. But let's see what happens. There's a big bubble. Good spam. I want to see. Okay, this is just great, guys. Good job by Dallas. Dallas did a really good job here. So they commit bubble. They're Ana's pocketing, so they have a good LOS with their Ana. So the difference is, the advantage that these guys have in attack is it's easier for Ana to pocket this way than it is for the enemy red Ana to pocket, because you can get like a good nade here. There's like lots of little things, right? Easier sightline, because there's like a box here, I think that's in the way. So Dallas, they have Echo, Ana, Zarya, Winston. Everybody's shooting, spamming this, right? And they win the high ground. Nice job. So what does this mean for Hanbin? What does this mean for Hanbin? They clear out the Sombra. Now, what does this mean for Hanbin? When Hanbin grabs chat, will there be follow-up from his Monkey and Echo now? When he grabs backline, will it be easy for Sombra or Echo and Winston to follow up now? And the answer is yes, because they no longer have to jump from far away or from main. They just have to jump from high ground or spam from high ground, and they're already there. Exactly. They're already in a position to instantly follow up in main. So the funny thing is you can look at this fight. Just like when you see like a self-destructive person who's toxic and ugly and you're like, this person is doomed for failure like another 6 months. Like they're going to break up or something like this, or they're going to have something bad. Like you can see the writing on the wall. The writing on the wall right now is that this grab is going to have great follow-up. Like you could say that Soul is at a very high risk of losing this fight already. Just because of the things that are set up around it, right? They won the high ground. Now Hanbin can W key down main and get an aggressive grab, and there will be follow-up. Dallas is sitting main again. I mean, you mean Soul? Soul is, I think, yeah, Soul is sitting main. Like Soul lost the high ground, so they have to back up to main. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, they have no angles. Like, so like the thing is like who, like, they just can't. Like Soul can't kill anybody now. It's over. So my problem here, I think, is I would have liked to have seen. So I'm not sure where Ana is positioned, but I think Ana positioned here would have been better. Maybe they're like, because I think Ana would have a better time supporting this high ground. Because the problem is that Dallas does a better, gets more value out of their cooldowns on the high ground than Soul does. Like it doesn't look like, if you look at like Fearless's HP or Jester's HP and Fearless, like Jester gets nuked. Fearless does not. So I don't know if Bubble is late. I don't know if Ana doesn't have a good sightline or what, but essentially Dallas does a better job using their cooldowns to support their high ground than Soul does. And I think it's because Creative and To You are probably mispositioned a little bit. So I would, again, like Ana here and maybe Zarya here as well, so they can easily bubble and help these guys. Because you really can't lose that high ground that easily. Fearless jumps into cover behind box. Yeah, exactly. So Fearless does a good job using that box cover, but I think that box cover is less valuable or less useful if you have people here instead of, you can see people back here. I don't like that. All right, so I assume this should be a one fight for Dallas. I don't think even rally will be enough here. No. Oh, Fearless overextends, so. Oh, Fearless. Oh, he gets hacked at 98%. Oh, no. Oh, so this is where, you know, of mice and men, chat. Brilliant setup, well executed, and just a micro play from Fitz. Just one. This is where sometimes you can set things up really well and just an unlucky, you know, not necessarily unlucky. Of course, there's counterplay to this. Like maybe we could have bubbled here with Fearless or whatever, but like it sucks. And now because of spawn advantage, Dallas does a really good job executing this, but this fight isn't won despite that. They killed Rallying Brig because of a phenomenal Grav, but you know, who knows? That sucks. Thoughts on this quick clip? Important? Okay, done. I know what this is. It's Khan? Okay, well I'll click on it. Okay, alright, so I thought it was me slamming into the wall. Alright, so this is IBTB, Khan with Paris Eternal. Wait, what? No, it's not. No, it's not. That's you. This is Khan. You liar. This is you on Zen versus Khan. Oh! Oh, greatest flex support in Europe, by the way. Deleted. I don't know what you do, man, but I swear every hero you play is you're just magically 4.4. I don't know how you do it. Weren't you 4.5 on like Doomfist as well or something stupid? You're like the Kevster. You're like the tank Kevster where you just can play every role in like 4.4k level. Nice right click. Doomfist Hanzo, yeah, that's stupid, man. How does a man be a good main tank and also be able to play every other hero at like a 4.3, 4.4k level? That's insane. Most people I think are like peak like 4.1, and you're like a solid 300 SR higher than normal. Hope you're doing well, mate. I miss working with you, brother. But yeah, phenomenal hack. Oh yeah. Okay, chat, brilliant. Chat, actually, chat. What do you see it? When you see it, you'll crap bricks. Whatever that old meme was. Look at Hunbin. Look at Hunbin. Do you see the bubble there? Not a big thing. Like bubble there's generally fine. Maybe it was done to prevent whip shot or whatever. But the bubble there, stacked with a bubble here, probably not 100% necessary. And it does mean that he gets hacked. Like if he had bubble here, he cleans the purple and he doesn't get hacked. So, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but, you know, definitely could have been a better timed bubble, and this wouldn't have happened. And this is a really, really bad fight, because now Dallas has to walk through a choke into off angles, and they're down their main tank. Yeah, but, like, this is just silly. I mean, I guess Jexy's like, hey, we have to clutch here, but Jexy should not be walking through a choke before clearing an angle. This is really silly of Jexy. Jexy just dies. Like, that's not how you play Brig. If anything, you would play more defensive, let your Zarya take the space, or your Echo take the space aggressively, but you don't do that with Brig, guys. You don't stop frontlining as Brig. Even if you have Rally, it's just super sketch. Really questionable EMP. Really questionable EMP. You have the map control, because they can't press W into your angles, because they're down to, and he just EMPs anyway. Very questionable. What happens here? Okay, it lags in stream. He actually dies for it too. That was... So yeah, Dallas can't walk through the choke. So Soul says, you know what, we'll do you guys a favor and we'll walk through the choke and feed instead. And they waste EMP along the way. So I don't think Soul's gonna lose this, but that was really, really bad of Fitz. Fitz's Sombra has not impressed me so far. I mean, at least what we've seen in stream. That was really, really sloppy of Soul. Does that make sense, chat? Like, what just happened? You get 2 kills, and instead of stabilizing and playing your spawns, or at least like pushing out angles here, they just AFK down main and just run it on main and use an ult and still die. Because they're, again, walking into angles. Like, it's the same concept over and over again. It's like, which of these goofballs is gonna like make the mistake? Now, the obvious problem here is that because Fitz fed and Gesture fed, no, Gesture was trying to follow up with his team, but because Fitz fed, this means that Dallas never really had to reset map control. They were able to hold this position up here, or they could hold these positions. Because that, they, like, Seoul lost too many players. They can't push up and take space again. They have to kind of just wait for respawns. And so they wait for respawns, and Dallas just slowly trickles back, takes the high ground, and now we're right back where we started, down an EMP. So atrocious. So what I want to see from Dallas is right behind us to the left is that little pathway, that little high ground, that little ledge, right? We need people there from Dallas in there. They need Ana there, maybe Brig, maybe Zarya. You could set your Echo up and high ground up top right, maybe your Sombra on top right as well, or top left or something. But we need to see these spaces being controlled before we see them pushing in, because they're going to push in with Nano, probably on Monkey, and then Primal afterwards. But they will be able to follow up with a great EMP, great grab, etc., and they'll keep their backline safe if they go around left. If they just run it down main, it's not going to work. So we can see it right here. Are they gonna clear out this here? No, they're not. This is what we're interested in. Are they going to now? Doha gets spy checked. This area of the map is very important now, because the high ground is not super powerful anymore because where the card is, it's so far back, right? So the high ground's too far away in a way. I mean, it's a little because the Echo can flank around, but this area of the map is so important. So they go in with Nano, but they have no map control. They have no flank here, so there's no actual kill pressure, right? So these guys could just legit just run away and probably be okay. What happens here? Echo feeds, but then they trade. Fitz dies. It's really hard for me to see what's happening. So I don't know what's happening. I really want to know what's happening over here, because that's the other half of the map. This is only half the story. Maybe they screw this, but they're clearing out that high ground here. Like the Echo's gonna flank around and get pocketed or something. I have no idea what's happening. It's so hard. Yeah, it looks like Nano Monkey hard engage, and Prophet goes in really hard. I think what happens is they Nano Monkey engage. Prophet goes in really hard, but because Prophet doesn't spam out the Echo first before going in really hard, he gets pincered. So basically, what happens here is Dallas has this setup, right? And Seoul has this setup, kind of ish, okay? Dallas sends in Nano Monkey with Primal really hard. He doesn't care about angles, he just goes in. And he's got Primal, he's got Nano, he's gonna get chunked maybe, but he's okay, it's Nano Primal, right? Now, Seoul returns fire, they send their Monkey in, but they also send in their Echo. And while the Echo is going in, because she doesn't respect, what I assume is here, the Echo here, she actually gets shot in the back and killed by the Echo on the angle. What should have happened is we would have liked to have seen Nano Monkey goes in, baits all the attention, and while the Monkey is baiting all the attention, this Echo takes the duel, because she knows this Echo is getting no help now. Instead, this Echo cheats and tries to just run into him, but it gets shot in the back and killed, because both Anas are distracted. So, Sparkle outplays Prophet. Prophet just goes in hard instead of actually clearing out the angle, because you can't just W key in. Like maybe a Monkey with Primal and Nano can, but you can't. Like you couldn't just walk through here and expect to not get shot, because this guy he's not gonna die. Like he doesn't care. But instead you see again Repel dies, which to me, how does Repel die? Repel gets stickied and then dies. Okay, so Repel dies. Fitz's Translocator gets smashed and he dies. Great sleep dart. And they managed to not lose too much space. Maybe Soul hangs in here. That's a huge error by Prophet. And then Dallas just out ults them essentially, because Dallas had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ults here, and they had the what do they have? Did they even have EMP? No, they wasted EMP, so they had the 1, 2, 3 ult. They had 1, 2 ults. They didn't even grab, or they did grab it too late. So yeah, they out ulted them, and honestly, Prophet kind of feeds. We're almost done, chat. Okay. Angle control. Let's see how long he farms from here. How much pressure can he get? He's got his hacked Mega again. They really need to clear him out. They cannot just like walk out. Okay, but he's not gone. More time wasted, more pressure, more, and he's never cleared. That's not good. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. Dallas, how many times are you going to disappoint me? Is this what it feels like to be a Dallas fan? There's a Sombra in your backline. She's still here. If you walk at her with more than one person, you can catch her and kill her or get rid of her. They ignore her. They go, oh, we'll go at her. Oh, scary, scary. There we go. Okay, he's gone now. No, she's not. And then they just go to the rotate. They just go. And now look at the Sombra. 35% ult charge. Look at Doha. Look at this. What is this? And it's not just about the pressure, and it's not just about the EMP ult charge. It's the hack threat because she's in a perfect position. Because again, we have all the angles here. There's people up here. The Winston's at the back line. There's an angle over here, right? We can kind of see the red smashes, but the Sombra's back here, uncontested. Hack. This guy should die. Bingo. Dallas just does a terrible job with map control, man. They do a terrible job, especially on attack. They just try and just W key through, and it just doesn't work. And losing first fight there is atrocious because you're probably going to be, you know, that first ult is so important, right? And when you lose the first fight, you almost never build the first ult. Rare exceptions with like support ults and stuff. But so now like you're going to have EMP basically first ultimate before anything else is farmed. So there's Bubble. Fitz is going just hyper aggressive. He just needs that EMP, He gets cleared out. But now Dallas doesn't even have time to really clear angles. Like they just don't have time. Yeah, Dallas, the Soul needs to get rid of Doha. Yeah, he just dies before he translates out. EMP. It's 2. It's fine. Or 3. Bingo. Easy. I mean, that first fight can literally boil down to an awkward rotation by Dallas through a small room where Repel gets nuked. I don't know what nuked him. It looked like an echo angle that they didn't clear. And most importantly, they did not clear the Sombra. They just didn't clear Sombra. They just let her live there. You can't press W if you have people shooting in the back. Unless you have like amp speed and you can just speed to where the Sombra can't even keep up with you guys. But that's just really, really poor macro from Dallas. Really, really poor. Okay. Brig Zen defense again. They do Brig Zen defense because they can set up their Zen in a safe location to where he can kind of see the whole fight, right? Longer sightline because he's set up ahead of time. Shorter sightline for the Ana who's on attack. Oh, they mirror Brig Zen. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be basically like which flanker gets control, like gets better support from the Zen. They're going to try and rotate. They get the rotation up. They clear out the angle, so it's just really hard for me to see what's happened. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, so they're just putting pressure on controlling Hotel. And they've got Sombra on backline. Now, Briggs are still in high ground, though. But they're going to have to be careful because they can put point pressure and force them to drop. Pressuring Tracer out. Get rid of her. Get rid of her. Nice. Force recalls. Ball is hacked. This might be a draw. Because... I need to put my ear things back on. Because you have to... It takes time to clear out angles. And I don't know if they're going to have time to do it before a minute goes. Alright. Uh-oh. Creative or... Yikes. I honestly don't even know what happens here, chat. It's so hard for me to see. I think they get Briggs in to drop. Sparkle dice. Yeah, they get Briggs in to drop, which means that their like sightlines are really limited, so they can't control Discord and Harmony everything. And then Sparkle just gets picked. Like Sparkle just, there's just a mechanical error. He's positioned out in the open. There's the recall. They get the ball kill, but they demech the D.Va. And this is really important right here. So again, do you see how Prophet doesn't go in main? He reestablishes flank pressure. He forces Sombra out. So Sombra's over here. There's Sombra right. Where can you see her? Right here, Sombra. Prophet flanks, makes her go back towards her team before he puts pressure here. So Prophet doesn't immediately take the duel with Sparkle. He actually clears out the Sombra first, sends her back to her team, and then pressures Sparkle. Because now he doesn't have to worry about being hacked or shot by the Sombra, right? He clears out his threats. So he clears out the Sombra, forces Translocator, goes for Sparkle, who's standing out in the open on main, and then he gets shot in the back. He wins the flank war, and then that's it. And then now he can just W key in, and that's over. And you know, Tracer diff basically there. Tracer diff and better map control from there. Okay, chat, that's all. Do you guys have any questions? Officially 6 hours as of now.
Yeah, that was a long stream.
Poggers. Weirdo. You have any questions about anything that we saw here? So much better macro, not much better, but noticeably better macro from Seoul for the most part. Dallas struggled with their map control and macro a lot, but honestly not great from either team. I love you, Spout. Me too. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. I had a good time. That was fun. That was fun. We'll be back tomorrow as well. I think 11 a.m. So we'll be back before too long. We'll be 11 a.m. EST. 11 a.m. EST. Let's see who we can host. Whom can we host? Is there any small streamer in my Discord? Chat, do you have any recommendations for small streamers for me to host? Reviewing other AL matchups? Maybe in the future, but that was all for tonight. I've been going for way too long. I need a break. Yeah, I have to hang out with the goof over there. Yeah, well, we won't host. We'll end it. We'll end it right there. We'll end it right there, and we'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow with more VOD reviews and juice. If you guys are interested in coaching, !coaching, jump in the Discord and fill out the form, and you will get coaching. Don't forget that it is extremely discounted for subscribers. Anyway, thank you guys for all the follows, bits, subscribers, all that juicy stuff. I really appreciate it, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow? I'm not sure. We'll see. All right, cheers, mates. Thank you guys so much for hopping in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Spy the lot.